1. I hate First Friday. It makes the village crowded, and now, in the heat of high summer, that's the last thing anyone wants. From my place in the shade it isn't so bad, but the stink of bodies, all sweating with the morning work, is enough to make milk curdle. The air shimmers with heat and humidity, and even the puddles from yesterday's storm are hot, swirling with rainbow streaks of oil and grease. The market deflates, with everyone closing up their stalls for the day. The merchants are distracted, careless, and it's easy for me to take whatever I want from their wares. By the time I'm done, my pockets bulge with trinkets and I've got an apple for the road. Not bad for a few minutes' work. As the throng of people moves, I let myself be taken away by the human current. My hands dart in and out, always in fleeting touches. Some paper bills from a man's pocket, a bracelet from a woman's wrist, nothing too big. Villagers are too busy shuffling along to notice a pickpocket in their midst. The high, stilt buildings for which the village is named, the stilts, very original, rise all around us, 10 feet above the muddy ground. In the spring the lower bank is underwater, but right now it's August, when dehydration and sun sickness stalk the village. Almost everyone looks forward to the first Friday of each month, when work and school end early. But not me. No, I'd rather be in school, learning nothing in a classroom full of children. Not that I'll be in school much longer. My 18th birthday is coming, and with it, conscription. I'm not apprenticed, I don't have a job, so I'm going to be sent to the war like all the other idle ones. It's no wonder there's no work left, what with every man, woman, and child trying to stay out of the army. My brothers went to war when they turned 18, all 3 of them sent to fight Lake Landis. Only Shade can write worth a lick, and he sends me letters when he can. I haven't heard from my other brothers, Bree and Trammy, in over a year. But no news is good news. Families can go years without hearing a thing, only to find their sons and daughters waiting on the front doorstep, home on leave or sometimes blissfully discharged. Usually you receive a letter made of heavy paper, stamped with the King's Crown seal below a short thank you for your child's life. Maybe you even get a few buttons from their torn, obliterated uniforms. I was 13 when Bree left. He kissed me on the cheek and gave me a single pair of earrings for my little sister, Jisa, and me to split. They were dangling glass beads, the hazy pink color of sunset. We pierced our ears ourselves that night. Trammy and Shade kept up the tradition when they went. Now Jisa and I have one ear each set with 3 tiny stones to remind us of our brothers fighting somewhere. I didn't really believe they'd have to go, not until the Legionnaire in his polished armor showed up and took them away one after another. And this fall, they'll come for me. I've already started saving, and stealing, to buy Jisa some earrings when I go. Don't think about it. That's what Mom always says, about the army, about my brothers, about everything. Great advice, Mom. Down the street, at the crossing of Mill and Marcher roads, the crowd thickens and more villagers join the current. A gang of kids, little thieves in training, flutters through the fray with sticky, searching fingers. They are too young to be good at it, and security officers are quick to intervene. Usually the kids would be sent to the stocks, or the jail at the outpost, but the officers want to see First Friday. They settle for giving the ringleaders a few harsh knocks before letting them go. Small mercies. The tiniest pressure at my waist makes me spin, acting on instinct. I grab at the hand foolish enough to pickpocket me, squeezing tight so the little imp won't be able to run away. But instead of a scrawny kid, I find myself staring up at a smirking face. Keylorn Warren. A fisherman's apprentice, a war orphan, and probably my only real friend. We used to beat each other up as children, but now that we're older, and he's a foot taller than me, I try to avoid scuffles. He has his uses, I suppose. Reaching high shelves, For example, "You're getting faster." He chuckles, shaking off my grip. Or "You're getting slower." He rolls his eyes and snatches the apple out of my hand. "Are we waiting for Jaisa?" he asks, taking a bite of the fruit. "She has a pass for the day." "Working?" "Then let's get moving." "Don't want to miss the show." "And what a tragedy that would be." "TSK, TSK, Mayor," he teases, shaking a finger at me. "This is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a warning, you dumb fool." But he's already walking off with his long strides, forcing me to almost trot to keep up. His gait weaves, off balance. "Sea legs," he calls them, though he's never been to the far-off sea. I guess long hours on his master's fishing boat, even on the river, are bound to have some effect. Like my dad, Keelan's father was sent off to war, but whereas mine returned missing a leg and a lung, Mr. Warren came back in a shoebox. Keelan's mother ran off after that, leaving her young son to fend for himself. He almost starved to death but somehow kept picking fights with me. I fed him so that I wouldn't have to kick around a bag of bones, and now, 10 years later, here he is. At least he's apprenticed and won't face the war. We get to the foot of the hill, where the crowd is thicker, pushing and prodding on all sides. First Friday attendance is mandatory, unless you are, like my sister, an essential laborer. As if embroidering silk is essential. But the Silvers love their silk, don't they? Even the security officers, a few of them anyway, can be bribed with pieces sewn by my sister. Not that I know anything about that. The shadows around us deepen as we climb up the stone stairs, toward the crest of the hill. Keelan takes them 2 at a time, almost leaving me behind, but he stops to wait. He smirks down at me and tosses a lock of faded, tawny hair out of his green eyes. "Sometimes I forget you have the legs of a child." "Better than the brain of one," I snap, giving him a light smack on the cheek as I pass. His laughter follows me up the steps. "You're grouchier than usual." "I just hate these things." "I know," he murmurs, solemn for once. And then we're in the arena, the sun blazing hot overhead. Built 10 years ago, the arena is easily the largest structure in the stilts. It's nothing compared to the colossal ones in the cities, but still, the soaring arches of steel, the thousands of feet of concrete, are enough to make a village girl catch her breath. Security officers are everywhere, their black and silver uniforms standing out in the crowd. This is First Friday, and they can't wait to watch proceedings. They carry long rifles or pistols, though they don't need them. As is customary, the officers are Silvers, and Silvers have nothing to fear from us Reds. Everyone knows that. We are not their equals, though you wouldn't know it from looking at us. The only thing that serves to distinguish us, outwardly at least, is that Silvers stand tall. Our backs are bent by work and unanswered hope and the inevitable disappointment with our lot in life. Inside the open-topped arena is just as hot as out, and Keelan, always on his toes, leads me to some shade. We don't get seats here, just long concrete benches, but the few silver nobles up above enjoy cool, comfortable boxes. There they have drinks, food, ice even in high summer, cushioned chairs, electric lights, and other comforts I'll never enjoy. The Silvers don't bat an eye at any of it, complaining about the wretched conditions. I'll give them a wretched condition, if I ever have the chance. All we get are hard benches and a few screechy video screens almost too bright and too noisy to stand. Bet you a day's wages it's another strong arm today, Keelan says, tossing his apple core toward the arena floor. No bet, I shoot back at him. Many Reds gamble their earnings on the fights, hoping to win a little something to help them get through another week. But not me, not even with Keelan. It's easier to cut the bookie's purse than try to win money from it. You shouldn't waste your money like that. It's not a waste if I'm right. It's always a strong arm beating up on someone. Strong arms usually make up at least one half of the fights, their skills and abilities better suited to the arena than almost any other silver. They seem to revel in it, using their superhuman strength to toss other champions around like rag dolls. What about the other one? I ask, thinking about the range of silvers that could appear. Telkies, swifts, nymphs, greenies, stonerskins, all of them terrible to watch. Not sure. Hopefully something cool. I could use some fun. Keylorn and I don't really see eye to eye on the feats of First Friday. For me, watching two champions rip into each other is not enjoyable, but Keylorn loves it. Let them ruin each other, he says. They are not our people. He doesn't understand what the feats are about. This isn't mindless entertainment, meant to give us some respite from grueling work. This is calculated, cold, a message. Only silvers can fight in the arenas because only a silver can survive the arena. They fight to show us their strength and power. You are no match for us. We are your betters. We are gods. It's written in every superhuman blow the champions land. And they are absolutely right. Last month I watched a swift battle at Telki and, though the swift could move faster than the eye could see, the Telki stopped him cold. With just the power of his mind, he lifted the other fighter right off the ground. The swift started to choke. I think the Telki had some invisible grip on his throat. When the swift's face turned blue, they called the match. Keylorn cheered. He'd bet on the Telki. Ladies and gentlemen, silvers and reds, welcome to First Friday, the feat of August. The announcer's voice echoes around the arena, magnified by the walls. He sounds bored, as usual, and I don't blame him. Once, the feats were not matches at all, but executions. Prisoners and enemies of the state would be transported to Aachen, the capital, and killed in front of a silver crowd. I guess the silvers liked that, and the matches began. Not to kill but to entertain. Then they became the feats and spread out to the other cities, to different arenas and different audiences. Eventually the Reds were granted admission, confined to the cheap seats. It wasn't long until the Silvers built arenas everywhere, even villages like the Stilts, and attendance that was once a gift became a mandatory curse. My brother Shade says it's because arena cities enjoyed a marked reduction in red crime, dissent, even the few acts of rebellion. Now Silvers don't have to use execution or the legions or even security to keep the peace. Two champions can scare us just as easily. Today, the two in question look up to the job. The first to walk out onto the white sand is announced as Cantos Carros, a silver from Harbour Bay in the east. The video screen blares a clear picture of the warrior, and no one needs to tell me this is a strong arm. He has arms like tree trunks, corded and veined and straining against his own skin. When he smiles, I can see all his teeth are gone or broken. Maybe he ran off of his own toothbrush when he was a growing boy. Next to me, Keylorn cheers and the other villagers roar with him. A security officer throws a loaf of bread at the louder ones for their trouble. To my left, another hands a screaming child a bright yellow piece of paper. Lek papers, extra electricity rations. All of it to make us cheer, to make us scream, to force us to watch, even if we don't want to. That's right, let him hear you, the announcer drawls, forcing as much enthusiasm into his voice as he can. And here we have his opponent, straight from the capital, Samson Merendus. The other warrior looks pale and weedy next to the human-shaped hunk of muscle, but his blue steel armor is fine and polished to a high sheen. He's probably the second son of a second son, trying to win renown in the arena. Though he should be scared, he looks strangely calm. His last name sounds familiar, but that's not unusual. Many silvers belong to famous families, called houses, with dozens of members. The governing family of our region, the capital valley, is House Well, though I've never seen Governor Well in my life. He never visits it more than once or twice a year, and even then, he never stoops to entering a red village like mine. I saw his riverboat once, a sleek thing with green and gold flags. He's a greenie, and when he passed, the trees on the bank burst into blossom and flowers popped out of the ground. I thought it was beautiful, until one of the older boys threw rocks at his boat. The stones fell harmlessly into the river. They put the boy in the stocks anyway. It'll be the strong arm for sure. Keylorn frowns at the small champion. How do you know? What's Samson's power? Who cares, he's still going to lose, I scoff, settling in to watch. The usual call rings out over the arena. Many rise to their feet, eager to watch, but I stay seated in silent protest. As calm as I might look, anger boils in my skin. Anger, and jealousy. We are gods, echoes in my head. Champions, set your feet. They do, digging in their heels on opposite sides of the arena. Guns aren't allowed in arena fights, so Kentos draws a short, wide sword. I doubt he'll need it. Samson produces no weapon, his fingers merely twitching by his side. A low, humming electric tone runs through the arena. I hate this part. The sound vibrates in my teeth, in my bones, pulsing until I think something might shatter. It ends abruptly with a chirping chime. It begins. I exhale. It looks like a bloodbath right away. Kentos barrels forward like a bull, kicking up sand in his wake. Samson tries to dodge Kentos, using his shoulder to slide around the silver, but the strong arm is quick. He gets hold of Samson's leg and tosses him across the arena like he's made of feathers. The subsequent cheers cover Samson's roar of pain as he collides with the cement wall, but it's written on his face. Before he can hope to stand, Kentos is over him, heaving him skyward. He hits the sand in a heap of what can only be broken bones but somehow rises to his feet again. Is he a punching bag? Keylorn laughs. Let him have it, Kentos. Keylorn doesn't care about an extra loaf of bread or a few more minutes of electricity. That's not why he cheers. He honestly wants to see blood, silver /wood, stain the arena. It doesn't matter that the blood is everything we aren't, everything we can't be, everything we want. He just needs to see it and trick himself into thinking they are truly human, that they can be hurt and defeated. But I know better. Their blood is a threat, a warning, a promise. We are not the same and never will be. He's not disappointed. Even the box seats can see the metallic, iridescent liquid dripping from Samson's mouth. It reflects the summer sun like a watery mirror, painting a river down his neck and into his armor. This is the true division between silvers and reds, the color of our blood. This simple difference somehow makes them stronger, smarter, better than us. Samson spits, sending a sunburst of silver blood across the arena. 10 yards away, Kentos tightens his grip on his sword, ready to incapacitate Samson and end this. Poor fool, I mutter. It seems Keylorn is right. Nothing but a punching bag. Kentos pounds through the sand, sword held high, eyes on fire. And then he freezes mid-step, his armor clanking with the sudden stop. From the middle of the arena, the bleeding warrior points at Kentos, with a stare to break bone. Samson flicks his fingers and Kentos walks, perfectly in time with Samson's movements. His mouth falls open, like he's gone slow or stupid. Like his mind is gone. I can't believe my eyes. A deathly quiet falls over the arena as we watch, not understanding the scene below us. Even Keylorn has nothing to say. A whisper, I breathe aloud. Never before have I seen one in the arena, I doubt anyone has. Whispers are rare, dangerous, and powerful, even among the silvers, even in the capital. The rumors about them vary, but it boils down to something simple and chilling: they can enter your head, read your thoughts, and control your mind. And this is exactly what Samson is doing, having whispered his way past Kantos's armor and muscle, into his very brain, where there are no defenses. Kantos raises his sword, hands trembling. He's trying to fight Samson's power. But strong as he is, there's no fighting the enemy in his mind. Another twist of Samson's hand and silver blood splashes across the sand as Kantos plunges his sword straight through his armor, into the flesh of his own stomach. Even up in the seats, I can hear the sickening squelch of metal cutting through meat. As the blood gushes from Kantos, gasps echo across the arena. We've never seen so much blood here before. Blue lights flash to life, bathing the arena floor in a ghostly glow, signaling the end of the match. Silver healers run across the sand, rushing to the fallen Kantos. Silvers aren't supposed to die here. Silvers are supposed to fight bravely, to flaunt their skills, to put on a good show, but not die. After all, they aren't Reds. Officers move faster than I've ever seen before. A few are Swifts, rushing to and fro in a blur as they herd us out. They don't want us around if Kantos dies on the sand. Meanwhile, Samson strides from the arena like a titan. His gaze falls on Kantos's body, and I expect him to look apologetic. Instead, his face is blank, emotionless, and so cold. The match was nothing to him. We are nothing to him. In school, we learned about the world before ours, about the angels and gods that lived in the sky, ruling the earth with kind and loving hands. Some say those are just stories, but I don't believe that. The gods rule us still. They have come down from the stars. And they are no longer kind. To our house is small, even by Stilt's standards, but at least we have a view. Before his injury, during one of his army leaves, Dad built the house high so we could see across the river. Even through the haze of summer you can see the cleared pockets of land that were once forest, now logged into oblivion. They look like a disease, but to the north and west, the untouched hills are a calm reminder. There is so much more out there. Beyond us, beyond the Silvers, beyond everything I know. I climb the ladder up to the house, over worn wood shaped to the hands that ascend and descend every day. From this height I can see a few boats heading upriver, proudly flying their bright flags. Silvers. They are the only ones rich enough to use private transportation. While they enjoy wheeled transports, pleasure boats, even high-flying airjays, we get nothing more than our own 2 feet, or a push cycle if we're lucky. The boats must be heading to Summerton, the small city that springs to life around the king's summer residence. Jaisa was there today, aiding the seamstress she is apprenticed to. They often go to the market there when the king visits, to sell her wares to the silver merchants and nobles who follow the royals like ducklings. The palace itself is known as the Hall of the Sun, and it's supposed to be a marvel, but I've never seen it. I don't know why the royals have a second house, especially since the capital palace is so fine and beautiful. But like all Silvers, they don't act out of need. They are driven by want. And what they want, they get. Before I open the door to the usual chaos, I pat the flag fluttering from the porch. 3 red stars on yellowed fabric, 1 for each brother, and room for more. Room for me. Most houses have flags like this, some with black stripes instead of stars in quiet reminder of dead children. Inside, Mom sweats over the stove, stirring a pot of stew while my father glares at it from his wheelchair. Jaisa embroiders at the table, making something beautiful and exquisite and entirely beyond my comprehension. I'm home, I say to no one in particular. Dad answers with a wave, Mom a nod, and Jaisa doesn't look up from her scrap of silk. I drop my pouch of stolen goods next to her, letting the coins jingle as much as they can. I think I've got enough to get a proper cake for Dad's birthday. And more batteries, enough to last the month. Jaisa eyes the pouch, frowning with distaste. She's only 14 but sharp for her age. One day people are going to come and take everything you have. Jealousy doesn't become you, Jaisa, I scold, patting her on the head. Her hands fly up to her perfect, glossy red hair, brushing it back into her meticulous bun. I've always wanted her hair, though I'd never tell her that. Where hers is like fire, my hair is what we call river brown. Dark at the root, pale at the ends, as the color leaches from our hair with the stress of Stilt's life. Most keep their hair short to hide their grey ends, but I don't. I like the reminder that even my hair knows life shouldn't be this way. I'm not jealous, she huffs, returning to her work. She stitches flowers made of fire, each one a beautiful flame of thread against oily black silk. That's beautiful, G. I let my hand trace one of the flowers, marveling at the silky feel of it. She glances up and smiles softly, showing even teeth. As much as we fight, she knows she's my little star. And everyone knows I'm the jealous one, Jaisa. I can't do anything but steal from people who can actually do things. Once she finishes her apprenticeship, she'll be able to open her own shop. Silvers will come from all around to pay her for handkerchiefs and flags and clothing. Jaisa will achieve what few Reds do and live well. She'll provide for our parents and give me and my brothers menial jobs to get us out of the war. Jaisa is going to save us one day, with nothing more than needle and thread. Night and day, my girl's mom mutters, running a finger through grayed hair. She doesn't mean it as an insult but a prickly truth. Jaisa is skilled, pretty, and sweet. I'm a bit rougher, as Mom kindly puts it. The dark to Jaisa's light. I suppose the only common things between us are the shared earrings, the memory of our brothers. Dad wheezes from his corner and hammers his chest with a fist. This is common, since he has only one real lung. Luckily the skill of a Red medic saved him, replacing the collapsed lung with a device that could breathe for him. It wasn't a Silver invention, as they have no need for such things. They have the healers. But healers don't waste their time saving the Reds, or even working on the front lines keeping soldiers alive. Most of them remain in the cities, prolonging the lives of ancient Silvers, mending livers destroyed by alcohol and the like. So we are forced to indulge in an underground market of technology and inventions to help better ourselves. Some are foolish, most don't work, but a bit of clicking metal saved my dad's life. I can always hear it ticking away, a tiny pulse to keep Dad breathing. I don't want cake, he grumbles. I don't miss his glance toward his growing belly. Well, tell me what you do want, Dad. A new watch or mare, I do not consider something you stole off someone's wrist to be new. Before another war can brew in the Barrow house, Mom pulls the stew off the stove. Dinner is served. She brings it to the table, and the fumes wash over me. It smells great, Mom, Jaisa lies. Dad is not so tactful and grimaces at the meal. Not wanting to be shown up, I force down some stew. It's not as bad as usual, to my pleasant surprise. You used that pepper I brought you. Instead of nodding and smiling and thanking me for noticing, she flushes and doesn't answer. She knows I stole it, just like all my gifts. Jaisa rolls her eyes over her soup, sensing where this is going. You'd think by now I'd be used to it, but their disapproval wears on me. Sighing, Mom lowers her face into her hands. Mare, you know I appreciate, I just wish I finish for her. That I was like Jaisa. Mom shakes her head. Another lie? No, of course not. That's not what I meant. Right. I'm sure they can sense my bitterness on the other side of the village. I try my best to keep my voice from breaking. It's the only way I can help out before I go away. Mentioning the war is a quick way to silence my house. Even Dad's wheezing stops. Mom turns her head, her cheeks flushing red with anger. Under the table, Jaisa's hand closes around mine. I know you're doing everything you can, for the right reasons, Mom whispers. It takes a lot for her to say this, but it comforts me all the same. I keep my mouth shut and force a nod. Then Jaisa jumps in her seat, like she's been shocked. Oh, I almost forgot. I stopped at the post on the way back from Somerton. There was a letter from Shade. It's like setting off a bomb. Mom and Dad scramble, reaching for the dirty envelope Jaisa pulls out of her jacket. I let them pass it over, examining the paper. Neither can read, so they glean whatever they can from the paper itself. Dad sniffs the letter, trying to place the scent. Pine. Not smoke. That's good. He's away from the choke. We all breathe a sigh of relief at that. The choke is the bombed-out strip of land connecting Nauta to the Lakelands, where most of the war is fought. Soldiers spend the majority of their time there, ducking in trenches doomed to explode or making daring pushes that end in a massacre. The rest of the border is mainly lake, though in the far north it becomes tundra, too cold and barren to fight over. Dad was injured at the choke years ago, when a bomb dropped on his unit. Now the choke is so destroyed by decades of battle, the smoke of explosions is a constant fog and nothing can grow there. It's dead and grey, like the future of the war. He finally passes the letter over for me to read, and I open it with great anticipation, both eager and afraid to see what Shade has to say. Dear family, I am alive. Obviously. That gets a chuckle out of Dad and me, and even a smile from Jaisa. Mom is not as amused, even though Shade starts every letter like this. We've been called away from the front, as Dad the Bloodhound has probably guessed. It's nice, getting back to the main camps. It's red as the dawn up here, you barely even see the silver officers. And without the choke smoke, you can actually see the sun rise stronger every day. But I won't be in for long. Command plans to repurpose the unit for lake combat, and we've been assigned to one of the new warships. I met a medic detached from her unit who said she knew Trammy and that he's fine. Took a bit of shrapnel retreating from the choke, but he recovered nicely. No infection, no permanent damage. Mom sighs aloud, shaking her head. No permanent damage, she scoffs. Still nothing about Bree, but I'm not worried. He's the best of us, and he's coming up on his 5-year leave. He'll be home soon, Mom, so stop your worrying. Nothing else to report, at least that I can write in a letter. Jaisa, don't be too much of a show-off even though you deserve to be. Mare, don't be such a brat all the time, and stop beating up that Warren boy. Dad, I'm proud of you. Always. Love all of you. Your favorite son and brother, Shade. Like always, Shade's words pierce through us. I can almost hear his voice if I try hard enough. Then the lights above us suddenly start to whine. Did no one put in the ration papers I got yesterday? I ask before the lights flicker off, plunging us into darkness. As my eyes adjust, I can just see Mom shaking her head. Jaisa groans. Can we not do this again? Her chair scrapes as she stands up. I'm going to bed. Try not to yell. But we don't yell. Seems to be the way of my world, too tired to fight. Mom and Dad retreat to their bedroom, leaving me alone at the table. Normally I'd slip out, but I can't find the will to do much more than go to sleep. I climb up yet another ladder to the loft, where Jaisa is already snoring. She can sleep like no other, dropping off in a minute or so, while it can sometimes take me hours. I settle into my cot, content to simply lie there and hold Shade's letter. Like Dad said, it smells strongly of pine. The river sounds nice tonight, tripping over stones in the bank as it lulls me to sleep. Even the old fridge, a rusty battery-run machine that usually whines so hard it hurts my head, doesn't trouble me tonight. But then a bird call interrupts my descent into sleep. Keelorn. No. Go away. Another call, louder this time. Jisa stirs a little, rolling over into her pillow. Grumbling to myself, hating Keelorn, I roll out of my cot and slide down the ladder. Anyone else would have tripped over the clutter in the main room, but I have great footing thanks to years of running from officers. I'm down the stilt ladder in a second, landing ankle deep in the mud. Keelorn is waiting, appearing out of the shadows beneath the house. I hope you like black eyes because I have no problem giving you one for this. The sight of his face stops me short. He's been crying. Keelorn does not cry. His knuckles are bleeding too, and I bet there's a wall hurting just as hard somewhere nearby. In spite of myself, in spite of the late hour, I can't help but feel concerned, even scared for him. What is it? What's wrong? Without thinking, I take his hand in mine, feeling the blood beneath my fingers. What happened? He takes a moment to respond, working himself up. Now I'm terrified. My master, he fell. He died. I'm not an apprentice anymore. I try to hold in a gasp, but it echoes anyway, taunting us. Even though he doesn't have to, even though I know what he's trying to say, he continues. I hadn't even finished training and now he trips over his words. I'm 18. The other fishermen have apprentices. I'm not working. I can't get work. The next words are like a knife in my heart. Keelorn draws a ragged breath, and somehow I wish I wouldn't have to hear him. They are going to send me to the war. 3. It's been going on for the better part of the last 100 years. I don't think it should even be called a war anymore, but there isn't a word for this higher form of destruction. In school they told us it started overland. The lakelands are flat and fertile, bordered by immense lakes full of fish. Not like the rocky, forested hills of Norta, where the farmlands can barely feed us. Even the Silvers felt the strain, so the king declared war, plunging us into a conflict neither side could really win. The Lakelander king, another Silver, responded in kind, with the full support of his own nobility. They wanted our rivers, to get access to a sea that wasn't frozen half the year, and the water mills dotting our rivers. The mills are what make our country strong, providing enough electricity so that even the Reds can have some. I've heard rumours of cities farther south, near the capital, Ashen, where greatly skilled Reds build machines beyond my comprehension. For transport on land, water, and sky, or weapons to rain destruction wherever the Silvers might need. Our teacher proudly told us Norta was the light of the world, a nation made great by our technology and power. All the rest, like the Lakelands or Piedmont to the south, live in darkness. We were lucky to be born here. Lucky. The word makes me want to scream. But despite our electricity, the Lakelander food, our weapons, their numbers, neither side has much advantage over the other. Both have Silver officers and Red soldiers, fighting with abilities and guns and the shield of 1,000 Red bodies. A war that was supposed to end less than a century ago still drags on. I always found it funny that we fought over food and water. Even the high and mighty Silvers need to eat. But it isn't funny now, not when Keelorn is going to be the next person I say goodbye to. I wonder if he'll give me an earring so I can remember him when the polished legionnaire takes him away. 1 week, Mayor. 1 week and I'm gone. His voice cracks, though he coughs to try to cover it up. I can't do this. They won't take me. But I can see the fight going out of his eyes. There must be something we can do, I blurt out. There's nothing anyone can do. No one has escaped conscription and lived. He doesn't need to tell me that. Every year, someone tries to run. And every year, they are dragged back to the town square and hanged. No. We'll find a way. Even now, he finds the strength to smirk at me. The heat in my cheeks surges faster than any flame. I'm doomed for conscription same as you, but they are not going to get me either. So we run. The army has always been my fate, my punishment, I know that. But not his. It's already taken too much from him. There's nowhere we can go, he sputters, but at least he's arguing. At least he's not giving up. We'd never survive the North in winter, the East is the sea, the West is more war, the South is radiated to all hell, and everywhere in between is crawling with silvers and security. The words pour out of me like a river. So is the village. Crawling with silvers and security. And we manage to steal right under their noses and escape with our heads. My mind races, trying my hardest to find something, anything, that might be of use. And then it hits me like a bolt of lightning. The black market trade, the one we help keep running, smuggles everything from grain to light bulbs. Who's to say they can't smuggle people? His mouth opens, about to spout 1,000 reasons why this won't work. But then he smiles. And nods. I don't like getting involved with other people's business. I don't have time for it. And yet here I am, listening to myself say 4 dooming words. Leave everything to me. The things we can't sell to the usual shop owners we have to take to Will Whistle. He's old, too feeble to work the lumber yards, so he sweeps the streets by day. At night, he sells everything you could want out of his mouldy wagon, from heavily restricted coffee to exotics from Aachen. I was 9 with a fistful of stolen buttons when I took my chances with Will. He paid me 3 copper pennies for them, no questions asked. Now I'm his best customer and probably the reason he manages to stay afloat in such a small place. On a good day I might even call him a friend. It was years before I discovered Will was part of a much larger operation. Some call it the underground, others the black market, but all I care about is what they can do. They have fences, people like Will, everywhere. Even in Aachen, as impossible as that sounds. They transport illegal goods all over the country. And now I'm betting that they might make an exception and transport a person instead. Absolutely not. In 8 years, Will has never said no to me. Now the wrinkled old fool is practically slamming shut the doors of his wagon in my face. I'm happy Keylorn stayed behind, so he doesn't have to see me fail him. Will, please. I know you can do it, he shakes head, white beard waggling. Even if I could, I am a tradesman. The people I work with aren't the type to spend their time and effort shuttling another runner from place to place. It's not our business. I can feel my only hope, Keylorn's only hope, slipping right through my fingers. Will must see the desperation in my eyes because he softens, leaning against the wagon door. He heaves a sigh and glances backward, into the darkness of the wagon. After a moment, he turns back around and gestures, beckoning me inside. I follow gladly. Thank you, Will, I babble. You don't know what this means to me. Sit down and be quiet, girl, a high voice says. Out of the shadows of the wagon, hardly visible in the dim light of Will's single blue candle, a woman rises to her feet. Girl, I should say, since she barely looks older than me. But she's much taller, with the air of an old warrior. The gun at her hip, tucked into a red sash belt stamped with suns, is certainly not authorized. She's too blonde and fair to be from the stilts, and judging by the light sweat on her face, she's not used to the heat or humidity. She's a foreigner, an outlander, and an outlaw at that. Just the person I want to see. She waves me to the bench cut into the wagon wall, and she sits down again only when I have. Will follows closely behind and all but collapses into a worn chair, his eyes flitting between the girl and me. Mayor Barrow, meet Farley, he murmurs, and she tightens her jaw. Her gaze lands on my face. You wish to transport cargo. Myself and a boy, but she holds up a large, calloused hand, cutting me off. Cargo, she says again, eyes full of meaning. My heart leaps in my chest. This Farley girl might be of the helping kind. And what is the destination? I rack my brain, trying to think of somewhere safe. The old classroom map swims before my eyes, outlining the coast and the rivers, marking cities and villages and everything in between. From Harbour Bay west to the lakelands, the northern tundra to the radiated wastes of the ruins and the wash, it's all dangerous land for us. Somewhere safe from the Silvers. That's all. Farley blinks at me, her expression unchanging. Safety has a price, girl, everything has a price, girl, I fire back, matching her tone. No one knows that more than me. A long beat of silence stretches through the wagon. I can feel the night wasting away, taking precious minutes from Keelorn. Farley must sense my unease and impatience, but makes no hurry to speak. After what seems like an eternity, her mouth finally opens. The Scarlet Guard accepts, Mayor Barrow. It takes all the restraint I have to keep from jumping out of my seat with joy. But something tugs at me, keeping a smile from crossing my face. Payment is expected in full, to the equivalent of 1,000 crowns, Farley continues. That almost knocks the air from my lungs. Even Will looks surprised, his fluffy white eyebrows disappearing into his hairline. 1,000? I manage to choke out. No one deals in that amount of money, not in the stilts. That could feed my family for a year. Many years. But Farley isn't finished. I get the sense that she enjoys this. This can be paid in paper notes, Tetrarch coins, or the bartering equivalent. Per item, of course, live 1,000 crowns. A fortune. Our freedom is worth a fortune. Your cargo will be moved the day after tomorrow. You must pay then. I can barely breathe. Less than 2 days to accumulate more money than I have stolen in my entire life. There is no way. She doesn't even give me time to protest. Do you accept the terms? I need more time. She shakes her head and leans forward. I smell gunpowder on her. You accept the terms. It is impossible. It is foolish. It is our best chance. I accept the terms. The next moments pass in a blur as I trudge home through the muddy shadows. My mind is on fire, trying to figure out a way to get my hands on anything worth even close to Farley's price. There's nothing in the stilts, that's for sure. Keelorn is still waiting in the darkness, looking like a little lost boy. I suppose he is. Bad news, he says, trying to keep his voice even, but it trembles anyway. The underground can get us out of here. For his sake, I keep myself calm as I explain. 2,000 crowns might as well be the king's throne, but I make it seem like nothing. If anyone can do it, we can. We can. Mayor. His voice is cold, colder than winter, but the hollow look in his eyes is worse. It's over. We're lost. But if we just... He grabs my shoulders, holding me at an arm's length in his firm grip. It doesn't hurt, but it shocks me all the same. Don't do this to me, Mayor. Don't make believe there's a way out of this. Don't give me hope. He's right. It's cruel to give hope where none should be. It only turns into disappointment, resentment, rage, all the things that make this life more difficult than it already is. Just let me accept it. Maybe then I can actually get my head in order, get myself trained properly, give myself a fighting chance out there. My hands find his wrists and I hold on tight. You talk like you're already dead. Maybe I am. My brothers, your father made sure they knew what they were doing long before they went away. And it helps that they are all the size of a house. He forces a smirk, trying to get me to laugh. It doesn't work. I'm a good swimmer and sailor. They'll need me on the lakes. It's only when he wraps his arms around me, hugging me, that I realize I'm shaking. Keelorn, I mumble into his chest. But the next words won't come. It should be me. But my time is fast approaching. I can only hope Keelorn survives long enough for me to see him again, in the barracks or in a trench. Maybe then I'll find the right words to say. Maybe then I'll understand how I feel. Thank you, Mayor. For everything. He pulls back, letting go of me far too quickly. If you save up, you'll have enough by the time the Legion comes for you. For him, I nod. But I have no plans of letting him fight and die alone. By the time I settle down into my cot, I know I will not sleep tonight. There must be something I can do, and even if it takes all night, I'm going to figure it out. Jaisa coughs in her sleep, and it's a courteous, tiny sound. Even unconscious, she manages to be ladylike. No wonder she fits in so well with the Silvers. She's everything they like in a red, quiet, content, and unassuming. It's a good thing she's the one who has to deal with them, helping the superhuman fools pick out silk and fine fabrics for clothes they'll wear just once. She says you get used to it, to the amount of money they spend on such trivial things. And at Grand Garden, the marketplace in Somerton, the money increases tenfold. Together with her mistress, Jaisa sews lace, silk, fur, even gemstones to create wearable art for the Silver elite who seem to follow the royals everywhere. The parade, she calls them, an endless march of preening peacocks, each one more proud and ridiculous than the next. All silver, all silly, and all status-obsessed. I hate them even more than usual tonight. The stockings they lose would probably be enough to save me, Keelorn, and half the stilts from conscription. For the second time tonight, lightning strikes. Jaisa. Wake up. I do not whisper. The girl sleeps like the dead. Jaisa. She shifts and groans into her pillow. Sometimes I want to kill you, she grumbles. How sweet. Now wake up. Her eyes are still closed when I pounce, landing on her like a giant cat. Before she can start yelling and whining and get my mother involved, I clamp a hand on her mouth. Just listen to me, that's all. Don't talk, just listen. She huffs against my hand but nods all the same. Keelorn her skin flushes bright red at the mention of him. She even giggles, something she never does. But I don't have time for her schoolgirl crush, not now. Stop that, Jaisa. I take a shaky breath. Keelorn is going to be conscripted. And then her laughter is gone. Conscription isn't a joke, not to us. I've found a way to get him out of here, to save him from the war, but I need your help to do it. It hurts to say it, but somehow the words pass my lips. I need you, Jaisa. Will you help me? She doesn't hesitate to answer, and I feel a great swell of love for my sister. It's a good thing I'm short, or else Jaisa's extra uniform would never fit. It's thick and dark, not at all suited to the summer sun, with buttons and zippers that seem to cook in the heat. The pack on my back shifts, almost taking me over with the weight of cloth and sewing instruments. Jaisa has her own pack and constricting uniform, but they don't seem to bother her at all. She's used to hard work and a hard life. We sail most of the distance upriver, squashed between bushels of wheat on the barge of a benevolent farmer Jaisa befriended years ago. People trust her around here, like they can never trust me. The farmer lets us off with a mile still to go, near the winding trail of merchants heading for Somerton. Now we shuffle with them, toward what Jaisa calls the garden door, though there are no gardens to be seen. It's actually a gate made of sparkling glass that blinds us before we even get a chance to step inside. The rest of the wall looks to be made of the same thing, But I can't believe the Silver King would be stupid enough to hide behind glass walls. It isn't glass, Jaisa tells me. Or at least, not entirely. The Silvers discovered a way to heat diamond and mix it with other materials. It's totally impregnable. Not even a bomb could get through that. Diamond walls. That seems necessary. Keep your head down. Let me do the talking, she whispers. I stay on her heels, my eyes on the road as it fades from cracked black asphalt to paved white stone. It's so smooth I almost slip, but Jaisa grabs my arm, keeping me steady. Keelorn wouldn't have a problem walking on this, not with his sea legs. But then Keelorn wouldn't be here at all. He's already given up. I will not. As we get closer to the gates, I squint through the glare to see to the other side. Though Summerton only exists for the season, abandoned before the first frost fall, it's the biggest city I've ever seen. There are bustling streets, shops, cantina bars, houses, and courtyards, all of them pointed toward a shimmering monstrosity of diamond glass and marble. And now I know where it got its name. The Hall of the Sun shines like a star, reaching 100 feet into the air in a twisting mass of spires and bridges. Parts of it darken seemingly at will, to give the occupants privacy. Can't have the peasants looking at the king and his court. It's breathtaking, intimidating, magnificent, and this is just the summer house. Name's a gruff voice barks, and Jaisa stops short. Jaisa Barrow. This is my sister, Mayor Barrow. She's helping me bring some wares in for my mistress. She doesn't flinch, keeping her voice even, almost bored. The security officer nods at me and I shift my pack, making a show of it. Jaisa hands over our identification cards, both of them torn, dirty things ready to fall apart, but they suffice. The man examining us must know my sister because he barely glances at her ID. Mine he scrutinizes, looking between my face and my picture for a good minute. I wonder if he's a whisper too and can read my mind. That would put an end to this little excursion very quickly and probably earn me a cable noose around my neck. Wrists, he sighs, already bored with us. For a moment, I am puzzled, but Jaisa sticks out her right hand without a thought. I follow the gesture, pointing my arm at the officer. He slaps a pair of red bands around our wrists. The circles shrink until they are tight as shackles. There's no removing these things on our own. Move along, the officer says, gesturing with a lazy wave of the hand. 2 young girls are not a threat in his eyes. Jaisa nods in thanks, but I don't. This man doesn't deserve an ounce of appreciation from me. The gates yawn open around us and we march forward. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, drowning out the sounds of Grand Garden as we enter a different world. It's a market like I've never seen, dotted with flowers and trees and fountains. The Reds are few and fast, running errands and selling their own wares, all marked by their red bands. Though the Silvers wear no band, they are easy to spot. They drip with gems and precious metals, a fortune on every one of them. One slip of a hook and I can go home with everything I'll ever need. All are tall and beautiful and cold, moving with a slow grace no Red can claim. We simply don't have the time to move that way. Jaisa guides me past a bakery with cakes dusted in gold, a grocer displaying brightly colored fruits I've never seen before, and even a menagerie full of wild animals beyond my comprehension. A little girl, silver judging by her clothes, feeds tiny bits of apple to a spotted, horse-like creature with an impossibly long neck. A few streets over, a jewelry store sparkles in every color of the rainbow. I make note of it, but keeping my head straight here is difficult. The air seems to pulse, vibrant with life. Just when I think there could be nothing more fantastic than this place, I look closer at the Silvers and remember exactly who they are. The little girl is a Telki, levitating the apple 10 feet into the air to feed the long-necked beast. A florist runs his hands through a pot of white flowers and they explode into growth, curling around his elbows. He's a greenie, a manipulator of plants and the earth. A pair of nymphs sits by the fountain, lazily entertaining children with floating orbs of water. One of them has orange hair and hateful eyes, even while kids mill around him. All over the square, every type of silver goes about their extraordinary lives. There are so many, each one grand and wonderful and powerful and so far removed from the world I know. This is how the other half lives, Jaisa murmurs, sensing my awe. It's enough to make you sick. Guilt ripples through me. I've always been jealous of Jaisa, her talent and all the privileges it affords her, but I've never thought of the cost. She didn't spend much time in school and has few friends in the stilts. If she saw a real normal, she would have many. She would smile. Instead, the 14-year-old girl soldiers through with needle and thread, putting the future of her family on her back, living neck-deep in a world she hates. Thank you, G, I whisper into her ear. She knows I don't just mean for today. Sal's shop is there, with the blue awning. She points down a side street, to a tiny stall sandwiched between a pair of cafes. I'll be inside, if you need me. I won't, I answer quickly. Even if things go wrong, I won't get you involved. Good. Then she grabs my hand, squeezing tight for a second. Be careful. It's crowded today, more than usual. More places to hide, I tell her with a smirk. But her voice is grave. More officers too. We continue walking, every step bringing us closer to the exact moment she'll leave me alone in this strange place. A thrum of panic goes through me as Jaisa gently lifts the pack from my shoulders. We've reached her shop. To calm myself, I ramble under my breath. Speak to no one, don't make eye contact. Keep moving. I leave the way I came, through the garden door. The officer removes my band and I keep walking. She nods as I speak, her eyes wide, wary and perhaps even hopeful. It's 10 miles to home. 10 miles to home, she echoes. Wishing for all the world I could go with her, I watch Jaisa disappear beneath the blue awning. She's gotten me this far. Now it's my turn. For I've done this 1,000 times before, watching the crowd like a wolf does a flock of sheep. Looking for the weak, the slow, the foolish. Only now, I am very much the prey. I might choose a swift who'll catch me in half a heartbeat, or worse, a whisper who could probably sense me coming a mile away. Even the little Telki girl can best me if things go south. So I will have to be faster than ever, smarter than ever, and worst of all, luckier than ever. It's maddening. Fortunately, no one pays attention to another red servant, another insect wandering past the feet of gods. I head back to the square, arms hanging limp but ready at my sides. Normally this is my dance, walking through the most congested parts of a crowd, letting my hands catch purses and pockets like spider webs catching flies. I'm not stupid enough to try that here. Instead, I follow the crowd around the square. Now I'm not blinded by my fantastic surroundings but looking beyond them, to the cracks in the stone and the black uniformed security officers in every shadow. The impossible silver world comes into sharper focus. Silvers barely look at each other, and they never smile. The Telki girl looks bored feeding her strange beast, and merchants don't even haggle. Only the reds look alive, darting around the slow-moving men and women of a better life. Despite the heat, the sun, the bright banners, I have never seen a place so cold. What concern me most are the black video cameras hidden in the canopy or alleyways. There are only a few at home, at the security outpost or in the arena, but they are all over the market. I can just hear them humming in firm reminder, someone else is watching here. The tide of the crowd takes me down the main avenue, past taverns and cafes. Silvers sit at an open-air bar, watching the crowd pass as they enjoy their morning drinks. Some watch video screens set into walls or hanging from archways. Each one plays something different, ranging from old arena matches to news to brightly colored programs I don't understand, all blending together in my head. The high whine of the screens, the distant sound of static, buzzes in my ears. How they can stand it, I don't know. But the Silvers don't even blink at the videos, almost ignoring them entirely. The hall itself casts a glimmering shadow over me, and I find myself staring in stupid awe again. But then a droning noise snaps me out of it. At first it sounds like the arena tone, the one used to start a feat, but this one is different. Low and heavier somehow. Without a thought, I turn to the noise. In the bar next to me, all the video screens flicker to the same broadcast. Not a royal address but a news report. Even the Silvers stop to watch in rapt silence. When the drone ends, the report begins. A fluffy blonde woman, Silver no doubt, appears on the screen. She reads from a piece of paper and looks frightened. Silvers of Nauta, we apologize for the interruption. 13 minutes ago there was a terrorist attack in the capital. The Silvers around me gasp, bursting into fearful murmurs. I can only blink in disbelief. Terrorist attack? On the Silvers? Is that even possible? This was an organized bombing of government buildings in West Arshan. According to reports, the Royal Court, the Treasury Hall, and Whitefire Palace have been damaged, but the court and the Treasury were not in session this morning. The image changes from the woman to footage of a burning building. Security officers evacuate the people inside while nymphs blast water onto the flames. Healers, marked by a black and red cross on their arms, run to and fro among them. The royal family was not in residence at Whitefire, and there are no reported casualties at this time. King Tiberius is expected to address the nation within the hour. A Silver next to me clenches his fist and pounds on the bar, sending spider cracks through the solid rock top. A strong arm. It's the Lakelanders. They are losing up north, so they are coming down south to scare us. A few jeer with him, cursing the Lakelands. We should wipe them out, push all the way through to Prairie, another Silver echoes. Many cheer in agreement. It takes all my strength not to snap at these cowards who will never see the front lines or send their children to fight. Their Silver war is being paid for in red blood. As more and more footage rolls, showing the marble facade of the courthouse explode into dust or a diamond glass wall withstanding a fireball, part of me feels happy. The Silvers are not invincible. They have enemies who can hurt them, and for once, they aren't hiding behind a red shield. The newscaster returns, paler than ever. Someone whispers to her off-screen and she shuffles through her notes, her hands shaking. It seems that an organization has taken responsibility for the Arshan bombing, she says, stumbling a bit. The shouting men quiet quickly, eager to hear the words on screen. A terrorist group calling themselves the Scarlet Guard released this video moments ago. The Scarlet Guard? Who the hell? Some kind of trick, and other confused questions rise around the bar. No one has heard of the Scarlet Guard before. But I have. That's what Farley called herself. Her and Will. But they are smugglers, both of them, not terrorists or bombers or whatever else the broadcast might say. It's a coincidence, it can't be them. On screen, I am greeted by a terrible sight. A woman stands in front of a shaky camera, a scarlet bandana tied around her face so only her golden hair and keen blue eyes shine out. She holds a gun in one hand, a tattered red flag in another. And on her chest, there's a bronze badge in the shape of a torn-apart sun. We are the Scarlet Guard and we stand for the freedom and equality of all people, the woman says. I recognize her voice. Farley. Starting with the Reds. I don't need to be a genius to know that a bar full of angry, violent Silvers is the last place a red girl wants to be. But I can't move. I can't tear my eyes away from Farley's face. You believe you are the masters of the world, but your reign as kings and gods is at an end. Until you recognize us as human, as equal, the fight will be at your door. Not on a battlefield but in your cities. In your streets. In your homes. You don't see us, and so we are everywhere. Her voice hums with authority and poise. And we will rise up, red as the dawn. Red as the dawn. The footage ends, cutting back to the slack-jawed blonde. Roars drown out the rest of the broadcast as Silvers around the bar find their voices. They scream about Farley, calling her terrorist, a murderer, a red devil. Before their eyes can fall on me, I back out into the street. But all down the avenue, from the square to the hall, Silvers boil out from every bar and cafe. I try to rip off the red band around my wrist, but the stupid thing holds firm. Other reds disappear into alleys and doorways, trying to flee, and I'm smart enough to follow. By the time I find an alleyway, the screaming starts. Against every instinct, I look over my shoulder to see a red man being held up by the neck. He pleads with his silver assailant, begging. Please, I don't know who the hell those people are. What is the Scarlet Guard? The silver yells into his face. I recognize him as one of the nymphs who was playing with children not half an hour ago. Who are they? Before the red can answer, a spray of water pounds against him, stronger than falling hammers. The nymph raises a hand and the water rises up, splashing him again. Silvers surround the scene, jeering with glee, cheering him on. The red sputters and gasps, trying to catch his breath. He proclaims his innocence with every spare second, but the water keeps coming. The nymph, wide-eyed with hate, shows no signs of stopping. He pulls water from the fountains, from every glass, raining it down again and again. The nymph is drowning him. The blue awning is my beacon, guiding me through the panicked streets as I dodge reds and silvers alike. Usually chaos is my best friend, making my work as a thief that much easier. No one notices a missing coin purse when they are running from a mob. But Keelorn and 2,000 crowns are no longer my top priority. I can only think about getting to Jysa and getting out of the city that will certainly become a prison. If they close the gates. I don't want to think about being stuck here, trapped behind glass with freedom just out of reach. Officers run back and forth in the street, they don't know what to do or who to protect. A few round up reds, forcing them to their knees. They shiver and beg, repeating over and over that they don't know anything. I'm willing to bet I'm the only one in the entire city who had even heard of the Scarlet Guard before today. That sends a new stab of fear through me. If I'm captured, if I tell them what little I know, what will they do to my family? To Keelorn? To the stilts? They cannot catch me. Using the stalls to hide, I run as fast as I can. The main street is a war zone, but I keep my eyes forward, on the blue awning beyond the square. I pass the jewelry store and slow. Just one piece could save Keelorn. But in the heartbeat it takes me to stop, a hail of glass scrapes my face. In the street, a Telki has his eyes on me and takes aim again. I don't give him the chance and take off, sliding under curtains and stalls and outstretched arms until I get back to the square. Before I know it, water sloshes around my feet as I sprint through the fountain. A frothing blue wave knocks me sideways, into the churning water. It's not deep, no more than 2 feet to the bottom, but the water feels like lead. I can't move, I can't swim, I can't breathe. I can barely think. My mind can only scream nymph, and I remember the poor red man on the avenue, drowning on his own 2 feet. My head smacks the stone bottom and I see stars, sparks, before my vision clears. Every inch of my skin feels electrified. The water shifts around me, normal again, and I break the surface of the fountain. Air screams back into my lungs, searing my throat and nose, but I don't care. I'm alive. Small, strong hands grab me by the collar, trying to pull me from the fountain. Jaisa. My feet push off the bottom and we tumble to the ground together. We have to go, I yell, scrambling to my feet. Jaisa is already running ahead of me, toward the garden door. Very perceptive of you, she screams over her shoulder. I can't help but look back at the square as I follow her. The silver mob pours in, searching through the stalls with the voracity of wolves. The few reds left behind cower on the ground, begging for mercy. And in the fountain I just escaped from, a man with orange hair floats face down. My body trembles, every nerve on fire as we push toward the gate. Jaisa holds my hand, pulling us both through the crowd. 10 miles to home, Jaisa murmurs. Did you get what you needed? The weight of my shame comes crashing down as I shake my head. There was no time. I could barely get down the avenue before the report came through. There was nothing I could do. Jaisa's face falls, folding into a tiny frown. We'll figure out something, she says, her voice just as desperate as I feel. But the gate looms ahead, growing closer with every passing second. It fills me with dread. Once I pass through, once I leave, Keylorn will really be gone. And I think that's why she does it. Before I can stop her, grab her, or pull her away, Jaisa's clever little hand slips into someone's bag. Not just any someone though, but an escaping Silver. A Silver with lead eyes, a hard nose, and square-set shoulders that scream, "Don't mess with me." Jaisa might be an artist with a needle and thread, but she is no pickpocket. It takes all of a second for him to realize what's happening. And then someone grabs Jaisa off the ground. It's the same Silver. There are 2 of them. Levinks. Not a wise time to start picking silver pockets, the twins say in unison. And then there are 3 of them, 4, 5, 6, surrounding us in the crowd. Multiplying. He's a cloner. They make my head spin. She didn't mean any harm, she's just a stupid kid, too. I'm just a stupid kid. Jaisa yells, trying to kick the one holding her. They chuckle together in a horrifying sound. I lunge at Jaisa, trying to pry her away, but one of them pushes me back to the ground. The hard stone road knocks the air from my lungs, and I gasp for breath, watching helplessly as another twin puts a foot on my stomach, holding me down. Please, I choke out, but no one's listening to me anymore. The whining in my head intensifies as every camera spins to look at us. I feel electrified again, this time by fear for my sister. A security officer, the one who let us inside earlier this morning, strides over, his gun in hand. "What's all this?" he growls, looking around at the identical Silvers. One by one, they meld back together, until only 2 remain, the one holding Jaisa and the one pinning me to the ground. "She's a thief," one says, shaking my sister. To her credit, she doesn't scream. The officer recognizes her, his hard face twitching into a frown for a split second. "You know the law, girl." Jaisa lowers her head. "I know the law." I struggle as much as I can, trying to stop what's coming. Glass shatters as a nearby screen cracks and flashes, broken by the riot. It does nothing to stop the officer as he grabs my sister, pushing her to the ground. My own voice screams out, joining the din of the chaos. It was me. It was my idea. Hurt me. But they don't listen. They don't care. I can only watch as the officer lays my sister next to me. Her eyes are on mine as he brings the butt of his gun down, shattering the bones in her sewing hand. 5 Keylorn will find me anywhere I try to hide, so I keep moving. I sprint like I can outrun what I've done to Jaisa, how I've failed Keylorn, how I've destroyed everything. But even I can't outrun the look in my mother's eyes when I brought Jaisa to the door. I saw the hopeless shadow cross her face, and I ran before my father wheeled himself into view. I couldn't face them both. I'm a coward. So I run until I can't think, until every bad memory fades away, until I can only feel the burning in my muscles. I even tell myself the tears on my cheeks are rain. When I finally slow to catch my breath, I'm outside the village, a few miles down that terrible northern road. Lights filter through the trees around the bend, illuminating an inn, one of the many on the old roads. It's crowded like it is every summer, full of servants and seasonal workers who follow the royal court. They don't live in the stilts, they don't know my face, so they are easy prey for pickpocketing. I do it every summer, but Keylorn is always with me, smiling into a drink as he watches me work. I don't suppose I'll see his smile for much longer. A bellow of laughter rises as a few men stumble from the inn, drunk and happy. Their coin purses jingle, heavy with the day's pay. Silver money, for serving, smiling, and bowing to monsters dressed as lords. I caused so much harm today, so much hurt to the ones I love most. I should turn around and go home, to face everyone with at least some courage. But instead I settle against the shadows of the inn, content to remain in darkness. I guess causing pain is all I'm good for. It doesn't take long to fill the pockets of my coat. The drunks filter out every few minutes and I press against them, pasting on a smile to hide my hands. No one notices, no one even cares, when I fade away again. I'm a shadow, and no one remembers shadows. Midnight comes and goes and still I stand, waiting. The moon overhead is a bright reminder of the time, of how long I've been gone. One last pocket, I tell myself. One more and I'll go. I've been saying it for the past hour. I don't think when the next patron comes out. His eyes are on the sky, and he doesn't notice me. It's too easy to reach out, too easy to hook a finger around the strings of his coin purse. I should know better by now that nothing here is easy, but the riot and Jaisa's hollow eyes have made me foolish with grief. His hand closes around my wrist, his grip firm and strangely hot as he pulls me forward out of the shadows. I try to resist, to slip away and run, but he's too strong. When he spins, the fire in his eyes puts a fear in me, the same fear I felt this morning. But I welcome any punishment he might summon. I deserve it all. Thief, he says, a strange surprise in his voice. I blink at him, fighting the urge to laugh. I don't even have the strength to protest. Obviously. He stares at me, scrutinizing everything from my face to my worn boots. It makes me squirm. After a long moment, he heaves a breath and lets me go. Stunned, I can only stare at him. When a silver coin spins through the air, I barely have the wits to catch it. A tetrarch. A silver tetrarch worth 1 whole crown. Far more than any of the stolen pennies in my pockets. That should be more than enough to tide you over, he says before I can respond. In the light of the inn, his eyes glint red gold, the color of warmth. My years spent sizing people up do not fail me, even now. His black hair is too glossy, his skin too pale to be anything but a servant. But his physique seems more like a woodcutter's, with broad shoulders and strong legs. He's young too, a little older than me, though not nearly as assured of himself as any 19 or 20-year-old should be. I should kiss his boots for letting me go and giving me such a gift, but my curiosity gets the better of me. It always does. Why? The word comes out hard and harsh. After a day like today, how can I be anything else? The question takes him aback and he shrugs. You need it more than I do. I want to throw the coin back in his face, to tell him I can take care of myself, but part of me knows better. Has today taught you nothing? Thank you, I force out through gritted teeth. Somehow, he laughs at my reluctant gratitude. Don't hurt yourself. Then he shifts, taking a step closer. He is the strangest person I've ever met. You live in the village, don't you? Yes, I reply, gesturing to myself. With my faded hair, dirty clothes, and defeated eyes, what else could I be? He stands in stark contrast, his shirt fine and clean, and his shoes are soft, reflective leather. He shifts under my gaze, playing with his collar. I make him nervous. He pales in the moonlight, his eyes darting. Do you enjoy it? He asks, deflecting. Living there. His question almost makes me laugh, but he doesn't look amused. Does anyone? I finally respond, wondering what on earth he's playing at. But instead of retorting swiftly, snapping back like Keylorn would, he falls silent. A dark look crosses his face. Are you heading back? He says suddenly, gesturing down the road. Why, scared of the dark? I drawl, folding my arms across my chest. But in the pit of my stomach, I wonder if I should be afraid. He's strong, he's fast, and you're all alone out here. His smile returns, and the comfort it gives me is unsettling. No, but I want to make sure you keep your hands to yourself for the rest of the night. Can't have you driving half the bar out of house and home, can we? I'm Cal, by the way, he adds, stretching out a hand to shake. I don't take it, remembering the blazing heat of his skin. Instead, I set off down the road, my steps quick and quiet. Mayor Barrow, I tell him over my shoulder, and it doesn't take much for his long legs to catch up. So are you always this pleasant? He prods, and for some reason, I feel very much like I'm being examined. But the cold silver in my hand keeps me calm, reminding me of what else he has in his pockets. Silver for Farley. How fitting. The lords must pay well for you to carry whole crowns, I retort, hoping to scare him off the topic. It works beautifully and he retreats. I have a good job, he explains, trying to brush it off. That makes one of us. But you're _17, I finish for him. I still have some time before conscription. He narrows his eyes, lips twisting into a grim line. Something hard creeps into his voice, sharpening his words. How much time? Less every day. Just saying it aloud makes my insides ache. And Keylorn has even less than me. His words die away and he's staring again, surveying me as we walk through the woods. Thinking. And there are no jobs, he mutters, more to himself than me. No way for you to avoid conscription. His confusion puzzles me. Maybe things are different where you're from. So you steal. I steal. It's the best I can do, falls from my lips. Again, I remember that causing pain is all I'm good for. My sister has a job though. It slips out before I remember, no she doesn't. Not anymore. Because of you. Cal watches me battle with the words, wondering whether or not to correct myself. It's all I can do to keep my face straight, to keep from breaking down entirely in front of a complete stranger. But he must see what I'm trying to hide. Were you at the hall today? I think he already knows the answer. The riots were terrible. They were. I almost choke on the words. Did you? He presses in the quietest, calmest way. It's like poking a hole in a dam, and it all comes spilling out. I couldn't stop the words even if I wanted to. I don't mention Farley or the Scarlet Guard or even Keylorn. Just that my sister slipped me into Grand Garden, to help me steal the money we needed to survive. Then came Joyce's mistake, her injury, what it meant to us. What I've done to my family. What I have been doing, disappointing my mother, embarrassing my father, stealing from the people I call my community. Here on the road with nothing but darkness around me, I tell a stranger how terrible I am. He doesn't ask questions, even when I don't make sense. He just listens. It's the best I can do, I say again before my voice gives out entirely. Then silver shines in the corner of my eye. He's holding up another coin. In the moonlight, I can just see the outline of the king's flaming crown stamped into the metal. When he presses it into my hand, I expect to feel his heat again, but he's gone cold. I don't want your pity, I feel like screaming, but that would be foolish. The coin will buy what Jaisa no longer can. I'm truly sorry for you, Mayor. Things shouldn't be like this. I can't even summon the strength to frown. There are worse lives to live. Don't feel sorry for me. He leaves me at the edge of the village, letting me walk through the stilt houses alone. Something about the mud and shadows makes Cal uncomfortable, and he disappears before I get a chance to look back and thank the strange servant. My home is quiet and dark, but even so, I shudder in fear. The morning seems 100 years away, part of another life where I was stupid and selfish and maybe even a little bit happy. Now I have nothing but a conscripted friend and a sister's broken bones. You shouldn't worry your mother like that, my father's voice rumbles at me from behind one of the stilt poles. I haven't seen him on the ground in more years than I care to remember. My voice squeaks in surprise and fear. Dad. What are you doing? How did you? But he jabs a thumb over his shoulder, to the pulley rig dangling from the house. For the first time, he used it. Power went out. Thought I'd give it a look, he says, gruff as ever. He wheels past me, stopping in front of the utility box piped into the ground. Every house has one, regulating the electric charge that keeps the lights on. Dad wheezes to himself, his chest clicking with each breath. Maybe Jaisa will be like him now, her hand a metallic mess, her brain torn and bitter with the thought of what could have been. Why don't you just use the lec papers I get you? In response, Dad pulls a ration paper from his shirt and feeds it into the box. Normally, the thing would spark to life, but nothing happens. Broken. No use, Dad sighs, sitting back in his chair. We both stare at the utility box, at a loss for words, not wanting to move, not wanting to go back upstairs. Dad ran just like I did, unable to stay in the house, where Mom was surely crying over Jaisa, weeping for lost dreams, while my sister tried not to join her. He bats the box like hitting the damn thing can suddenly bring light and warmth and hope back to us. His actions become more harried, more desperate, and anger radiates from him. Not at me or Jaisa but the world. Long ago he called us ants, red ants burning in the light of a silver sun. Destroyed by the greatness of others, losing the battle for our right to exist because we are not special. We did not evolve like them, with powers and strengths beyond our limited imaginations. We stayed the same, stagnant in our own bodies. The world changed around us and we stayed the same. Then the anger is in me too, cursing Farley, Keylorn, conscription, every little thing I can think of. The metal box is cool to the touch, having long lost the heat of electricity. But there are vibrations still, deep in the mechanism, waiting to be switched back on. I lose myself in trying to find the electricity, to bring it back and prove that even one small thing can go right in a world so wrong. Something sharp meets my fingertips, making my body jolt. An exposed wire or faulty switch, I tell myself. It feels like a pinprick, like a needle spiking in my nerves, but the pain never follows. Above us, the porch light hums to life. Well, fancy that, Dad mutters. He spins in the mud, wheeling himself back to the pulley. I follow quietly, not wanting to bring up the reason we are both so afraid of the place we call home. No more running, he breathes, buckling himself into the rig. No more running, I agree, more for myself than him. The rig whines with the strain, hoisting him up to the porch. I'm quicker on the ladder, so I wait for him at the top, then wordlessly help detach him from the rig. Bugger of a thing, Dad grumbles when we finally unsnap the last buckle. Mom will be happy you're getting out of the house. He looks up at me sharply, grabbing my hand. Though Dad barely works now, repairing trinkets and whittling for kids, his hands are still rough and calloused, like he just returned from the front lines. The war never leaves. Don't tell your mother. But I know it seems like nothing, but it's enough of something. She'll think it's a small step on a big journey, you see. First I leave the house at night, then during the day, then I'm rolling around the market with her like it's 20 years ago. Then things go back to the way they were. His eyes darken as he speaks, fighting to keep his voice low and level. I'm never getting better, Mare. I'm never going to feel better. I can't let her hope for that, not when I know it'll never happen. Do you understand? All too well, Dad. He knows what hope has done to me and softens. I wish things were different. We all do. Despite the shadows, I can see Joyce's broken hand when I get up to the loft. Normally she sleeps in a ball, curled up under a thin blanket, but now she lies on her back, with her injury elevated on a pile of clothes. Mom reset her splint, improving my meager attempt to help, and the bandages are fresh. I don't need light to know her poor hand is black with bruises. She sleeps restlessly, her body tossing, but her arm stays still. Even in sleep, it hurts her. I want to reach out to her, but how can I make up for the terrible events of the day? I pull out Shade's letter from the little box where I keep all his correspondences. If nothing else, this will calm me down. His jokes, his words, his voice trapped in the page always soothe me. But as I scan the letter again, a sense of dread pools in my stomach. Red as the dawn the letter reads. There it is, plain as the nose on my face. Farley's words from her video, the Scarlet Guard's rallying cry, in my brother's handwriting. The phrase is too strange to ignore, too unique to brush off. And the next sentence, see the sun rise stronger. My brother is smart but practical. He doesn't care about sunrises or dawns or witty turns of phrase. Rise echoes in me, but instead of Farley's voice in my head, it's my brother speaking. Rise, red as the dawn. Somehow, Shade knew. Many weeks ago, before the bombing, before Farley's broadcast, Shade knew about the Scarlet Guard and tried to tell us. Why? Because he's one of them. 6 When the door bangs open at dawn, I'm not frightened. Security searches are normal, though we usually only get 1 or 2 a year. This will be the third. Come on, G, I mutter, helping her out of her cot and down the ladder. She moves precariously, leaning on her good arm, and Mom waits for us on the floor. Her arms close around Jisa, but her eyes are on me. To my surprise, she doesn't look angry or even disappointed with me. Instead, her gaze is soft. 2 officers wait by the door, their guns hanging by their sides. I recognize them from the village outpost, but there's another figure, a young woman in red with a triple-colored crown badge over her heart. A royal servant, a red who serves the king, I realize, and I begin to understand. This is not a usual search. We submit to search and seizure, my father grumbles, speaking the words he must every time this happens. But instead of splitting off to pour through our house, the security officers stand firm. The young woman steps forward and, to my horror, addresses me. Mayor Barrow, you have been summoned to Somerton. Jisa's good hand closes around mine, like she can hold me back. What? I manage to stammer. You have been summoned to Somerton, she repeats, and gestures to the door. We will escort you. Please proceed. A summons. For a red. Never in my life have I heard of such a thing. So why me? What have I done to deserve this? On second thought, I'm a criminal and probably considered a terrorist due to my association with Farley. My body prickles with nerves, every muscle taut and ready. I'll have to run, even though the officers block the door. It'll be a miracle if I make it to a window. Calm down, everything's settled after yesterday. She chuckles, mistaking my fear. The hall and the market are well controlled now. Please proceed. To my surprise, she smiles, even as the security officers clench their guns. It puts a chill in my blood. To refuse security, to refuse a royal summons, would mean death, and not just for me. Okay, I mumble, untangling my hand from Jais's. She moves to grab onto me, but our mother pulls her back. I'll see you later. The question hangs in the air, and I feel Dad's warm hand brush my arm. He's saying goodbye. Mom's eyes swim with unshed tears, and Jais's trying not to blink, to remember every last second of me. I don't even have something I can leave her. But before I can linger or let myself cry, an officer takes me by the arm and pulls me away. The words force themselves past my lips, though they come out as barely more than a whisper. I love you. And then the door slams behind me, shutting me out of my home and my life. They hasten me through the village, down the road to the market square. We pass by Keelan's run-down house. Usually he's awake by now, halfway to the river to start the day early when it's still cool, but those days are gone. Now I bet he sleeps through half the day, enjoying what little comforts he can before conscription. Part of me wants to yell goodbye to him, but I don't. He'll come sniffing around for me later, and Jaisa will tell him everything. With a silent laugh I remember that Farley will be expecting me today, with a fortune in payment. She'll be disappointed. In the square, a gleaming black transport waits for us. 4 wheels, glass windows, rounded to the ground. It looks like a beast ready to consume me. Another officer sits at the controls and guns the engine when we approach, spitting black smoke into the early morning air. I'm forced into the back without a word, and the servant barely slides in next to me before the transport takes off, racing down the road at speeds I had never even imagined. This will be my first, and last, time riding in one. I want to speak, to ask what's going on, how they are going to punish me for my crimes, but I know my words will fall on deaf ears. So I stare out the window, watching the village disappear as we enter the forest, racing down the familiar northern road. It's not so crowded as yesterday, and security officers dot the way. The hall is controlled, the servant had said. I suppose this is what she meant. The diamond glass wall shines ahead, reflecting the sun as it rises from the woods. I want to squint, but I keep myself still. I must keep my eyes open here. The gate crawls with black uniforms, all security officers checking and rechecking travelers as they enter. When we coast to a stop, the serving woman pulls me out of the transport and past the line and through the gate. No one protests, or even bothers to check for IDs. She must be familiar here. Once we're inside, she glances back at me. I'm Anne, by the way, but we mostly go by last names. Call me Walsh. Walsh. The name sounds familiar. Paired with her faded hair and tan skin, it can mean only one thing. You're from P. the Stilts, same as you. I knew your brother Trammy, and I wish I didn't know Bree. A real heartbreaker, that one. Bree had a reputation around the village before he left. He told me once that he didn't fear conscription as much as everyone else because the dozen bloodthirsty girls he was leaving behind were far more dangerous. I don't know you though. But I certainly will. I can't help but bristle. What's that supposed to mean? I mean you're going to be working long hours here. I don't know who hired you or what they told you about the job, but it starts to wear on you. It's not all changing bed sheets and cleaning plates. You have to look without seeing, hear without listening. We're objects up there, living statues meant to serve. She sighs to herself and turns, wrenching open a door built right into the side of the gate. Especially now, with this Scarlet Guard business. It's never a good time to be a red, but this is very bad. She steps through the door, seemingly into the solid wall. It takes me a moment to realize she's going down a flight of stairs, disappearing into semi-darkness. The job. I press. What job? What is this? She turns on the stairs, all but rolling her eyes at me. You've been summoned to fill a serving post, she says like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Working. A job. I almost fall over at the thought. Cal. He said he had a good job, and now he's pulled some strings to do the same for me. I might even be working with him. My heart leaps at the prospect, knowing what this means. I'm not going to die, I'm not even going to fight. I'm going to work and I'm going to live. And later, when I find Cal, I can convince him to do the same for Keylorn. Keep up, I don't have time to hold your hand. Scrambling after her, I descend into a surprisingly dark tunnel. Small lights glow on the walls, making it just possible to see. Pipes run overhead, humming with running water and electricity. Where are we going? I finally breathe. I can almost hear Walsh's dismay as she turns to me, confused. The Hall of the Sun, of course. For a second, I think I can feel my heart stop. What? The palace, the actual palace. She taps the badge on her uniform. The crown winks in the low light. You serve the king now. They have a uniform ready for me, but I barely notice it. I'm too amazed by my surroundings, the tan stone and glittering mosaic floor of this forgotten hall in the house of a king. Other servants bustle past in a parade of red uniforms. I search their faces, looking for Cal, wanting to thank him, but he never appears. Walsh stays by me, whispering advice. Say nothing. Hear nothing. Speak to no one, for they will not speak to you. I can hardly keep the words straight, the last 2 days have been a ruin on my heart and soul. I think life has simply decided to open the floodgates, trying to drown me in a whirlwind of twists and turns. You came on a busy day, perhaps the worst we will ever see. I saw the boats and airships, Silvers have been going upriver for weeks, I say. More than usual, even for this time of year. Walsh hurries me along, pushing a tray of glittering cups into my hands. Surely these things can buy my freedom and Keylorn's, but the hall is guarded at every door and window. I could never slip by so many officers, even with all my skills. What's happening today? I dumbly ask. A lock of my dark hair falls in my eyes, and before I can try to swish it away, Walsh pushes the hair back and fastens it with a tiny pin, her motions quick and precise. Is that a stupid question? No, I didn't know about it either, not until we started preparing. After all, they haven't had one for 20 years, since Queen Elera was selected. She speaks so fast her words almost blur together. Today is Queen Stryle. The daughters of the high houses, the great silver families, have all come to offer themselves to the prince. There's a big feast tonight, but now they are in the spiral garden, preparing to present, hoping to be chosen. One of those girls gets to be the next queen, and they are slapping each other silly for the chance. An image of a bunch of peacocks flashes in my head. So, what? They do a spin, say a few words, bat their eyelashes. But Walsh snorts at me, shaking her head. Hardly. Then her eyes glitter. You're on serving duty, so you'll get to see for yourself. The doors loom ahead, made of carved wood and flowing glass. A servant props them open, allowing the line of red uniforms to move through. And then it's my turn. Aren't you coming? I can hear the desperation in my voice, almost begging Walsh to stay with me. But she backs away, leaving me alone. Before I can hold up the line or otherwise ruin the organized assembly of servants, I force myself forward and out into the sunlight of what she called the spiral garden. At first I think I'm in the middle of another arena like the one back home. The space curves downward into an immense bowl, but instead of stone benches, tables and plush chairs crowd the spiral of terraces. Plants and fountains trickle down the steps, dividing the terraces into boxes. They join at the bottom, decorating a grassy circle ringed with stone statues. Ahead of me is a boxed area dripping with red and black silk. 4 seats, each one made of unforgiving iron, look down on the floor. What in hell is this place? My work goes by in a blur, following the lead of the other Reds. I'm a kitchen server, meant to clean, aid the cooks, and currently, prepare the arena for the upcoming event. Why the Royals need an arena, I'm not sure. Back home they are only used for feats, to watch silver against silver, but what could it mean here? This is a palace. Blood will never stain these floors. Yet the not arena fills me with a dreadful feeling of foreboding. The prickling sensation returns, pulsing under my skin in waves. By the time I finish and return to the servant entrance, Queen's trial is about to begin. The other servants make themselves scarce, moving to an elevated platform surrounded by sheer curtains. I scramble after them and bump into Tolleen, just as another set of doors opens, directly between the royal box and the servants' entrance. It's starting. My mind flashes back to Grand Garden, to the beautiful, cruel creatures calling themselves human. All flashy and vain, with hard eyes and worse tempers. These Silvers, the high houses, as Walsh calls them, will be no different. They might even be worse. They enter as a crowd, in a flock of colours that splits around the spiral garden with cold grace. The different families, or houses, are easy to spot, they all wear the same colours as each other. Purple, green, black, yellow, a rainbow of shades moving toward their family boxes. I quickly lose count of them all. Just how many houses are there? More and more join the crowd, some stopping to talk, others embracing with stiff arms. This is a party for them, I realize. Most probably have little hope to put forth a queen and this is just a vacation. But a few don't look to be in the celebrating mood. A silver-haired family in black silk sits in focused silence to the right of the king's box. The patriarch of the house has a pointed beard and black eyes. Farther down, a house of navy blue and white mutter together. To my surprise, I recognize one of them. Samson Merendus, the whisper I saw in the arena a few days ago. Unlike the others, he stares darkly at the floor, his attention elsewhere. I make a note to myself not to run into him or his deadly abilities. Strangely, though, I don't see any girls of age to marry a prince. Perhaps they are preparing elsewhere, eagerly awaiting their chance to win a crown. Occasionally, someone presses a square metal button on their table to flick on a light, indicating they require a servant. Whoever's closest to the door attends to them, and the rest of us shuffle along, waiting for our turn to serve. Of course, the second I move next to the door, the wretched black-eyed patriarch slaps the button on his table. Thank heavens for my feet, which have never failed me. I nearly skip through the crowd, dancing between roving bodies as my heart hammers in my chest. Instead of stealing from these people, I mean to serve them. The Mayor Barrow of last week wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry at this version of herself. But she was a foolish girl, and now I pay the price. Sir, I say, facing the patriarch who had called for service. In my head, I curse at myself. Say nothing is the first rule, and I have already broken it. But he doesn't seem to notice and simply holds up his empty water glass, a bored look on his face. They are toying with us, Ptolemus, he grumbles to the muscled young man next to him. I assume he is the one unfortunate enough to be called Ptolemus. A demonstration of power, Father Ptolemus replies, draining his own glass. He holds it out to me, and I take it without hesitation. They make us wait because they can. They are the royals who have yet to make an appearance. But to hear these Silvers discuss them so, with such disdain, is perplexing. We Reds insult the king and the nobles if we can get away with it, but I think that's our prerogative. These people have never suffered a day in their lives. What problems could they possibly have with each other? I want to stay and listen, but even I know that's against the rules. I turn around, climbing a flight of steps out of their box. There's a sink hidden behind some brightly colored flowers, probably so I don't have to go all the way back around the knot arena to refill their drinks. That's when a metallic, sharp tone reverberates through the space, much like the one at the beginning of the first Friday feats. It chirps a few times, sounding out a proud melody, heralding what must be the entrance of the king. All around, the high houses rise to their feet, begrudgingly or not. I notice Ptolemus mutter something to his father again. From my vantage point, hidden behind the flowers, I'm level with the king's box and slightly behind it. Mayor Barrow, a few yards from the king. What would my family think, or Keelorn for that matter? This man sends us to die, and I've willingly become his servant. It makes me sick. He enters briskly, shoulders set and straight. Even from behind, he's much fatter than he looks on the coins and broadcasts, but also taller. His uniform is black and red, with a military cut, though I doubt he's ever spent a single day in the trenches Reds die in. Badges and medals glitter on his breast, a testament to things he's never done. He even wears a gilded sword despite the many guards around him. The crown on his head is familiar, made of twisted red gold and black iron, each point a burst of curling flame. It seems to burn against his inky black hair flecked with grey. How fitting, for the king is a burner, as was his father, and his father before him, and so on. Destructive, powerful controllers of heat and fire. Once, our kings used to burn dissenters with nothing more than a flaming touch. This king might not burn Reds anymore, but he still kills us with war and ruin. His name is one I've known since I was a little girl sitting in the schoolroom, still eager to learn, as if it could get me somewhere. Tiberius Calor VI, King of Nauta, Flame of the North. A mouthful if there ever was one. I would spit on his name if I could. The Queen follows him, nodding at the crowd. Whereas the king's clothes are dark and severely cut, her navy and white garb is airy and light. She bows only to Samson's house, and I realize she's wearing the same colors as them. She must be their kin, judging by the family resemblance. Same ash blonde hair, blue eyes, and pointed smile, making her look like a wild, predatory cat. As intimidating as the royals seem, they are nothing compared to the guards who follow them. Even though I'm a Red born in mud, I know who they are. Everyone knows what a sentinel looks like, because no one wants to meet them. They flank the king in every broadcast, at every speech or decree. As always, their uniforms look like flame, flickering between red and orange, and their eyes glitter behind fearsome black masks. Each one carries a black rifle tipped with a gleaming silver bayonet that could cut bone. Their skills are even more frightening than their appearances, elite warriors from different silver houses, trained from childhood, sworn to the king and his family for their entire lives. They are enough to make me shiver. But the high houses aren't afraid at all. Somewhere deep in the boxes, the yelling starts. "Death to the Scarlet Guard," someone shouts, and others quickly chime in. A chill goes through me as I remember the events of yesterday, now so far away. How quickly this crowd could turn. The king looks ruffled, paling at the noise. He's not used to outbursts like this and almost snarls at the shouts. The Scarlet Guard, and all our enemies, are being dealt with. Tiberius rumbles, his voice echoing out among the crowd. It silences them like the crack of a whip. But that is not what we are here to address. Today we honor tradition, and no red devil will impede that. Now is the right of Queen Strial, to bring forth the most talented daughter to wed the most noble son. In this we find strength, to bind the high houses, and power, to ensure silver rule until the end of days, to defeat our enemies, on the borders, and within them. Strength, the crowd rumbles back at him. It's frightening. Power. The time has come again to uphold this ideal, and both my sons honor our most solemn custom. He waves a hand, and two figures step forward, flanking their father. I cannot see their faces, but both are tall and black-haired, like the king. They too wear military uniforms. The Prince Maven, of House Calor and Merendus, son of my royal wife, the Queen Alera. The second prince, paler and slighter than the other, raises a hand in stern greeting. He turns left and right, and I catch a glimpse of his face. Though he has a regal, serious look to him, he can't be more than 17. Sharp-featured and blue-eyed, he could freeze fire with his smile. He despises this pageantry. I have to agree with him. And the crown prince of House Calor and Iarchos, son of my late wife, the Queen Corian, heir to the kingdom of Nauta and the burning crown, Tiberius VII. I'm too busy laughing at the sheer absurdity of the name to notice the young man waving and smiling. Finally I raise my eyes, just to say I was this close to the future king. But I get much more than I bargained for. The glass goblets in my hands drop, landing harmlessly in the sink of water. I know that smile, and I know those eyes. They burned into mine only last night. He got me this job, he saved me from conscription. He was one of us. How can this be? And then he turns fully, waving all around. There's no mistaking it. The Crown Prince is Cal. 7. I return to the servants' platform, a hollow feeling in my stomach. Whatever happiness I felt before is completely gone. I can't bring myself to look back, to see him standing there in fine clothes, dripping with ribbons and medals and the royal airs I hate. Like Walsh, he bears the badge of the flaming crown, but his is made of dark jet, diamond, and ruby. It winks against the hard black of his uniform. Gone are the drab clothes he wore last night, used to blend in with peasants like me. Now he looks every inch a future king, silver to the bone. To think I trusted him. The other servants make way, letting me shuffle to the back of the line while my head spins. He got me this job, he saved me, saved my family, and he is one of them. Worse than one of them. A prince. The prince. The person everyone in this spiral stone monstrosity is here to see. All of you have come to honor my son and the kingdom, and so I honor you. King Tiberius booms, breaking apart my thoughts as if they were glass. He raises his arms, gesturing to the many boxes of people. Though I try my hardest to keep my eyes on the king, I can't help but glance at Cal. He's smiling, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I honor your right to rule. The future king, the son of my son, will be of your silver blood, as he will be of mine. Who will claim their right? The silver-haired patriarch barks out in response. I claim Queen Strial. All over the spiral, the leaders of the different houses shout in unison. I claim Queen Strial, they echo, upholding some tradition I don't understand. Tiberius smiles and nods. Then it has begun. Lord Provost, if you would. The king turns on the spot, looking toward what I assume is House Provost. The rest of the spiral follow his gaze, their eyes landing on a family dressed in gold striped with black. An older man, his grey hair shot with streaks of white, steps forward. In his strange clothes he looks like a wasp about to sting. When he twitches his hand, I don't know what to expect. Suddenly, the platform lurches, moving sideways. I can't help but jump, almost knocking into the servant next to me, as we slide along an unseen track. My heart rises in my throat as I watch the rest of the spiral garden spin. Lord Provost is a Telki, moving the structure along pre-built tracks with nothing but the power of his mind. The entire structure twists under his command, until the garden floor widens into a huge circle. The lower terraces pull back, aligning with the upper levels, and the spiral becomes a massive cylinder open to the sky. As the terraces move, the floor lowers, until it stops nearly 20 feet below the lowest box. The fountains turn into waterfalls, spilling from the top of the cylinder to the bottom, where they fill deep, narrow pools. Our platform glides to a stop above the king's box, allowing us a perfect view of everything, including the floor far below. All this takes less than a minute, with Lord Provost transforming the spiral garden into something much more sinister. But when Provost takes his seat again, the change is still not done. The hum of electricity rises until it crackles all around, making the hairs on my arms stand up. A purple-white light blazes near the floor of the garden, sparking with energy from tiny, unseen points in the stone. No silver stands up to command it, like Provost did with an arena. I realize why. This is not some silver's doing but a wonder of technology, of electricity. Lightning without thunder. The beams of light crisscross and intersect, weaving themselves into a brilliant, blinding net. Just looking at it hurts my eyes, sending sharp daggers of pain through my head. How the others can stand it, I have no idea. The Silvers look impressed, intrigued with something they can't control. As for us Reds, we gape in complete awe. The net crystallizes as the electricity expands and wanes. And then, as suddenly as it came, the noise stops. The lightning freezes, solidifying in midair, creating a clear, purple shield between the floor and us. Between us and whatever might appear down there. My mind runs wild, wondering what could require a shield made of lightning. Not a bear or a pack of wolves or any of the rare beasts of the forest. Even the creatures of myth, great cats or sea sharks or dragons, would pose no harm to the many Silvers above. And why would there be beasts at Queen's trial? This is supposed to be a ceremony to choose queens, not fight monsters. As if answering me, the ground in the circle of statues, now the small center of the cylinder floor, opens wide. Without thinking, I push forward hoping to get a better look with my own eyes. The rest of the servants crowd with me, trying to see what horrors this chamber can bring forth. The smallest girl I've ever seen rises out of darkness. Cheers rise as a house in brown silk and red gemstones applauds their daughter. Roa, of House Rumbov the family shouts, announcing her to the world. The girl, no more than 14, smiles up at her family. She's tiny in comparison to the statues, but her hands are strangely large. The rest of her looks liable to blow away in a strong breeze. She takes a turn about the ring of statues, always smiling upward. Her gaze lands on Cal, the prince, trying to entice him with her doe eyes or the occasional flip of honey blonde hair. In short, she looks foolish. Until she approaches a solid stone statue and sloughs its head off with a single, simple slap. House Rumbov speaks again. Strong arm. Below us, little Roa destroys the floor in a whirlwind, turning statues into pulverized piles of dust while she cracks the ground beneath her feet. She's like an earthquake in tiny human form, breaking apart anything and everything in her way. So this is a pageant. a violent one, meant to showcase a girl's beauty, splendor, and strength. The most talented daughter. This is a display of power, to pair the prince with the most powerful girl, so that their children might be the strongest of all. And this has been going on for hundreds of years. I shudder to think of the strength in Cal's pinky finger. He claps politely as the Rimbaud girl finishes her display of organized destruction and steps back onto the descending platform. House Rimbaud cheers for her as she disappears. Next comes Heron of House Well, the daughter of my own governor. She's tall, with a face like her bird namesake. The destroyed earth shifts around her as she puts the floor back together. Greenwood and her family chants. A greenie. At her command, trees grow tall in the blink of an eye, their tops scraping against the lightning shield. It sparks where the boughs touch, setting fire to the fresh leaves. The next girl, a nymph of House Asinoz, rises to the occasion. Using the waterfall fountains, she douses the contained forest fire in a hurricane of white water, leaving only charred trees and scorched earth. This goes on for what feels like hours. Each girl rises up to show her worth, and each one finds a more destroyed arena, but they are trained to deal with anything. They range in age and appearance, but they are all dazzling. One girl, barely 12 years old, explodes everything she touches like some kind of walking bomb. Oblivion, her family shouts, describing her power. As she obliterates the last of the white statues, the lightning shield holds firm. It hisses against her fire, and the noise shrieks in my ears. The electricity, the silvers, and the shouts blur in my head as I watch nymphs and greenies, swifts, strongums, telkies, and what seems like 100 other kinds of silver show off beneath the shield. Things I never dreamed possible happen before my eyes, as girls turn their skin to stone or scream apart walls of glass. The silvers are greater and stronger than I ever feared, with powers I never even knew existed. How can these people be real? I've come all this way and suddenly I'm back in the arena, watching silvers display everything we are not. I want to marvel in awe as a creature controlling Animos calls down 1,000 doves from the sky. When birds dive headfirst into the lightning shield, bursting in little clouds of blood, feathers, and deadly electricity, my awe turns to disgust. The shield sparks again, burning up what's left of the birds until it shines like new. I almost retch at the sound of applause when the cold-blooded Animos sinks back into the floor. Another girl, hopefully the last, rises into an arena now reduced to dust. Evangeline, of House Samos, yells the patriarch of the silver-haired family. He speaks alone, and his voice echoes across the spiral garden. From my vantage point, I notice the king and queen sit up a bit straighter. Evangeline already has their attention. In stark contrast, Cal looks down at his hands. While the other girls wore silk dresses and a few had strange, gilded armor, Evangeline rises in an outfit of black leather. Jacket, pants, boots, all studded with hard silver. No, not silver. Iron. Silver is not so dull or hard. Her house cheers for her, all of them on their feet. She belongs to Ptolemus and the Patriarch, but others cheer too, other families. They want her to be queen. She's the favorite. She salutes, 2 fingers to her brow, first to her family and then to the king's box. They return the gesture, blatantly favoring this Evangeline. Maybe this is more like the feats than I realized. Except instead of showing the Reds where we stand, this is the king showing his subjects, powerful as they are, where they stand. A hierarchy within the hierarchy. I've been so preoccupied with the trials that I almost don't notice when it's my turn to serve again. Before anyone can nudge me in the right direction, I set off to the right box, barely hearing the Samos Patriarch speak. Magnetron, I think he says, but I have no idea what it means. I move through the narrow corridors that were once open walkways, down to the silvers requiring service. The box is at the bottom, but I'm quick and take almost no time getting down to them. I find a particularly fat clan dressed in garish yellow silk and awful feathers, all enjoying a massive cake. Plates and empty cups litter the box, and I get to work cleaning them up, my hands quick and practiced. A video screen blares inside the box, displaying Evangeline, who seems to be standing still down on the floor. "What a farce this is," one of the fat yellow birds grumbles as he stuffs his face. The Samos girl has already won. Strange. She seems to be the weakest of all. I pile the plates but keep my eyes on the screen, watching her prowl across the wasted floor. It doesn't seem like there's anything for her to work with, to show what she can do, but she doesn't seem to mind. Her smirk is terrible, like she's totally convinced of her own magnificence. She doesn't look magnificent to me. Then the iron studs on her jacket move. They float in the air, each one a hard round bullet of metal. Then, like shots from a gun, they rocket away from Evangeline, digging into the dust and the walls and even the lightning shield. She can control metal. Several boxes applaud for her, but she's far from finished. Groans and clanks echo up to us from somewhere deep down in the structure of the spiral garden. Even the fat family stops eating to look around, perplexed. They are confused and intrigued, but I can feel the vibrations deep beneath my feet. I know to be afraid. With an earth-shattering noise, metal pipes splinter the floor of the arena, rising up from far below. They burst through the walls, surrounding Evangeline in a twisted crown of grey and silver metal. She looks like she's laughing, but the deafening crunch of metal drowns her out. Sparks fall from the lightning shield, and she protects herself with scrap, not even breaking a sweat. Finally she lets the metal drop with a horrible smash. She turns her eyes skyward, to the boxes above. Her mouth is open wide, showing sharp little teeth. She looks hungry. It starts slowly, a slight change in balance, until the whole box lurches. Plates crash to the floor and glass cups roll forward, tumbling over the rail to shatter on the lightning shield. Evangeline is pulling our box out, bending it forward, making us tip. The silvers around me squawk and scrabble, their applause turning to panic. They are not the only ones, every box in our row moves with us. Far below, Evangeline directs with a hand, her brow furrowed in focus. Like silver fighters in the ring, she wants to show the world what she's made of. That is the thought in my head as a yellow ball of skin and feathered clothing knocks into me, pitching me over the rail with the rest of the silverware. All I see is purple as I fall, the lightning shield rising up to meet me. It hisses with electricity, singeing the air. I barely have time to understand, but I know the veined purple glass will cook me alive, electrocuting me in my red uniform. I bet the silvers will only care about waiting for someone to clean me off. My head bangs against the shield, and I see stars. No, not stars. Sparks. The shield does its job, lighting me up with bolts of electricity. My uniform burns, scorched and smoking, and I expect to see my skin do the same. My corpse will smell wonderful. But, somehow, I don't feel a thing. I must be in so much pain that I cannot feel it. But, I can feel it. I feel the heat of the sparks, running up and down my body, setting every nerve on fire. It isn't a bad feeling though. In fact I feel, well, alive. Like I've been living my whole life blind and now I've opened my eyes. Something moves beneath my skin, but it's not the sparks. I look at my hands, my arms, marveling at the lightning as it glides over me. Cloth burns away, charred black by the heat, but my skin doesn't change. The shield keeps trying to kill me, but it can't. Everything is wrong. I am alive. The shield gives off a black smoke, starting to splinter and crack. The sparks are brighter, angrier, but weakening. I try to push myself up, to get to my feet, but the shield shatters beneath me and I fall again, tumbling over myself. Somehow I manage to land in a pile of dust not covered by jagged metal. Definitely bruised and weak in the muscles, but still in one piece. My uniform is not so lucky, barely holding together in a charred mess. I struggle to my feet, feeling more of my uniform flake off. Above us, murmurs and gasps echo through the spiral garden. I can feel all eyes on me, the burned red girl. The human lightning rod. Evangeline stares at me, her eyes wide. She looks angry, confused, and scared. Of me. Somehow, she is scared of me. Hi, I say stupidly. Evangeline answers with a flurry of metal shards, all of them sharp and deadly, pointed at my heart as they rip through the air. Without thinking, I throw up my hands, hoping to save myself from the worst of it. Instead of catching a dozen jagged blades in my palms, I feel something quite different. Like with the sparks before, my nerves sing, alive with some inner fire. It moves in me, behind my eyes, beneath my skin, until I feel more than myself. Then it bursts from me, pure power and energy. A jet of light, no, lightning, erupts from my hands, blazing through the metal. The pieces shriek and smoke, bursting apart in the heat. They fall harmlessly to the ground as the lightning blasts into the far wall. It leaves a smoking hole 4 feet wide, barely missing Evangeline. Her mouth falls open in shock. I'm sure I look the same as I stare at my hands, wondering what on earth just happened to me. High above, 100 of the most powerful silvers wonder the same thing. I look up to see them all peering at me. Even the king leans over the edge of his box, his flaming crown silhouetted against the sky. Cal is right next to him, staring down at me with wide eyes. Sentinels. The king's voice is sharp as a razor, full of menace. Suddenly, the red-orange uniforms of sentinels blaze from almost every box. The elite guards wait for another word, another order. I'm a good thief because I know when to run. Now is one of those times. Before the king can speak, I bolt, pushing past the stunned Evangeline to slide feet first into the still open hatch in the floor. Sees her, echoes behind me as I drop into the semi-darkness of the chamber below. Evangeline's flying metal show punched holes in the ceiling, and I can still see up into the spiral garden. To my dismay, it looks like the structure is bleeding, as uniformed sentinels drop down from their boxes, all of them racing after me. With no time to think, all I can do is run. The antechamber below the arena connects to a dark and empty hallway. Boxy black cameras watch me as I run at full speed, turning down another corridor and another. I can feel them, hunting like the sentinels not so far behind me. Run, repeats in my head. Run, run, run. I have to find a door, a window, something to help me get my bearings. If I can get outside, into the market maybe, I might have a chance. I might. The first set of stairs I find leads up to a long mirrored hall. But the cameras are there as well, sitting in the corners of the ceiling like great black bugs. A blast of gunfire explodes over my head, forcing me to drop to the floor. 2 sentinels, their uniforms the color of fire, crash through a mirror and charge at me. They are just like security, I tell myself. Just bumbling officers who don't know you. They don't know what you can do. I don't know what I can do. They expect me to run, so I do the opposite, storming the pair of them. Their guns are big and powerful, but bulky. Before they can get them up to shoot, stab, or both, I drop to my knees on the smooth marble floor, sliding between the 2 giants. One of them shouts after me, his voice exploding another mirror in a storm of glass. By the time they manage to change directions, I'm already off and running again. When I finally find a window, it's a blessing and a curse. I skid to a stop in front of a giant pane of diamond glass, looking out to the vast forest. It's right there, just on the other side, just beyond an impenetrable wall. All right, Hans, now might be a good time to do your thing. Nothing happens, of course. Nothing happens when I need it to. A blaze of heat takes me by surprise. I turn to see an approaching wall of red and orange, and I know, the sentinels have found me. But the wall is hot, flickering, almost solid. Fire! And coming right at me. My voice is faint, weak, defeated, as I laugh at my predicament. Oh, great! I turn to run, but instead collide with a broad wall of black fabric. Strong arms wrap around me, holding me still when I try to squirm away. Shock him, light him up, I scream in my head. But nothing happens. The miracle isn't going to save me again. The heat grows, threatening to crush the air from my lungs. I survived lightning today, I don't want to press my luck with fire. But it's the smoke that's going to kill me. Thick and black and much too strong, choking me. My vision swirls, and my eyelids grow heavy. I hear footsteps, shouting, the roar of fire as the world darkens. I'm sorry, Cal's voice says. I think I'm dreaming. 8 I'm on the porch, watching as Mom says goodbye to my brother Bree. She weeps, holding on to him tightly, smoothing his freshly cut hair. Shade and Trammy wait to catch her if her legs fail. I know they want to cry too, watching their oldest brother go, but for Mom's sake, they don't. Next to me, Dad says nothing, content to stare at the Legionnaire. Even in his armor of steel plate and bulletproof fabric, the soldier looks small next to my brother. Bree could eat him alive, but he doesn't. He doesn't do anything at all when the Legionnaire grabs his arm, pulling him away from us. A shadow follows, haunting after him on terrible dark wings. The world spins around me, and then I'm falling. I land a year later, my feet stuck in the squelching mud beneath our house. Now Mom holds on to Trammy, begging with the Legionnaire. Shade has to pull her off. Somewhere, Jisa cries for her favorite brother. Dad and I keep silent, saving our tears. The shadow returns, this time swirling around me, blotting out the sky and the sun. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping it will leave me alone. When I open them again, I'm in Shade's arms, hugging him as tightly as I can. He hasn't cut his hair yet, and his chin-length brown hair tickles the top of my head. As I press myself to his chest, I wince. My ear stings sharply, and I pull back, seeing drops of red blood on my brother's shirt. Jisa and I had pierced our ears again, with the tiny gift Shade left us. I guess I did it wrong, as I do everything wrong. This time, I feel the shadow before I see it. And it feels angry. It drags me through a parade of memories, all raw wounds still healing. Some of them are even dreams. No, they are nightmares. My worst nightmares. A new world materializes around me, forming a shadowed landscape of smoke and ash. The Choke. I've never been there, but I've heard enough to imagine it. The land is flat, pocked with craters from 1,000 falling bombs. Soldiers in stained red uniforms cower in each of them, like blood filling a wound. I float through them all, searching the faces, looking for the brothers I lost to smoke and shrapnel. Bree appears first, wrestling with a blue-clad Lakelander in a puddle of mud. I want to help him, but I keep floating until he's out of sight. Trammy comes next, bending over a wounded soldier, trying to keep him from bleeding to death. His gentle features, so like Jisa's, are twisted in agony. I will never forget the screams of pain and frustration. As with Bree, I can't help him. Shade waits at the front of the line, beyond even the bravest of warriors. He stands on top of a ridge without regard for the bombs or the guns or the Lakelander army waiting on the other side. He even has the gall to smile at me. I can only watch when the ground beneath his feet explodes, destroying him in a plume of fire and ash. Stop! I manage to scream, reaching for the smoke that was once my brother. The ash takes shape, reforming into the shadow. It engulfs me in darkness, until a wave of memories overtakes me again. Jais's hand. Keelan's conscription. Dad coming home half dead. They blur together, a swirl of too bright color that hurts my eyes. Something is not right. The memories move backward through the years, like I'm watching my life in reverse. And then there are events I can't possibly remember, learning to speak, to walk, my child brothers passing me between them while Mom scolds. This is impossible. Impossible, the shadow says to me. The voice is so sharp, I fear it might crack my skull. I fall to my knees, colliding with what feels like concrete. And then they are gone. My brothers, my parents, my sister, my memories, my nightmares, gone. Concrete and steel bars rise around me. A cage. I struggle to my feet, one hand on my aching head as things come into focus. A figure stares at me from beyond the bars. A crown glitters on her head. I'd bow, but I might fall over, I say to Queen Elera, and immediately I wish I could call back the words. She's a silver, I can't talk to her that way. She could put me in the stocks, take away my rations, punish me, punish my family. No, I realize in my growing horror. She's the queen. She could just kill me. She could kill us all. But she doesn't look offended. Instead, she smirks. A wave of nausea washes over me when I meet her eyes, and I double over again. That looks like a bow to me, she purrs, enjoying my pain. I fight the urge to vomit and reach out to grab the bars. My fist clenches around cold steel. What are you doing to me? Not much of anything anymore. But this, she reaches through the bars to touch my temple. The pain triples beneath her finger, and I fall against the bars, barely conscious enough to hold on. This is to keep you from doing anything silly. Tears sting my eyes, but I shake them away. Like stand on my own 2 feet. I manage to spit out. I can hardly think through the pain, let alone be polite, but still I manage to hold back a stream of curses. For heaven's sake, Mayor Barrow, hold your tongue. Like electrocute something, she snaps. The pain ebbs, giving me enough strength to make it to the metal bench. When I rest my head against the cool stone wall, her words sink in. Electrocute. The memory flashes across my mind, coming back in jagged pieces. Evangeline, the lightning shield, the sparks, and me. It's not possible. You are not silver. Your parents are red, you are red, and your blood is red, the queen murmurs, prowling before the bars of my cage. You are a miracle, Mayor Barrow, an impossibility. Something even I can't understand, and I have seen all of you. That was you. I almost screech, reaching up to cradle my head again. You were in my mind. My memories. My nightmares. If you know someone's fear, you know them. She blinks at me like I'm some stupid creature. And I had to know what it is we're dealing with. I am not in it. What you are remains to be seen. But be thankful for one thing, little lightning girl, she sneers, putting her face against the bars. Suddenly my legs seize up, losing all feeling, like I sat on them wrong. Like I'm paralyzed. Panic rises in my chest as I realize I can't even wiggle my toes. This must be how Dad feels, broken and useless. But somehow I get to my feet, my legs moving on their own, marching me toward the bars. On the other side, the Queen watches me. Her blinks match my steps. She's a whisper, and she's playing with me. When I'm close enough, she grabs my face in her hands. I cry out as the pain in my head multiplies. What I would give now for the simple doom of conscription. You did that in front of hundreds of Silvers, people who will ask questions, people with power. She hisses in my ear, her sickly sweet breath washing over my face. That is the only reason you are still alive. My hands clench, and I wish for the lightning again, but it doesn't come. She knows what I'm doing and laughs openly. Stars explode behind my eyes, clouding my vision, but I hear her go in a swirl of rustling silk. My sight returns just in time to see her dress disappear around a corner, leaving me well and truly alone in the cell. I barely make it back to the bench, fighting the urge to throw up. Exhaustion comes over me in waves, starting in my muscles and sinking into my bones. I am only human, and humans are not supposed to deal with days like today. With a jolt, I realize my wrist is bare. The red band is gone, taken away. What could that mean? Tears sting my eyes, threatening to fall, but I will not cry. I have that much pride left. I can fight the tears but not the questions. Not the doubt growing in my heart. What's happening to me? What am I? I open my eyes to see a security officer staring at me from the other side of the bars. His silver buttons shine in the low light, but they are nothing compared to the glare bouncing off his bald head. You have to tell my family where I am, I blurt out, sitting straight up. At least I said I loved them, I remember, thinking back to our last moments. I don't have to do anything but take you upstairs, he replies, but without much bite. The officer is a pillar of calm. Change your clothes. Suddenly, I realize I still have a half-burned uniform hanging off me. The officer points at a neat pile of clothes near the bars. He turns his back, allowing me some semblance of privacy. The clothes are plain but fine, softer than anything I've ever worn before. A long-sleeved white shirt and black pants, both of them decorated with a single silver stripe down each side. There are shoes as well, black. Oiled boots that rise to my knees. To my surprise, there isn't a stitch of red on the clothes. But why, I do not know. My ignorance is becoming a theme. All right, I grumble, fighting the last boot up my leg. As it slides into place, the officer turns around. I don't hear the jingle of keys, but then, I don't see a lock. How he plans to let me out of my doorless cage, I'm not sure. But instead of opening some hidden gate, his hand twitches, and the metal bars bow open. Of course. The jailer would be a magnetron, yes, he says with a waggle of his fingers. And in case you were wondering, the girl you nearly fried is a cousin. I almost choke on the air in my lungs, not knowing how to respond. I'm sorry. It sounds like a question. Be sorry you missed her, he replies without a hint of jest. Evangeline is a bitch. Family tray. My mouth moves faster than my brain, and I gasp, realizing what I've just said. He doesn't strike me for speaking out of turn, though he has every right to. Instead, the officer's face twitches into the shadow of a smile. I guess you'll find out, he says, black eyes soft. I'm Lucas Samos. Follow me. I don't have to ask to know, I have no other choice in the matter. He leads me out of my cell and up a winding stair, to no less than 12 security officers. Without a word, they surround me in a well-practiced formation and force me along with them. Lucas stays by me, marching in time with the others. They keep their guns in hand, as if ready for battle. Something tells me the men aren't here to defend me but to protect everyone else. When we reach the more beautiful upper levels, the glass walls are strangely black. Tinted, I tell myself, remembering what Jaisa said about the Hall of the Sun. The diamond glass can darken on command to hide what shouldn't be seen. Obviously, I must fall into that category. With a jolt I realize that the windows change not because of some mechanism but a red-haired officer. She waves a hand at every wall we pass, and some power within her blocks out the light, clouding the glass within shade. She's a shadow, a bender of light, Lucas whispers, noting my awe. The cameras are here as well. My skin crawls, feeling their electric gaze running over my bones. Normally my head would ache under the weight of so much electricity, but the pain never comes. Something in the shield has changed me. Or maybe it released something, revealing a part of myself locked away for so long. What am I? Echoes in my head again, more threatening than before. Only when we pass through a monstrous set of doors does the electric sensation pass. The eyes cannot see me here. The chamber inside could encompass my house 10 times, stilts and all. And directly across from me, his fiery gaze burning into mine, is the king, sitting on a diamond glass throne carved into an inferno. Behind him, a window full of daylight quickly fades to black. It might be the last glimpse of the sun I'll ever see. Lucas and the other officers march me forward, but they don't stay long. With nothing but a backward glance, Lucas leads the others out. The king sits before me, the queen standing on his left, the princes on his right. I refuse to look at Cal, but I know he must be gawking at me. I keep my gaze on my new boots, focusing on my toes so I don't give over to the fear turning my body to lead. You will kneel, the queen murmurs, her voice soft as velvet. I should kneel, but my pride won't let me. Even here, in front of Silvers, in front of the king, my knees do not bend. I will not, I say, finding the strength to look up. Do you enjoy your cell, girl? Tiberius says, his kingly voice filling the room. The threat in his words is plain as day, but still I stand. He cocks his head, staring at me like I'm an experiment to puzzle over. What do you want with me? I manage to force out. The queen leans down next to him. I told you, she's red through and through, but the king waves her off like he would a fly. She purses her lips and draws back, hands clasped tightly together. Serves her right. What I want concerning you is impossible, Tiberius snaps. His glare smolders, like he's trying to burn me up. I remember the queen's words. Well, I'm not sorry you can't kill me. The king chuckles. They didn't say you were quick. Relief floods through me. Death does not wait for me here. Not yet. The king throws down a stack of papers, all of them covered in writing. The top sheet has the usual information, including my name, birth date, parents, and the little brown smear that is my blood. My picture is there too, the one on my identification card. I stare down at myself, into bored eyes, sick of waiting in line to have my picture taken. How I wish I could jump into the photo, into the girl whose only problems were conscription and a hungry belly. Mayor Molly Barrow, born November 17, 302 of the New Era, to Daniel and Ruth Barrow. Tiberius recites from memory, laying my life bare. You have no occupation and are scheduled for conscription on your next birthday. You attend school sparingly, your academic test scores are low, and you have a list of offences that would land you in prison in most cities. Thievery, smuggling, resisting arrest, to name but a few. Altogether you are poor, rude, immoral, unintelligent, impoverished, bitter, stubborn, and a blight upon your village and my kingdom. The shock of his blunt words takes a moment to sink in, but when it does, I don't argue. He's entirely right. And yet he continues, rising to his feet. This close, I can see his crown is deathly sharp. The points can kill. You are also something else. Something I cannot fathom. You are red and silver both, a peculiarity with deadly consequences you cannot understand. So what am I to do with you? Is he asking me? You could let me go. I wouldn't say a word. The Queen's sharp laughter cuts me off. And what about the high houses? Will they keep silent as well? Will they forget the little lightning girl in a red uniform? No. No one will. You know my advice, Tiberius, the Queen adds, her eyes on the king. And it will solve both our problems. It must be bad advice, bad for me, because Cal clenches a fist. The movement draws my eye, and I finally look at him fully. He remains still, stoic and quiet, as I'm sure he's been trained to do, but fire burns behind his eyes. For a moment, he meets my gaze, but I look away before I can call out and ask him to save me. Yes, Illyria, the king says, nodding at his wife. We cannot kill you, Mayor Barrow. Not yet hangs in the air. So we are going to hide you in plain sight where we can watch you, protect you, and attempt to understand you. The way his eyes gleam makes me feel like a meal about to be devoured. Father. The word bursts from Cal, but his brother, the paler, leaner prince, grabs him by the arm, holding him back from protesting further. He has a calming effect, and Cal steps back in line. Tiberius goes on, ignoring his son. You are no longer Mayor Barrow, a red daughter of the stilts. Then who am I? I ask, my voice shaking with dread, thinking of all the awful things they can do to me. Your father was Ethan Titanos, general of the Iron Legion, killed when you were an infant. A soldier, a red man, took you for his own and raised you in the dirt, never telling you your true parentage. You grew up believing you were nothing, and now, thanks to chance, you are made whole again. You are Silva, a lady of a lost high house, a noble with great power, and one day, a princess of Nauta. Try as I might, I can't hold back a surprised yelp. A Silva, a princess. My eyes betray me, flying to Cal. A princess must marry a prince. You will marry my son Maven, and you'll do it without putting a toe out of line. I swear I hear my jaw hit the floor. A wretched, embarrassing sound escapes my mouth as I search for something to say, but I'm honestly speechless. In front of me, the younger prince looks equally confused, sputtering just as loudly as I want to. This time, it's Cal's turn to restrain him, though his eyes are on me. The young prince manages to find his voice. I don't understand, he blurts out, shrugging off Cal. He takes quick steps toward his father. She's why. Usually I'd be offended, but I have to agree with the prince's reservations. Quiet, his mother snaps. You will obey. He glares at her, every inch the young son rebelling against his parents. But his mother hardens, and the prince backs down, knowing her wrath and power as well as I do. My voice is faint, barely audible. This seems a bit much. There's simply no other way to describe it. You don't want to make me a lady, much less a princess. Tiberius's face cracks into a grim smile. Like the queen, his teeth are blindingly white. Oh, but I do, my dear. For the first time in your rudimentary little life, you have a purpose. The jab feels like a slap across the face. Here we are, in the early stages of a badly timed rebellion, with terrorist groups or freedom fighters, or whatever the hell these idiotic red fools call themselves, blowing things up in the name of equality. The Scarlet Guard. Farley. Shade. As soon as the name crosses my mind, I pray Queen Illyria stays out of my head. They bombed the capital, yes. The king shrugs, scratching his neck. My years in the shadows have taught me many things. Who carries the most money, who won't notice you, and what liars look like. The king is a liar, I realize, watching as he forces another shrug. He's trying to be dismissive, and it's just not working. Something has him scared of Farley, of the Scarlet Guard. Something much bigger than a few explosions. And you, he continues, leaning forward. You might be able to help us stop there from being any more. I'd laugh out loud if I wasn't so scared. By marrying sorry, what's your name again? His cheeks go white in what I assume is the silver version of a blush. After all, their blood is silver. My name is Maven, he says, his voice soft and quiet. Like Cal and his father, his hair is glossy black, but the similarities end there. While they are broad and muscled, Maven is lean, with eyes like clear water. And I still don't understand. What father is trying to say is that she represents an opportunity for us, Cal says, cutting in to explain. Unlike his brother, Cal's voice is strong and authoritative. It's the voice of a king. If the Reds see her, a silver by blood but red by nature, raised up with us, they can be placated. It's like an old fairy tale, a commoner becoming the princess. She's their champion. They can look to her instead of terrorists. And then, softer, but more important than anything else, she is a distraction. But this isn't a fairy tale, or even a dream. This is a nightmare. I'm being locked away for the rest of my life, forced into being someone else. Into being one of them. A puppet. A show to keep people happy, quiet, and trampled. And if we get the story right, the high houses will be satisfied too. You're the lost daughter of a war hero. What better honor can we give? I meet his eyes, silently pleading. He helped me once, maybe he can do it again. But Cal tips his head from side to side, shaking his head slowly. He can't help me here. This isn't a request, Lady Titanos, Tiberius says. He uses my new name, my new title. You will go through with this, and you will do it properly. Queen Illyria turns her pale eyes on me. You will live here, as is the custom for royal brides. Every day will be scheduled at my discretion, and you will be tutored in everything and anything possible to make you, she searches for the word, chewing on her lip, suitable. I don't want to know what that means. You will be scrutinized. From now on you live on the edge of a knife. One false step, one wrong word, and you will suffer for it. My throat tightens, like I can feel the chains the king and queen are wrapping around me. What about my life? What life? Illyria crows. Girl, you have fallen head over heels into a miracle. Cal squeezes his eyes shut for a moment, as if the sound of the queen's laughter pains him. She means her family. Mare, the girl, has a family. Jaisa, Mom, Dad, the boys, Caerlorn, a life taken away. Oh, that the king huffs, plopping back down into his chair. I suppose we'll give them an allowance, keep them quiet. I want my brothers brought home from the war. For once, I feel like I've said something right. And my friend, Caerlorn Warren. Don't let the legions take him either. Tiberius responds in half a heartbeat. A few red soldiers mean nothing to him. Done. It sounds less like a pardon and more like a death sentence. 9 Lady Marina Titanos, born to Lady Nora Noel Titanos and Lord Ethan Titanos, General of the Iron Legion. Heiress to House Titanos. Marina Titanos. Titanos. My new name echoes in my head as the Red Maids prepare me for the coming onslaught. The 3 girls work quickly and efficiently, never speaking to one another. They don't ask me questions either, even though they must want to. Say nothing, I remember. They are not allowed to speak to me, and they certainly aren't allowed to talk about me to anyone else. Even the strange things, the red things, I'm sure they see. Over many agonizing minutes, they try to make me suitable, bathing me, styling me, painting me into the silly thing I'm supposed to be. The makeup is the worst, especially the thick white paste applied to my skin. They go through 3 pots of it, covering my face, neck, collarbone, and arms with the glittery wet powder. In the mirror, it looks like the warmth is leached from me, as if the powder has covered the heat in my skin. With a gasp, I realize it's supposed to hide my natural flush, the red bloom in my skin, the red blood. I'm pretending to be Silver, and when they finish painting my face, I actually look the part. With my newly pale skin and darkened eyes and lips, I look cold, cruel, a living razor. I look Silver. I look beautiful. And I hate it. How long will this last? Betrothed to a prince. Even in my head, it sounds crazy. Because it is. No Silver in their right mind would marry you, let alone a prince of Nauta. Not to calm rebellion, not to hide your identity, not for anything. Then why do this? When the maids pinch and pull me into a gown, I feel like a corpse being dressed for her funeral. I know it's not far from the truth. Red girls do not marry silver princes. I will never wear a crown or sit on a throne. Something will happen, an accident maybe. A lie will raise me up, and one day another lie will bring me down. The dress is a dark shade of purple spattered with silver, made of silk and sheer lace. All houses have a color, I remember, thinking back to the rainbow of families. The colors of Titanos, my name, must be purple and silver. When one of the maids reaches for my earrings, trying to take away the last bit of my old life, a surge of fear pulses through me. Don't touch! The girl jumps back, blinking quickly, and the others freeze at my outburst. Sorry, a Silver wouldn't apologize. I clear my throat, collecting myself. Leave the earrings. My voice sounds strong, hard, regal. You can change everything else, but leave the earrings. The 3 cheap pieces of metal, each one a brother, aren't going anywhere. The color suits you. I whirl around to see the maids stooped in identical bows. And standing over them, Cal. Suddenly, I'm very glad the makeup covers the blush spreading over me. He gestures quickly, his hand moving in a brushing motion, and the maids scurry from the room like mice fleeing from a cat. I'm sort of new to this royal thing, but I'm not sure you're supposed to be here. In my room, I say, forcing as much disdain into my voice as I can muster. After all, it's his fault I'm in this forsaken mess. He takes a few steps toward me, and on instinct, I take a step back. My feet catch on the hem of my dress, making me choose between not moving or falling over. I don't know which is less desirable. I came to apologize, something I can't really do with an audience. He stops short, noting my discomfort. A muscle twitches in his cheek as he looks me over, probably remembering the hopeless girl who tried to pickpocket him only last night. I look nothing like her now. I'm sorry for getting you into this, Mare. Marina. The name even tastes wrong. That's my name, remember. Then it's a good thing Mare's a suitable nickname. I don't think anything about me is suitable. Cal's eyes rake over me, and my skin burns under his gaze. How do you like Lucas? He finally says, taking an obliging step back. The Samos guard, the first decent Silver I've met here. He's all right, I suppose. Perhaps the Queen will take him away if I reveal how gentle the officer was to me. Lucas is a good man. His family thinks him weak for his kindness, he adds, eyes darkening a little. As if he knows the feeling. But he'll serve you well, and fairly. I'll make sure of it. How thoughtful. He's given me a kind jailer. But I bite my tongue. It won't do any good to snap at his mercy. Thank you, Your Highness. The spark returns to his eyes, and a smirk to his lips. You know my name is Cal. And you know my name, don't you? I tell him bitterly. You know what I come from? He barely nods, as if ashamed. You have to take care of them. My family. Their faces swim before my eyes, already so far away. All of them, for as long as you can. Of course I will. He takes a step toward me, closing the gap between us. I'm sorry, he says again. The words resound in my head, echoing off a memory. The wall of fire. The choking smoke. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It was Cal who caught me earlier, who kept me from escaping this awful place. Are you sorry for stopping my one chance of escape? You mean if you got past the sentinels, security, the walls, the woods, back to your village to wait until the Queen herself hunted you down, he replies, taking my accusations in stride. Stopping you was the best thing for you and your family. I could have gotten away. You don't know me. I know the Queen would tear the world apart looking for the little lightning girl. Don't call me that. The nickname stings more than the fake name I'm still getting used to. Little lightning girl. That's what your mother calls me. He laughs bitterly. She's not my mother. She's Maven's, not mine. Just by the set of his jaw, I know not to press the issue. Oh is all I can say, my voice very small. It fades quickly, a faint echo against the vaulted ceiling. I crane my neck, looking around at my new room for the first time since I came in. It's finer than anything I've ever seen, marble and glass, silk and feathers. The light has changed, shifting to the orange color of dusk. Night is coming. And with it, the rest of my life. I woke up this morning as one person, I mutter, more to myself than to him, and now I'm supposed to be someone else entirely. You can do this. I feel him take a step toward me, his heat filling the room in a way that makes my skin prickle. But I don't look up. I won't. How do you know? Because you must. He bites his lip, eyes shifting over me. As beautiful as this world is, it's just as dangerous. People who are not useful, people who make mistakes, they can be removed. You can be removed. And I will be. Someday. But that is not the only threat I face. So the moment I mess up could be my last. He doesn't speak, but I can see the answer in his eyes. Yes. My fingers fiddle with the silver belt at my waist, pulling it tight. If this was a dream, I would wake up, but I don't. This is really happening. What? I hold out my hands, glaring at the infernal things about me. About this. In response, Cal smiles. I think you'll get the hang of it. Then he holds up his own bare hand. A strange contraption at his wrist, something like a bracelet with two metal ends, clicks, producing sparks. Instead of disappearing in a flash, the sparks glow and burst into red flame, giving off a blast of heat. He's a burner, he controls heat and fire, I remember. He's a prince, and a dangerous one at that. But the flame disappears as quickly as it came, leaving only Cal's encouraging smile and the humming of cameras hidden somewhere, watching over everything. The masked sentinels on the edge of my vision are a constant reminder of my new position. I'm nearly a princess, engaged to the second most eligible bachelor in the country. And I'm a lie. Cal is long gone, leaving me with my guards. Lucas isn't so bad, but the others are stern and quiet, never looking me in the eye. The guards and even Lucas are wardens to keep me imprisoned in my own skin, red behind a silver curtain that can never be pulled away. If I fall, if I even slip, I will die. And others will die for my failure. As they escort me toward the feast, I go over the story the Queen drilled into me, the pretty tale she was going to tell the court. It's simple, easy to remember, but it still makes me cringe. I was born at the war front. My parents were killed in an attack on the camp. A red soldier saved me from the rubble and brought me home to a wife who always wanted a daughter. They raised me in the village called the Stilts, and I was ignorant of my birthright or my ability until this morning. And now I am returned to my rightful place. The thought makes me sick. My rightful place is at home, with my parents and Jisa and Keelorn. Not here. The sentinels lead the way through the maze of passages in the upper levels of the palace. Like the spiral garden, the architecture is all curves of stone, glass, and metal, slowly turning downward. Diamond glass is around every corner, showing breathtaking views of the marketplace, the river valley, and the woods beyond. From this height, I can see hills I didn't know existed rising in the distance, silhouetted against the setting sun. The last 2 floors are royal apartments, Lucas says, pointing up the sloping, spiraling hallway. Sunlight glitters like a firestorm, throwing speckles of light down on us. The lift will take us down to the ballroom. Just here. Lucas reaches out, stopping next to a metal wall. It reflects us dully, then slides away when he waves a hand. The sentinels usher us into a box with no windows and harsh lighting. I force myself to breathe, even though I'd rather push out of what feels like a giant metal coffin. I jump a mile when the lift suddenly moves, making my pulse race. My breath comes in short gasps as I look around in wide-eyed fright, expecting to see the others reacting in the same way. But no one else seems to mind the fact that the box we're in is dropping. Only Lucas notices my discomfort, and he slows our descent a little. The lift moves up and down, so we don't have to walk. This place is very big, Lady Titanos, he murmurs with the ghost of a smile. I'm torn between wonder and fear as we drop, and I breathe a sigh of relief when Lucas opens the lift doors. We march out into the mirrored hall I ran through this morning. The broken mirrors are already fixed. It looks like nothing ever happened. When Queen Elera appears around the corner, her own sentinels in tow, Lucas sweeps into a bow. Now she wears black and red and silver, her husband's colors. With her blonde hair and pale skin, she looks downright ghoulish. She grabs me by the arm, pulling me to her as we walk. Her lips don't move, but I hear her voice all the same, echoing in my head. This time it doesn't hurt or make me nauseous, but the sensation still feels sick and wrong. I want to scream, to claw her out of my head. But there's nothing I can do except hate her. The Titanos family were oblivions, she says, her voice all around. They could explode things with a touch, like the Lerolan girl did at Queen's trial. When I try to remember the girl, Elera projects an image of her directly into my brain. It flashes, barely there, but still I see a young girl in orange blow up rock and sand like military bombs. Your mother, Nora Knoll, was a storm like the rest of House Knoll. Storms control the weather, to an extent. It's not common, but their union resulted in your unique abilities to control electricity. Say no more, if anyone asks. What do you really want with me? Even in my head, my voice quivers. Her laughter bounces inside my skull, the only answer I'll get. Remember the person you're supposed to be, and remember well, she continues, ignoring my question. You are pretending to be raised red, but you're silver by blood. You are now red in the head, silver in the heart. A shiver of fear shoots through me. From now until the end of your days, you must lie. Your life depends on it, little lightning girl. 10 Elera leaves me standing in the hallway, mulling over her words. I used to think there was only the divide, silver and red, rich and poor, kings and slaves. But there's much more in between, things I don't understand, and I'm right in the middle of it. I grew up wondering if I'd have food for supper, now I'm standing in a palace about to be eaten alive. Red in the head, silver in the heart sticks with me, guiding my motions. My eyes stay wide, taking in the grand palace both Mayor and Mayorina had never dreamed of, but my mouth presses into a firm line. Mayorina is impressed, but she keeps her emotions in check. She is cold and unfeeling. The doors at the end of the hall open, revealing the biggest room I've ever seen, bigger even than the throne room. I don't think I'll ever get used to the sheer size of this place. I step through the doors onto a landing. Stairs lead down to the floor, where every house sits in cool expectation, their eyes forward. Again, they keep to their colors. A few mutter among themselves, probably talking about me and my little show. King Tiberius and Alera stand on a raised surface a few feet higher than the floor, facing the crowd of their subjects. They knew and miss an opportunity to lord over the others. Either they are very vain or very aware. To look powerful is to be powerful. The princes match their parents in different outfits of red and black, both decorated with military medals. Cal stands to his father's right, his face still and impassive. If he knows who he's going to marry, he doesn't look happy about it. Maven's there too, on his mother's left, his face a storm cloud of emotions. The younger brother is not as good as Cal at hiding his feelings. At least I won't have to deal with a good liar. The rite of Queen Stryle is always a joyous event, representing the future of our great kingdom and the bonds that keep us strongly united in the face of our enemies, the king says, addressing the crowd. They don't see me yet, standing on the edge of the room, looking down on them all. But as you saw today, Queen Stryle has brought forth more than just the future queen. He turns to Alera, who clasps the king's hand in her own with a dutiful smile. Her shift from devilish villain to blushing queen is astounding. We all remember our bright hope against the darkness of war, our captain, our friend, the General Ethan Titanos, Alera says. People murmur over the room, in fondness or sadness. Even the Samos patriarch, Evangeline's cruel father, bows his head. He led the Iron Legion to victory, pushing back the lines of war that had stood for nearly 100 years. The Lakelanders feared him, our soldiers loved him. I strongly doubt a single red soldier loved their silver general. Lakelander spies killed our beloved friend Ethan, sneaking across the lines to destroy our one hope for peace. His wife, the Lady Nora, a good and just woman, died with him. On that fateful day 16 years ago, House Titanos was lost. Friends were taken from us. Our blood was spilled. Silence settles on the room as the Queen pauses to dab at her eyes, wiping away what I know are fake, forced tears. A few of the girls, participants in Queen Stryle, fidget in their seats. They don't care about a dead general, and neither does the Queen, not really. This is about me, about somehow slipping a red girl into a crown without anyone noticing. It's a magic trick, and the Queen is a skilled magician. Her eyes find me, blazing up to my spot at the top of the stairs, and everyone follows her gaze. Some look confused, while others recognize me from this morning. And a few stare at my dress. They know the colors of House Titanos better than I do and understand who I am. Or at least who I'm pretending to be. This morning we saw a miracle. We watched a red girl fall into the arena like a bolt of lightning, wielding power she should not have. More murmurs rise, and a few silvers even stand. The Samos girl looks furious, her black eyes fixed on me. The king and I interviewed the girl extensively, trying to discover how she came to be. Interview is a funny way to describe scrambling my brain. She isn't red, but she is still a miracle. My friends, please welcome back to us Lady Marina Titanos, daughter of Ethan Titanos. Lost and now found. With a twitch of her hand, she beckons me closer. I obey. I descend the stairs to stilted applause, more focused on not tripping. But my feet are sure, my face still, as I plunge toward hundreds of faces wondering, staring, suspecting. Lucas and my guards don't follow, staying on the landing. I'm alone in front of these people once again, and I've never felt so bare, even with the layers of silk and powder. Again, I'm grateful for all the makeup. It's my shield, between them and the truth of who I am. a truth I don't even understand. The Queen gestures to an open seat in the front row of the crowd, and I make my way to it. The Queenstrail girls watch me, wondering why I'm here and why I'm so important all of a sudden. But they are only curious, not angry. They look at me with pity, empathizing as best they can with my sad story. Except Evangeline Samos. When I finally get to my seat, she is sitting right next to it, her eyes glaring into mine. Gone are her leather clothes and iron studs, now she wears a dress of interlocked metal rings. From the way her fingers tighten, I can tell she wants nothing more than to wrap her hands around my throat. Saved from her parents' fate, Lady Marina was taken from the front and brought to a red village not 10 miles from here. The king continues, taking over so he can tell the grand twist in my tale. Raised by red parents, she worked as a red servant. And until this morning, she believed she was one of them. The accompanying gasp makes my teeth grind. Marina was a diamond in the rough, working in my own palace, the daughter of my late friend under my nose. But no more. To atone for my ignorance, and to repay her father and her house for their great contributions to the kingdom, I would like to take this moment to announce the joining of House Calor and the resurrected House Titanos. Another gasp, this one from the girls of Queenstrail. They think I'm taking Cal away from them. They think I'm their competition. I raise my eyes to the king, quietly pleading for him to continue before one of the girls murders me. I can almost feel Evangeline's cold metal cutting into me. Her fingers lace together tightly, knuckles white as she resists the urge to skin me in front of everyone. On her other side, her brooding father puts a hand on her arm to still her. When Maven steps forward, the tension in the room deflates. He stutters briefly, tripping over the words he's been taught, but he finds his voice. Lady Marina. Trying my best not to shake, I rise to my feet and face him. In the eyes of my royal father and the noble court, I would ask for your hand in marriage. I pledge myself to you, Marina Titanos. Will you? My heart pounds as he speaks. Though his words sound like a question, I know I have no choice in my answer. No matter how much I want to look away, my eyes stay on Maven. He gives me the smallest of encouraging smiles. I wonder to myself which girl would have been chosen for him. Who would I have chosen? If none of this had happened, if Keelorn's master never died, if Jice's hand was never broken, if nothing ever changed. If. It's the worst word in the world. Conscription. Survival. Green-eyed children with my quick feet and Keelorn's last name. That future was almost impossible before, now it's non-existent. I pledge myself to you, Maven Calor, I say, hammering the last nails into my coffin. My voice quivers, but I don't stop. I accept. It carries such finality, slamming a door on the rest of my life. I feel like collapsing but somehow manage to sit back down gracefully. Maven slinks back to his seat, grateful to be out of the spotlight. His mother pats him on the arm in reassurance. She smiles softly, just for him. Even Silvers love their children. But she turns cold again as Cal stands, her smile disappearing in a heartbeat. The air seems to go out of the room as every girl inhales, waiting for his decision. I doubt Cal had any say in choosing a queen, but he plays his part well, just like Maven, just like I'm trying to do. He smiles brightly, flashing even white teeth that make a few girls sigh, but his warm eyes are terribly solemn. I am my father's heir, born to privilege and power and strength. You owe me your allegiance, just as I owe you my life. It is my duty to serve you and my kingdom as best I can, and beyond. He's rehearsed his speech, but the fervor Cal has can't be faked. He believes in himself, that he'll be a good king, or die trying. I need a queen who will sacrifice just as much as I will, to maintain order, justice, and balance. The Queenstryle girls lean forward, eager to hear his next words. But Evangeline doesn't move, an obscene smirk twisting her face. House Samos looks equally calm. Her brother, Ptolemus, even stifles a yawn. They know who has been chosen. Lady Evangeline. There's no gasp of surprise, no shock or excitement from her. Even the other girls, heartbroken as they are, sit back with only dejected shrugs. Everyone saw this coming. I remember the Fat family back in the Spiral Garden, complaining that Evangeline Samos had already won. They were right. With a fluid, cold grace, Evangeline rises to her feet. She barely looks at Cal, instead turning over her shoulder to sneer at the crestfallen girls. She basks in her moment of glory. A smile ghosts over her face when her eyes fall on me. I don't miss the feral flash of teeth. When she turns back around, Cal echoes his brother's proposal. In the eyes of my royal father and the noble court, I would ask for your hand in marriage. I pledge myself to you, Evangeline Samos. Will you accept? I pledge myself to you, Prince Tiberius, she says in a voice that is oddly high and breathy, contrasting with her hard appearance. I accept. With a triumphant smirk, Evangeline sits back down and Cal retreats to his own seat. He keeps a smile fixed in place like a piece of armor, but she doesn't seem to notice. Then I feel a hand find my arm, nails biting into my skin. I fight the urge to jump out of my chair. Evangeline doesn't react, still staring straight ahead at the place that will one day be hers. If this were the stilts, I'd knock a few of her teeth out. Her fingers dig into me, down to the flesh. If she draws blood, red blood, our little game will be over before it even has a chance to begin. But she stops short of breaking skin, leaving bruises the maids will have to hide. Get in my way and I'll kill you slowly, little lightning girl, she mutters through her smile. Little lightning girl. The nickname is really starting to get on my nerves. To cement her point, the smooth metal bracelet on her wrist shifts, turning into a circle of sharp thorns. Each tip glistens, begging to spill blood. I swallow hard, trying not to move. But she lets go quickly, returning her hand to her lap. Once again, she is the picture of a demure silver girl. If there was ever a person begging for an elbow to the face, it is Evangeline Samos. A quick glance around the room tells me the court has turned sullen. Some girls have tears in their eyes and throw a wolfish glares at Evangeline and even me. They probably waited for this day all their lives, only to fail. I want to hand my betrothal over, to give away what they so desperately want, but no, I must look happy. I must pretend. As wonderful and happy as today has been, King Tiberius says, ignoring the sentiment in the room, I must remind you why this choice has been made. The might of House Samos joined with my son, and all his children to follow, will help guide our nation. You all know the precarious state of our kingdom, with war in the north and foolish extremists, enemies to our way of life, attempting to destroy us from within. The Scarlet Guard might seem small and insignificant to us, but they represent a dangerous turn for our Red brothers. More than a few people in the crowd scoff at the term brothers, myself included. Small and insignificant. Then why do they need me? Why use me, if the Scarlet Guard is nothing to them? The king is a liar. But what he's trying to hide, I'm still not sure. It could be the Guard's strength. It could be me. It's probably both. Should this rebellious streak take hold, he continues, it will end in bloodshed and a divided nation, something I cannot bear. We must maintain the balance. Evangeline and Marina will help do that, for the sake of us all. Murmurs go through the crowd at the king's words. Some nod, others look cross at the Queenstryle choices, but no one voices their dissent. No one speaks up. No one would listen if they did. Smiling, King Tiberius bows his head. He has won, and he knows it. Strength and power, he repeats. The motto echoes out from him, as every person says the words. The words trip over my tongue, feeling foreign in my mouth. Cal stares down at me, watching me chant along with all the others. In that moment, I hate myself. Strength and power. I suffer through the feast, watching but not seeing, hearing but not listening. Even the food, more food than I've ever seen, tastes plain in my mouth. I should be stuffing my face, enjoying what's probably the best meal of my life, but I can't. I can't even speak when Maven murmurs to me, his voice calm and level in assurance. You're doing fine, he says, but I try to ignore him. Like his brother, he wears the same metal bracelet, the Flamemaker. It's a firm reminder of exactly who and what Maven is: powerful, dangerous, a burner, a silver. Sitting at a table made of crystal, drinking bubbly gold liquid until my head spins, I feel like a traitor. What are my parents eating for dinner tonight? Do they even know where I am? Or is Mom sitting on the porch, waiting for me to come home? Instead, I'm stuck in a room full of people who would kill me if they knew the truth. And the royals, of course, who would kill me if they could, who probably will kill me one day. They've pulled me inside out, swapping mare for Marina, a thief for a crown, rags for silk, red for silver. This morning I was a servant, tonight I'm a princess. How much more will change? What else will I lose? That's enough of that, Maven says, his voice swimming through the din of the feast. He pulls away my fancy goblet, replacing it with a glass of water. I liked that drink. But I gulp down the water greedily, feeling my head clear. Maven just shrugs. You'll thank me later. Thank you, I snap as snidely as possible. I haven't forgotten the way he looked at me this morning, like I was something on the bottom of his shoe. But now his gaze is softer, calmer, more like Cal's. I'm sorry about earlier today, Marina. My name is Mare. I'm sure you are comes out instead. Really, he says, leaning toward me. We're seated side by side, with the rest of the royals, at the high table. It's just, usually younger princes get to choose. One of the few perks of not being the heir, he adds with a terribly forced smile. Oh. I didn't know that, I reply, not really knowing what to say. I should feel sorry for him, but I can't bring myself to feel any kind of pity for a prince. Yeah, well, you wouldn't. It's not your fault. He looks back to the feasting hall, casting his gaze out like a fishing line. I wonder what face he's looking for. Is she here? I murmur, trying to sound apologetic. The girl you would have chosen. He hesitates, then shakes his head. No, I didn't have anyone in mind. But it was nice to have the option of a choice, you know. No, I don't know. I don't have the luxury of choice. Not now, not ever. Not like my brother. He grew up knowing he'd never have a say in his future. I guess now I'm getting a taste of what he feels. You and your brother have everything, Prince Maven, I whisper in a voice so fervent it might be a prayer. You live in a palace, you have strength, you have power. You wouldn't know hardship if it kicked you in the teeth, and believe me, it does that a lot. So excuse me if I don't feel sorry for either of you. There I go, letting my mouth run away with my brain. As I recover, drinking down the rest of the water in an attempt to cool my temper, Maven just stares at me, his eyes cold. But the wall of ice recedes, melting as his gaze softens. You're right, Mare. No one should feel sorry for me. I can hear the bitterness in his voice. With a shiver, I watch him throw a glance at Cal. His older brother beams like the sun, laughing with their father. When Maven turns back around, he forces another smile, but there's a surprising sadness in his eyes. As much as I try, I can't ignore the sudden jolt of pity I feel for the forgotten prince. But it passes when I remember who he is and who I am. I'm a red girl in a sea of silvers, and I can't afford to feel sorry for anyone, least of all the son of a snake. 11. The crowd toasts at the end of the feast, their glasses raised to the royal table. On they go, lords and ladies in a rainbow of colour trying to wiggle their way into favour. I'll have to learn them all soon, matching colour to house and house to people. Maven whispers their names to me in turn, even though I won't remember them tomorrow. At first it's annoying, but soon I find myself leaning in to hear the names. Lord Samos is the last to stand, and when he does, a hush falls. This man commands respect, even among Titans. Though his black robes are plain, trimmed with simple silk, and he has no great jewels or badges to speak of, he has the undeniable air of power. I don't need Maven to tell me he's the highest of the high houses, a person to be feared above all others. Volo Samos, Maven murmurs. Head of House Samos. He owns and operates the iron mines. Every gun in the war comes from his land. So he's not just a noble. His importance comes from more than just titles. Volo's toast is short and to the point. To my daughter he rumbles, his voice low, steady, and strong. The future queen. To Evangeline. Ptolemus shouts, jumping to his feet next to his father. His eyes blaze around the room, daring someone to oppose them. A few lords and ladies look annoyed, angry even, but they raise their cups with the rest, saluting the new princess. Their glasses reflect the light, each one a tiny star in the hand of a god. When he finishes, Queen Ilera and King Tiberius rise, both of them smiling at their many guests. Cal gets up as well, then Evangeline, then Maven, and after one dumb moment, I join them. The many houses do the same at their tables, and the scraping of chairs on marble sounds like nails on a stone. Thankfully, the king and queen simply bow and walk down the short set of steps leading away from our high table. It's over. I've made it through my first night. Cal takes Evangeline's hand and leads her after them, with Maven and me bringing up the rear. When Maven takes my hand, his skin is shockingly cold. The silvers press in on both sides, watching us pass in heavy silence. Their faces are curious, cunning, cruel, and behind every false smile is a reminder, they are watching. Every eye scraping over me, looking for cracks and imperfections, makes me squirm, but I cannot break. I cannot slip. Not now, not ever. I'm one of them. I'm special. I'm an accident. I'm a lie. And my life depends on maintaining the illusion. Maven tightens his fingers in mine, willing me onward. It's almost over, he whispers as we near the far end of the hall. Almost there. The feeling of being smothered passes as we leave the feast behind, but the cameras follow us with heavy, electric eyes. The more I think about it, the stronger their gaze becomes, until I can sense where the cameras are before I see them. Maybe this is a side effect of my condition. Maybe I've just never been surrounded by this much electricity before, and this is how everyone feels. Or maybe I'm just a freak. Back in the passageway, a group of sentinels waits to escort us upstairs. But then, what threats could there possibly be to these people? Cal, Maven, and King Tiberius can control fire. Ilera can control mines. What could they fear? We will rise, red as the dawn. Farley's voice, my brother's words, the creed of the Scarlet Guard, comes back to me. They attacked the capital already, this could even be their next target. I could be a target. Farley could hold me up in another hijacked broadcast, revealing me to the world in an attempt to undermine the Silvers. Look at their lies, look at this lie, she would say, pushing my face into the camera, bleeding me red for all the world to see. Crazier and crazier thoughts come to mind, each one more frightening and outlandish than the last. This place is making me insane after just one day. That went well, Illyra says, snatching her hand away from the king when we reach the residence floors. He doesn't seem to mind in the least. Take the girls to their rooms. She doesn't direct her command at anyone in particular, but 4 sentinels break off from the group. Their eyes glitter behind their black masks. I can do it, Cal and Maven say in unison. They glance at each other, startled. Illyra raises one perfect eyebrow. That would be inappropriate. I'll escort Marina, Maeve can take Evangeline, Cal offers quickly, and Maven purses his lips at the nickname. Maeve. Probably what Cal called him as a boy, and now it's stuck, the emblem of a younger brother, always in shadow, always second. The king shrugs. Let them, Illyra. The girls need a good night of sleep, and sentinels would give any lady bad dreams. He chuckles, tossing a playful nod at the guards. They don't respond, silent as stone. I don't know if they are allowed to talk at all. After a moment of tense silence, the queen turns on her heel. Very well. Like any wife, she hates her husband for challenging her, and like any queen, she hates the power the king holds over her. A bad combination. To bed, the king says, his voice a bit more forceful and authoritative. The sentinels stay with him, following when he goes the opposite way from his wife. I guess they don't sleep in the same room, but that's not much of a shock. My room is where, exactly? Evangeline asks, glaring at Maven. The blushing queen-to-be is gone, replaced by the sharp she-devil I recognize. He gulps at the sight of her. Ah, this way, miss, my lady. He holds out an arm to her, but she breezes right by him. Good night, Cal, Marina. Maven sighs, making a point of looking at me. I can only nod at the retreating prince. My betrothed. The thought makes me want to be sick. Even though he seemed polite, nice even, he's Silver. And he's Illyra's son, which might be even worse. His smiles and kind words cannot hide that from me. Cal's just as bad, raised to rule, to perpetuate this world of division even further. He watches Evangeline disappear, his eyes lingering on her retreating form in a way that makes me strangely annoyed. You picked a real winner, I mutter once she's out of earshot. Cal's smile dies with a downward twitch, and he starts walking toward my room, ascending the sloping spiral. My little legs fight to keep up with his long strides, but he doesn't seem to notice, lost in thought. Finally he turns, his eyes like hot coals. I didn't pick anything. Everyone knows that. At least you knew this was coming. I woke up this morning and didn't even have a boyfriend. Cal winces at my words, but I don't care. I can't handle his self-pity. And, you know, there's the "you're going to be king" thing. That must be a boost. He chuckles to himself, but he's not laughing. His eyes darken, and he takes a step forward, surveying me from head to toe. Instead of looking judgmental, he seems sad. Deeply sad in the red gold pools of his eyes, a little boy lost, looking for someone to save him. You're a lot like Maven, he says after a long moment that makes my heart race. You mean engaged to a stranger? We do have that in common. You're both very smart. I can't help but snort. Cal obviously doesn't know I can't get through a 14-year-old's math test. You know people, you understand them, you see through them. I did a great job of that last night. I definitely knew you were the crown prince the whole time. I still can't believe it was only last night. What a difference a day makes. You knew I didn't belong. His sadness is contagious, sending an ache over me. So we've switched places. Suddenly the palace doesn't seem so beautiful or so magnificent. The hard metal and stone is too severe, too bright, too unnatural, trapping me in. And underneath it all, the electric buzz of cameras drones on. It's not even a sound but a feeling in my skin, in my bones, in my blood. My mind reaches out to the electricity, as if on instinct. Stop, I tell myself. Stop. The hair stands up on my arm as something sizzles beneath my skin, a crackling energy I can't control. Of course it returns now, when it's the last thing I want. But the feeling passes as quickly as it came, and the electricity shifts to a low hum again, letting the world return to normal. Are you okay? Cal stares down at me, confused. Sorry, I mumble, shaking my head. Just thinking. He nods, looking almost apologetic. About your family. The words hit me like a slap. They hadn't even crossed my mind in the last few hours, and it sickens me. A few hours of silk and royalty have already changed me. I've sent a conscript release for your brothers and your friend, and an officer to your house, to tell your parents where you are. Cal continues, thinking this might calm me. We can't tell them everything though. I can only imagine how that went. Oh, hello. Your daughter is a silver now, and she's going to marry a prince. You'll never see her again, but we'll send you some money to help out. Even trade, don't you think? They know you work for us and have to live here, but they still think you're a servant. For now, at least. When your life becomes more public, we'll figure out how to deal with them. Can I write to them at least? Shade's letters were always a bright spot in our dark days. Maybe mine will be the same. But Cal shakes his head. I'm sorry, that's just not possible. I didn't think so. He ushers me into my room, which quickly sparkles to life. Motion-activated lights, I think. Like back in the hallway, my senses sharpen and everything electrical becomes a burning feeling in my mind. Immediately I know there are no less than 4 cameras in my room, and that makes me squirm. It's for your own protection. If anyone were to intercept the letters, to find out about you, are the cameras in here for my own protection? I ask, gesturing to the walls. The cameras stab into my skin, watching every inch of me. It's maddening, and after a day like today, I don't know how much more I can take. I'm locked in this nightmare palace, surrounded by walls and guards and people who will tear me to shreds, and I can't even get a moment's peace in my own room. Instead of snapping back at me, Cal looks bewildered. His eyes blaze around. The walls are bare, but he must be able to sense them too. How can anyone not feel the eyes pressing down? Mayor, there aren't any cameras in here. I wave a hand at him, dismissive. The electrical hum still breaks against my skin. Don't be stupid. I can feel them. Now he truly looks lost. Feel them? What do you mean? But the words die in my throat as I realize, he doesn't feel anything. He doesn't even know what I'm saying. How can I explain this to him, if he doesn't already know? How can I tell him I feel the energy in the air like a pulse, like another part of me? Like another sense? Would he even understand? Would anyone? Is that not normal? Something flickers in his eyes as he hesitates, trying to find the words to tell me I'm different. Even among the Silvers, I'm something else. Not to my knowledge, he finally says. My voice sounds small, even to me. I don't think anything about me is normal anymore. He opens his mouth to speak but thinks better of it. There's nothing he can say to make me feel better. There's nothing he can do for me at all. In the fairy tales, the poor girl smiles when she becomes a princess. Right now, I don't know if I'll ever smile again. 12 Your schedule is as follows: 0730, breakfast /0800, protocol /1130, luncheon 1300, lessons /1800, dinner. Lucas will escort you to it all. Schedule is not negotiable. Her Royal Highness Queen Elera of House Merendus. The note is short and to the point, not to mention rude. My mind swims at the thought of 5 hours of lessons, remembering how terrible I was at school. With a groan, I throw the note back down on the nightstand. It lands in a pool of golden morning light, just to tease me. Like yesterday, the 3 maids flutter in, quiet as a whisper. 15 minutes later, after suffering through tight leather leggings, a draping gown, and other strange, impractical clothes, we settle on the plainest thing I can find in the closet of wonders. Stretchy but sturdy black pants, a purple jacket with silver buttons, and polished grey boots. Besides the glossy hair and the war paint, I almost look like myself again. Lucas waits on the other side of the door, one foot tapping against the stone floor. 1 minute behind schedule, he says the second I step into the hall. Are you going to babysit me every day or just until I learn my way around? He falls into step beside me, gently guiding me in the right direction. What do you think? Here's to a long and happy friendship, Officer Samos. Likewise, my lady. Don't call me that. Whatever you say, my lady. Next to last night's feast, breakfast looks dull in comparison. The smaller dining room is still large, with a high ceiling and a view of the river, but the long table is only set for 3. Unfortunately for me, the other 2 happen to be Elera and Evangeline. They are already halfway through their bowls of fruit by the time I shuffle in. Elera barely glances at me, but Evangeline's sharp-eyed stare is enough for both of them. With the sun bouncing off her metal get-up, she looks like a blinding star. You should eat quickly, the Queen says without looking up. Lady Blancnose does not tolerate tardiness. Across from me, Evangeline laughs into her hand. You're still taking protocol. You mean you aren't? My heart leaps at the prospect of not having to sit through classes with her. Excellent. Evangeline scoffs at me, brushing off the insult. Only children take protocol. To my surprise, the Queen takes my side. Lady Marina has grown up under terrible circumstances. She knows nothing of our ways, of the expectations she must fulfill now. Surely you understand her needs, Evangeline? The reprimand is calm, quiet, and threatening. Evangeline's smile drops, and she nods, not daring to meet the Queen's eye. Luncheon today will be on the glass terrace, with the ladies of Queen Stryle and their mothers. Try not to gloat, Elera adds, though I never would. Evangeline, on the other hand, blushes white. They are still here. I hear myself ask. Even after not being chosen? Elera nods. Our guests will be here for the coming weeks, to properly honor the prince and his betrothed. They won't leave until after the parting ball. My heart plummets in my chest until it bounces around my toes. So more nights like last night, with the pressing crowd and 1,000 eyes. They'll ask questions too, questions I'll have to answer. Lovely. And after the ball, we leave with them, Elera continues, twisting the knife. To return to the capital. The capital. Ashen. I know the royal family goes back to Whitefire Palace at the end of every summer, and now I'm going too. I'll have to leave, and this world I can't understand will become my only reality. I'll never be able to go home. You knew this, I tell myself, you agreed to this. But it doesn't hurt any less. When I escape back into the hallway, Lucas ushers me down the passage. As we walk, he smirks at me. You have watermelon on your face. Of course I do, I snap, wiping at my mouth with my sleeve. Lady Blonnose is just through here, he says, gesturing to the end of the hall. What's the story about her? Can she fly or make flowers grow out of her ears? Lucas cracks a smile, humouring me. Not quite. She's a healer. Now, there's two kinds of healers, skin healers and blood healers. All of House Blonnose are blood healers, meaning they can heal themselves. I could throw her off the top of the hall and she'd walk away without a scratch. I'd like to see that tested, but I don't say so out loud. I've never heard of a blood healer before. You wouldn't have, since they are not allowed to fight in the arenas. There's simply no point in them doing it. Wow! Yet another silver of epic proportions. So if I have, an episode Lucas softens, understanding what I'm trying to say. She'll be just fine. The curtains, on the other hand. That's why they gave her to me. Because I'm dangerous. But Lucas shakes his head. Lady Titanos, they gave her to you because your posture is terrible and you eat like a dog. Bess Blonnose is going to teach you how to be a lady, and if you light her up a couple of times, no one will blame you. How to be a lady, this will be awful. He raps his knuckles on the door, making me jump. It swings open on silent, smooth hinges, revealing a sunlit room. I'll be back to bring you to lunch, he says. I don't move, my feet planted, but Lucas nudges me into the dreaded room. The door swings behind me, this time shutting out the hall and anything that might calm me down. The room is fine but plain, with a wall of windows, and totally empty. The buzzing of cameras, lights, electricity, is vibrantly strong in here, almost burning the air around me with its energy. I'm sure the Queen is watching, ready to laugh at my attempts to be proper. Hello, I say, expecting a response, but nothing comes. I cross to the windows, looking out on the courtyard. Instead of another pretty garden, I'm surprised to find this window doesn't face outside at all but down into a gigantic white room. The floor is several stories below me, and a track rings the outer edge. In the center, a strange contraption moves and turns, spinning round and round with outstretched metal arms. Men and women, all in uniform, dodge the spinning machine. It picks up speed, twirling faster, until only two remain. They are quick, dipping and dodging with grace and speed. At every turn the machine accelerates, until it finally slows, shutting down. They've beaten it. This must be some kind of training, for security or sentinels. But when the two trainees move on to target practice, I realize they aren't security at all. The pair of them shoot bright red fireballs into the air, exploding targets as they rise and fall. Each one is a perfect shot, and even from up here, I recognize their smiling faces. Cal and Maven. So this is what they do during the day. Not learning to rule, to be a king, or even a proper lord, but to train for war. Cal and Maven are deadly creatures, soldiers. But their battle isn't just on the lines. It's here, in a palace, on the broadcasts, in the heart of every person they rule. They will rule, not just by right of a crown but by might. Strength and power. It's all the Silver's respect, and it's all it takes to keep the rest of us slaves. Evangeline steps up next. When the targets fly, she throws out a fan of sharp silver metal darts to take down each one in turn. No wonder she laughed at me for protocol. While I'm in here learning how to eat properly, she's training to kill. Enjoying the show, Lady Marina, a voice crows behind me. I turn around, my nerves tingling a bit. What I see doesn't do anything to calm me. Lady Blonnose is a horrifying sight, and it takes all of my manners to keep my jaw from dropping. Blood healer, able to heal herself. I understand now what that means. She must be over 50, older than my mother, but her skin is smooth and shockingly tight over her bones. Her hair is perfectly white, slicked back, and her eyebrows seem fixed in a constant state of shock, arched on her unwrinkled forehead. Everything about her is wrong, from her two full lips to the sharp, unnatural slope of her nose. Only her deep grey eyes look alive. The rest, I realize, is fake. Somehow she was able to heal or change herself into this monstrous thing in an attempt to look younger, prettier, better. Sorry, I finally managed. I came in, and you weren't, I observed, she clips, already hating me. You stand like a tree in a storm. She seizes my shoulders and pulls them back, forcing me to stand up straight. My name is Bess Blownose, and I'm going to attempt to make you a lady. You're going to be a princess one day, and we can't have you acting like a savage, can we? Savage? For a brief, shining moment, I think about spitting in silly Lady Blownoses' face. But what would that cost me? What would that accomplish? And it would only prove her right. Worst of all, I realize I need her. Her training will keep me from slipping and, most important, keep me alive. No, a hollow shell of my voice answers. We can't have that. Exactly 3.5 hours later, Blownose releases me from her clutches and back into Lucas's care. My back aches from the posture lessons about how to sit, stand, walk, and even sleep, on your back, arms at your sides, always still, but it's nothing compared to the mental exercise she put me through. She drilled the rules of court into my head, filling me with names, protocols, and etiquette. In the last few hours I received a crash course in anything and everything I'm supposed to know. The hierarchy among the high houses is slowly coming into focus, but I'm sure I'll mess up something anyway. We only scratched the surface of protocol, but now I can go to the Queen's stupid function with at least some idea of how to act. The glass terrace is relatively close by, only a floor down and a hallway over, so I don't get much time to collect myself before facing Illyria and Evangeline again. This time, when I step through the doorway, I'm greeted by invigorating fresh air. I'm outside for the first time since I became Mayorina, but now, with the wind in my lungs and the sun on my face, I feel more like Mayor again. If I close my eyes, I can pretend none of this ever happened. But it did. The glass terrace is as ornate as Blownose's classroom was bare and lives up to its name. A glass canopy, supported by clear, artfully cut columns, stretches over us, refracting the sun into a million dancing colors to Marth women milling about. It's beautiful in an artificial way, like everything else in this silver world. Before I have a chance to take a breath, a pair of girls steps in front of me. Their smiles are fake and cold, just like their eyes. Judging by the colors of their gowns, dark blue and red on one, solid black on the other, they belong to House Irrel and House Haven. Silks and shadows, I remember, thinking back to Blownose's lessons on abilities. Lady Mayorina, they say in unison, bowing stiffly. I do the same, inclining my head the way Lady Blownose showed me. I'm Sonia of House Irrel, the first says, tossing her head proudly. Her movements are lithe and cat-like. Silks are quick and quiet, perfectly balanced and agile. And I'm Elaine of House Haven, the other adds, her voice barely a whisper. While the Irrel girl is dark, with deeply tanned skin and black hair, Elaine is pale, with glossy red locks. The dancing sunlight speckles her skin in a perfect halo, making her look flawless. Shadow, bender of light. We wanted to welcome you. But their pointed smiles and narrowed eyes don't look welcoming at all. Thank you. That's very kind. I clear my throat, trying to sound normal, and the girls don't miss the action, exchanging glances. You also participated in Queen's trial. I say quickly, hoping to distract them from my terrible social graces. This only seems to incense them. Sonia crosses her arms, showing sharp nails the color of iron. We did. Obviously we were not so lucky as you or Evangeline. Sorry comes out before I can stop it. Marina would not apologize. I mean, you know I had no intention of your intentions remain to be seen. Sonia purrs, looking more like a cat with every passing second. When she turns, snapping her fingers in a way that makes her nails slice along each other, I flinch. Grandmother, come meet Lady Marina. Grandmother. I almost breathe a sigh of relief, expecting a kindly old woman to come waddling over and save me from these biting girls. But I'm sorely mistaken. Instead of a wizened crone, I'm met with a formidable woman made of steel and shadow. Like Sonia, she has coffee-colored skin and black hair, though hers is shot with streaks of white. Despite her age, her brown eyes spark with life. Lady Marina, this is my grandmother Lady Ara, the head of House Errol. Sonia explains with a pointed smirk. The older woman eyes me, and her gaze is worse than any camera, piercing straight through me. Perhaps you know her as the Panther. The Panther? I don't, but Sonia keeps talking, enjoying watching me squirm. Many years ago, when the war slowed, intelligence agents became more important than soldiers. The Panther was the greatest of them all. A spy. I'm standing in front of a spy. I force myself to smile, if only to try and hide my fear. Sweat breaks out on my palms, and I hope I don't have to shake any hands. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. Ara simply nods. I knew your father, Marina. And your mother. I miss them terribly, I reply, saying the words to placate her. But the Panther looks perplexed, tipping her head to the side. For a second, I can see thousands of secrets, hard-won in the shadows of war, reflecting in her eyes. You remember them? She asks, prodding at my lie. My voice catches, but I have to keep talking, keep lying. I don't, but I miss having parents. Mom and Dad flash in my mind, but I push them away. My red past is the last thing I should think about. I wish they were here to help me understand all this. She says, surveying me again. Her suspicion makes me want to leap off the balcony. Your father had blue eyes, as did your mother. And my eyes are brown. I am different in many ways, most I don't even understand yet is all I can manage to say, hoping that explanation will be enough. For once, the Queen's voice is my savior. Shall we sit, ladies, she says, echoing over the crowd. It's enough to pull me away from Ara, Sonia, and the quiet Elaine, to a seat where I can breathe a little sigh to myself. Halfway to lessons, I begin to feel calm again. I addressed everyone properly and only spoke as much as I had to, as instructed. Evangeline talked enough for both of us, regaling the women with her undying love for Cal and the honor she felt at being chosen. I thought the Queen's Trial girls would band together and kill her, but they didn't, to my annoyance. Only the Errol grandmother and Sonia seemed to even care that I was there, though they didn't push their interrogation any further. But they certainly will. When Maven appears around the corner, I'm so proud of my survival at lunch that I'm not even annoyed by his presence. In fact, I feel strangely relieved and let a bit of my cold act drop. He grins, coming closer with a few long strides. Still alive? He asks. Compared to the Errols, he's like a friendly puppy. I can't help but smile. You should send Lady Errol back to the Lakelanders. She'll make them surrender in a week. He forces a hollow laugh. She's a battle axe that won. Can't seem to understand she's not in the war any longer. Did she question you at all? More like interrogate. I think she's angry I beat out her granddaughter. Fear flickers in his eyes, and I understand it. If the Panther is sniffing, she shouldn't bother you like that, he mutters. I'll around my trail. Let my mother know, and she'll take care of it. As much as I don't want his help, I don't see any other way around it. A woman like Ara could easily find the cracks in my story, and then I'll be truly finished. Thanks, that would be very helpful. Maven's dress uniform is gone, replaced by casual clothes built for form and function. It calms me a little, to see at least someone looking so informal. But I can't let anything about him soothe me. He's one of them. I can't forget that. Are you done for the day? He says, his face clearing to reveal an eager smile. I could show you around if you want. No. The word comes out quickly, and his smile fades. His frown unsettles me as much as his smile. I have lessons next, I add, hoping to soften the blow. Why I care about his feelings, I don't exactly know. Your mother loves her schedules. He nods, looking a little better. She does indeed. Well, I won't keep you. He takes my hand gently. The cold I felt on his skin before is gone, replaced with a delightful heat. Before I get a chance to pull away, he leaves me standing there alone. Lucas gives me a moment to collect myself before noting, you know, we'd get there much faster if you actually moved. Shut up, Lucas. 13 My next instructor waits for me in a room cluttered from floor to ceiling with more books than I've ever seen, more books than I ever thought existed. They look old and completely priceless. Despite my aversion to school and books of any kind, I feel a pull to them. But the titles and pages are written in a language I don't understand, a jumble of symbols I could never hope to decipher. Just as intriguing as the books are the maps along the wall, of the kingdom and other lands, old and new. Framed against the far wall, behind a pane of glass, is a vast, colourful map pieced together from separate sheets of paper. It's at least twice as tall as me and dominates the room. Faded and ripped, it's a tangled knot of red lines and blue coasts, green forests and yellow cities. This is the old world, the before world, with old names and old borders we no longer have any use for. It's strange to look at the world as it once was, the instructor says, appearing out of the book stacks. His yellow robes, stained and faded by age, make him look like a human piece of paper. Can you find where we? The sheer size of the map makes me gulp, but, like everything else, I can try. Sure, this is a test. Norta is the northeast. The Stilts is on the capital river, and the river goes to the sea. After a minute of pain searching, I finally find the river and the inlet near my village. There I say, pointing just north, where I suppose Summerton might be. He nods, happy to know I'm not a total fool. Do you recognize anything else? But like the books, the map is written in the unknown language. I can't read it. I didn't ask if you could read it, he replies, still pleasant. Besides, words can lie. See beyond them. With a shrug, I force myself to look again. I was never a good student in school, and this man is going to find that out soon enough. But to my surprise, I like this game. Searching the map, looking for features I recognize. That might be Harbour Bay, I finally murmur, circling the area around a hooked cape. Correct, he says, his face folding into a smile. The wrinkles around his eyes deepen with the action, showing his age. This is Delphi now, he adds, pointing to a city farther south. And Arshan is here. He puts his finger over the capital river, a few miles north of what looks like the largest city on the map, in the entire country of the before world. The ruins. I've heard the name, in whispers between the older kids, and from my brother Shade. The Ash City, the wreckage, he called it. A tremor runs down my spine at the thought of such a place, still covered in smoke and shadow from a war more than 1,000 years ago. May this world ever be like that, if our war doesn't end? The instructor stands back to let me think. He has a very strange idea of teaching. It'll probably end with a 4-hour game of me staring at a wall. But suddenly, I'm very aware of the buzz in this room. Or lack thereof. This entire day I've felt the electrical weight of cameras, so much that I've stopped noticing. Until now, when I don't feel it at all. It's gone. I can feel the lights still pulsing with electricity, but no cameras. No eyes. Ilera cannot see me here. Why isn't anyone watching us? He only blinks at me. So there is a difference, he mutters. What that means I don't know, and it infuriates me. Why? Mayor, I'm here to teach you your histories, to teach you how to be silver and how to be, useful, he says, his expression souring. I stare at him, confused. Cold fear bleeds through me. My name is Marina. But he only waves a hand, brushing aside my feeble declaration. I'm also going to try to understand exactly how you came to be and how your abilities work. My abilities came to be because I'm a silver. My parents' abilities mixed, my father was an oblivion and my mother a storm. I stutter through the explanation Ilera fed me, trying to make him understand. I'm a silver, sir. To my horror, he shakes his head. No, you are not, Mayor Barrow, and you must never forget it. He knows. I'm finished. It's all over. I should beg, plead for him to keep my secret, but the words stick in my throat. The end is coming, and I can't even open my mouth to stop it. There's no need for that, he continues, noting my fear. I have no plans of alerting anyone to your heritage. The relief I feel is short-lived, shifting into another kind of fear. Why? What do you want from me, above all things, a curious man? And when you entered Queenstryle a red servant and ran out some long-lost silver lady, I have to say I was quite curious. Is that why there aren't any cameras in here? I bristle, backing away from him. My fists clench, and I wish the lightning would come to protect me from this man. So there's no record of you examining me. There are no cameras in here because I have the power to turn them off. Hope sparks in me, like light in absolute darkness. What is your power? I ask shakily. Maybe like me. Mayor, when a silver says power they mean might, strength. Ability, on the other hand, refers to all the silly little things we can do. Silly little things? Like break a man in two or drown him in the town square. I mean that my sister was queen once, and that still counts for something around here. Lady Blonos didn't teach me that. He chuckles to himself. That's because Lady Blonos is teaching you nonsense. I will never do that. So, if the Queen was your sister, then you're, Julian Yakos, at your service. He sweeps into a comically low bow. Head of House Yakos, heir to nothing more than a few old books. My sister was the late Queen Corianne, and Prince Tiberius VII, Cal as we all call him, is my nephew. Now that he says it, I can see the resemblance. Cal's culling is his father's, but the easy expression, the warmth behind his eyes, those must come from his mother. So, you're not going to turn me into some science experiment for the Queen? I ask, still wary. Instead of looking offended, Julian laughs aloud. My dear, the Queen would like nothing more than for you to disappear. Discovering what you are, helping you understand it, is the last thing she wants. But you're going to do it anyway. Something flashes in his eyes, something like anger. The Queen's reach is not so long as she wants you to think. I want to know what you are, and I'm sure you do too. As afraid as I was a moment ago, that's how intrigued I am now. I do. That's what I thought, he says, smiling at me over a stack of books. I'm sorry to say I must also do what was asked, to prepare you for the day you step forward. My face falls, remembering what Cal explained in the throne room. You are their champion. A silver raised red. They want to use me to stop a rebellion. Somehow. Yes, my dear brother-in-law and his queen believe you can do so, if used appropriately. Bitterness drips from his every word. It's a stupid idea and impossible. I won't be able to do anything, and then... My voice trails away. Then they'll kill me. Julian follows my train of thought. You're wrong, Mayor. You don't understand the power you have now, how much you could control. He clasps his hands behind his back, oddly tight. The Scarlet Guard are too drastic for most, too much too fast. But you are the controlled change, the kind people can trust. You are the slow burn that will quench a revolution with a few speeches and smiles. You can speak to the Reds, tell them how noble, how benevolent, how right the king and his silvers are. You can talk your people back into their chains. Even the silvers who question the king, the ones who have doubts, can be convinced by you. And the world will stay the same. To my surprise, Julian seems disheartened by this. Without the buzzing cameras, I forget myself and my face curls into a sneer. And you don't want that. You're a silver, you should hate the Scarlet Guard, and me. Thinking all silvers are evil is just as wrong as thinking all reds are inferior, he says, his voice grave. What my people are doing to you and yours is wrong to the deepest levels of humanity. Oppressing you, trapping you in an endless cycle of poverty and death, just because we think you are different from us? That is not right. And as any student of history can tell you, it will end poorly. But we are different. One day in this world taught me that. We are not equal. Julian stoops, his eyes boring into mine. I'm looking at proof you are wrong. You're looking at a freak, Julian. Will you let me prove you wrong, Mayor? What good will it do? Nothing will change. Julian sighs, exasperated. He runs a hand through his thinning chestnut hair. For hundreds of years the silvers have walked the earth as living gods and the reds have been slaves at their feet, until you. If that isn't change, I don't know what is. He can help me survive. Better yet, he might even help me live. So what do we do? My days take on a rhythm, always the same schedule. Protocol in the morning, lessons in the afternoon, while Lara parades me at lunches and dinners in between. The Panther and Sonia still seem wary of me but haven't said anything since the luncheon. Maven's help seems to have worked, as much as I hate to admit it. At the next large gathering, this time in the Queen's personal dining hall, the Earls ignore me completely. Despite my protocol lessons, luncheon is still overwhelming as I try to remember what I've been taught. Asenos, nymphs, blue and green. Well, greenwood ends, green and gold. Lerolin, oblivions, orange and red. Rumboantios and Nornus and Iril and many more. How anyone keeps track of this, I'll never know. As usual, I'm seated next to Evangeline. I'm painfully aware of the many metal utensils on the table, all lethal weapons in Evangeline's cruel hand. Every time she lifts her knife to cut her food, my body tenses, waiting for the blow. Ilera knows what I'm thinking, as usual, but carries on through her meal with a smile. That might be worse than Evangeline's torture, to know she takes pleasure in watching our silent war. And how do you like the Hall of the Sun, Lady Titanos? The girl across from me asks, Atara, House Viper, green and black. The Animos who killed the doves. I assume it's no comparison to the village you lived in before? She says the word village like a curse, and I don't miss her smirk. The other women laugh with her, a few whispering in scandalized voices. It takes me a minute to respond as I try to keep my blood from boiling. The Hall and Summerton are very different from what I'm used to, I force out. obviously another woman says, leaning forward to join the conversation. Well, judging by her green and gold tunic. I took a tour of the capital valley once, and I must say, the red villages are simply deplorable. They don't even have proper roads. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone pave streets. My jaw tightens until I think my teeth might shatter. I try to smile but instead end up grimacing as the other women voice their agreement. And the Reds, well, I suppose it's the best they can do with what they have. The well continues, wrinkling her nose at the thought. They are suited to such lives. It's not our fault they were born to serve, a brown-robed room boss says airily, as if she's talking about the weather or the food. It's simply nature. Anger curls through me, but one glance from the Queen tells me I cannot act on it. Instead, I must do my duty. I must lie. It is indeed, I hear myself say. Under the table, my hands clench, and I think my heart might be breaking. All over the table, the women listen attentively. Many smile, more nod as I reassert their terrible beliefs about my people. Their faces make me want to scream. Of course I continue, unable to stop myself. Being forced to live such lives, with no respite, no reprieve, and no escape, would make servants of anyone. The few smiles fade, twitching into bewilderment. Lady Titanos is to have the best tutors and best help to make sure she adjusts properly, Illyria says quickly, cutting me off. She's already begun with Lady Blanos. The women mutter appreciatively while the girls exchange eye rolls. It's enough time to recover, to reclaim the self-control I need to survive Themiel. What does His Royal Highness intend to do about the rebels? A woman asks, her gruff voice sending a shock of silence over lunch, drawing focus away from me. Every eye at the table turns to the speaker, a woman in military uniform. A few other ladies wear uniforms as well, but hers shines with the most medals and ribbons. The ugly scar down her freckled face says she may actually have earned them. Here in a palace, it's easy to forget there's a war going on, but the haunted look in her eye says she will not, she cannot, forget. Queen Illyria puts down her spoon with practiced grace and an equally practiced smile. Colonel Macanthos, I would hardly call them rebels, and that's only the attack they've claimed. The colonel fires back, cutting off the Queen. What about the explosion in Harbour Bay, or the airfield in Delphi for that matter? 3 airjays destroyed, and 2 more stolen from one of our own bases. My eyes widen, and I can't help but gasp with a few ladies. More attacks. But while the others look frightened, hands pressed to their mouths, I have to fight the urge to smile. Farley has been busy. Are you an engineer, Colonel? Illyria's voice is sharp, cold, and final. She doesn't give Macanthos a chance to shake her head. Then you wouldn't understand how a gas leak in the bay was at fault for the explosion. And remind me, do you command aerial troops? Oh no, I'm so sorry, your specialty lies with ground forces. The airfield incident was a training exercise overseen by Lord General Laris himself. He has personally assured His Highness of the utmost safety of the Delphi base. In a fair fight, Macanthos could probably tear Illyria apart with her bare hands. But instead, Illyria tore the colonel apart with nothing but words. And she's not even finished. Julian's words echo in my head, words can lie. Their goal is to harm innocent civilians, silver and red, to incite fear and hysteria. They are small, contained, and cowardly, hiding from my husband's justice. To call every mishap and misunderstanding in this kingdom the work of such evil only furthers their efforts to terrorize the rest of us. Do not give these monsters the satisfaction of that. A few women at the table clap and nod, agreeing with the Queen's sweeping lie. Evangeline joins in, and the action quickly spreads, until only the Colonel and I remain silent. I can tell she doesn't believe anything the Queen says, but there's no way to call the Queen a liar. Not here, not in her arena. As much as I want to stay still, I know I can't. I'm Marina, not Mare, and I have to support my queen and her wretched words. My hands come together, clapping for Alera's lie, as the scolded colonel bows her head. Even though I'm constantly surrounded by servants and silvers, loneliness sets in. I don't see Cal much, what with his busy schedule of training, and more training. He even gets to leave the hall, going to address troops at a nearby base or accompanying his father on state business. I suppose I could talk to Maven, with his blue eyes and half smirk, but I'm still wary of him. Luckily we're never truly left alone. It's a silly court tradition, to keep noble boys and girls from being tempted, as Lady Bonos put it, but I doubt it'll ever apply to me. Truthfully, half the time I forget I'm supposed to marry him one day. The idea of Maven being my husband doesn't seem real. We're not even friends, let alone partners. As nice as he is, my instincts tell me not to turn my back on Alera's son, that he's hiding something. What that might be, I don't know. Julian's teachings make it all bearable. The education I once dreaded is now a bright spot in my sea of darkness. Without the cameras and Alera's eyes, we can spend our time discovering what I really am. But the going is slow, frustrating us both. I think I know what your problem is, Julian says at the end of my first week. I'm standing a few yards away, arms outstretched, looking like the usual fool. There's a strange electrical contraption at my feet, occasionally spitting sparks. Julian wants me to harness it, to use it, but once again, I've failed to produce the lightning that got me into this mess in the first place. Maybe I have to be in mortal danger, I huff. Should we ask for Lucas's gun? Usually Julian laughs at my jokes, but right now he's too busy thinking. You're like a child, he finally says. I wrinkle my nose at the insult, but he continues anyway. This is how children are at first, when they can't control themselves. Their abilities present in times of stress or fear, until they learn to harness those emotions and use them to their advantage. There's a trigger, and you need to find yours. I remember how I felt in the spiral garden, falling to what I thought was my doom. But it wasn't fear running through my veins as I collided with the lightning shield, it was peace. It was knowing that my end had come and accepting there was nothing I could do to stop it. It was letting go. It's worth a try, at least, Julian prods. With a groan, I face the wall again. Julian lined it with some stone bookshelves, all empty of course, so I have something to aim at. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him back away, watching me all the time. Let go. Let yourself go, the voice in my head whispers. My eyes slide closed as I focus, letting my thoughts fall away so that my mind can reach out, feeling for the electricity it craves to touch. The ripple of energy, alive beneath my skin, moves over me again until it sinks in every muscle and nerve. That's usually where it stops, just on the edge of feeling, but not this time. Instead of trying to hold on, to push myself into this force, I let go. And I fall into what I can't explain, into a sensation that is everything and nothing, light and dark, hot and cold, alive and dead. Soon the power is the only thing in my head, blotting out all my ghosts and memories. Even Julian and the books cease to exist. My mind is clear, a black void humming with force. Now when I push at the sensation, it doesn't disappear and it moves within me, from my eyes to the tips of my fingers. To my left, Julian gasps aloud. My eyes open to see purple-white sparks jumping from the contraption to my fingers, like electricity between wires. For once, Julian has nothing to say. And neither do I. I don't want to move, afraid that any small change might make the lightning disappear. But it doesn't fade. It remains, jumping and twisting in my hand like a kitten with a ball of yarn. It seems just as harmless, but I remember what I almost did to Evangeline. This power can destroy if I let it. Try to move it. Julian breathes, watching me with wide, excited eyes. Something tells me this lightning will obey my wishes. It's part of me, a piece of my soul alive in the world. My fist clenches into a tight ball, and the sparks react to my straining muscles, becoming larger and brighter and faster. They eat away at the sleeve of my shirt, burning through the fabric in seconds. Like a child throwing a ball, I whip my arm toward the stone shelves, releasing my fist at the last moment. The lightning flies through the air in a circle of bright sparks, colliding with the bookshelves. The resulting boom makes me scream and fall back into a stack of books. As I tumble to the ground, heart racing in my chest, the solid stone bookshelf collapses on itself in a cloud of thick dust. Sparks flash over the rubble for a moment before disappearing, leaving nothing but ruins behind. Sorry about the shelf, I say from beneath a pile of fallen books. My sleeve still smokes in a ruin of thread, but it's nothing compared to the buzz in my hand. My nerves sing, tingling with power that felt good. Julian's shadow moves through the cloudy air, a laugh resounding deep in his chest as he examines my handiwork. His white grin glows through the dust. We're going to need a bigger classroom. He's not wrong. We're forced to find newer and bigger rooms to practice in each day, until we finally find a spot in the underground levels a week later. Here the walls are metal and concrete, stronger than the decorative stone and wood of the upper floors. My aim is dismal to say the least, and Julian is very careful to steer clear of my practicing, but it becomes easier and easier for me to call up the lightning. Julian takes notes the whole time, jotting down everything from my heartbeat to the heat of a recently electrified cup. Each new note brings another puzzled but happy smile to his face, though he doesn't tell me why. I doubt I'd understand even if he did. Fascinating, he murmurs, reading something off another metal contraption I can't name. He says it measures electrical energy, but how I don't know. I brush my hands together, watching them power down as Julian calls it. My sleeves remain intact this time, thanks to my new clothing. It's fireproof fabric, like what Cal and Maven wear, though I suppose mine should be called shockproof. What's fascinating? He hesitates, like he doesn't want to tell me, like he shouldn't tell me, but finally shrugs. Before you powered up and fried that poor statue, he gestures to the smoking pile of rubble that was once a bust of some king. I measured the amount of electricity in this room. From the lights, the wiring, that sort of thing. And now I just measured you. You gave off twice what I recorded before, he says proudly, but I don't see why it matters at all. With a quick dip, he switches off the spark box, as I've taken to calling it. I can feel the electricity in it die away. Try again. Huffing, I focus again. After a moment of concentration, my sparks return, just as strong as before. But this time they come from within me. Julian's grin splits his face from ear to ear. So this confirms my suspicions. Sometimes I forget Julian is a scholar and a scientist. But he's always quick to remind me. You produced electrical energy. Now I'm really confused. Right. That's my ability, Julian. No, I thought your ability was the power to manipulate, not create, he says, his voice dropping gravely. No one can create, Mayor. But that doesn't make sense. The nymphs manipulate water that already exists. They can't use what isn't there. Well, what about Cal? Maven? I don't see many raging infernos around for them to play with. Julian smiles, shaking his head. You've seen their bracelets, yes. They always wear them. The bracelets make sparks, little tiny flames for the boys to control. Without something to start the fire, they are powerless. All elementals are the same, manipulating metal or water or plant life that already exists. They are only as strong as their surroundings. Not like you, Mayor. Not like me. I'm not like anyone. So what does this mean? I'm not quite sure. You are something else entirely. Not red, not silver. Something else. Something more. Something different. I expected Julian's tests to bring me closer to some kind of answer, but instead they only raise more questions. What am I, Julian? What's wrong with me? Suddenly it's very difficult to breathe, and my eyes swim. I have to blink back hot tears, trying to hide them from Julian. It's all catching up to me, I think. Lessons, protocol, this place where I can't trust anyone, where I'm not even myself. It's suffocating. I want to scream, but I know I can't. There's nothing wrong with being different, I hear Julian say, but the words are just an echo. My own thoughts, memories of home, of Jisa and Keylorn, drown him out. Mayor. He takes a step toward me, his face a picture of kindness, but he keeps me at an arm's length. Not for my sake, his own. To protect himself from me. With a gasp, I realize the sparks have returned, running up my forearms now, threatening to engulf me in a raging bright storm. Mayor, focus on me. Mayor, control it. He speaks softly, calmly, but with steady force. He even looks frightened of me. Control, Mayor. But I can't control anything. Not my future, not my thoughts, not even this ability that is the root of all my troubles. There is one thing I can still control though, for now, at least. My feet. Like the wretched coward that I am, I run. The halls are empty as I tear through them, but the invisible weight of 1,000 cameras presses down on me. I don't have much time until Lucas or, worse, the Sentinels, find me. I just need to breathe. I just need to see the sky above me, not glass. I'm standing on the balcony a full 10 seconds before I realize it's raining, washing me clean of my boiling anger. The sparks are gone, replaced by fierce, ugly tears that track down my face. Thunder rumbles somewhere far off, and the air is warm. But the humid temperature is gone. The heat has broken, and summer will soon be over. Time is passing. My life is moving on, no matter how much I want it to stay the same. When a strong hand closes around my arm, I almost scream. 2 sentinels stand over me, their eyes dark behind their masks. Both are twice my size and heartless, trying to drag me back into my prison. My lady, one of them growls, but it doesn't sound respectful at all. Let me go. The command is weak, almost a whisper. I gulp down air like I'm drowning. Just give me a few minutes, please, but I'm not their master. They don't answer to me. No one does. You heard my bride, another voice says. His words are firm and hard, the voice of royalty. Maven. Let her go. When the prince steps out onto the balcony, I can't help but feel a rush of relief. The sentinels straighten at his presence, both inclining their heads in his direction. The one holding me speaks up. We must keep the Lady Titanos to her schedule, he says, but he loosens his grip. It's orders, sir. Then you have new orders, Maven replies, his voice like ice. I will accompany Marina back to her lessons. Very well, sir, the sentinels say in unison, unable to refuse a prince. When they stomp away, their flaming cloaks dripping rain, I sigh out loud. I didn't realize it before, but my hands are shaking, and I have to clench my fists to hide the tremors. But Maven is nothing if not polite and pretends not to notice. We have working showers inside, you know. My hands wipe at my eyes, though my tears are long lost in the rain, leaving behind only an embarrassingly runny nose and some black makeup. Thankfully, my silver powder holds. It's made of stronger stuff than I am. First rain of the season I manage, forcing myself to sound normal. Had to see it for myself. Right, he says, moving to stand next to me. I turn my head, hoping to hide my face for just a little bit longer. I understand, you know. Do you, Prince? Do you understand what it's like to be taken away from everything you love, forced to be something else? To lie every minute of every day for the rest of your life? To know there's something wrong with you? I don't have the strength to deal with his knowing smiles. You can stop pretending to know anything about me or my feelings. His expression sours at my tone, his mouth twisting into a grimace. You think I don't know how difficult it is to be here? With these people. He casts a glance over his shoulder like he's worried someone might hear. But there's no one listening except the rain and thunder. I can't say what I want, do what I want with my mother around. I can barely even think what I want. And my brother. What about your brother? The words stick in his mouth. He doesn't want to say them, but he feels them all the same. He's strong, he's talented, he's powerful, and I'm his shadow. The shadow of the flame. Slowly, he exhales, and I realize the air around us is strangely hot. Sorry, he adds, taking a step away, letting the air cool. Before my eyes, he melts back into the Silver Prince, more suited to banquets and dress uniforms. I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, I murmur. It's nice to hear that I'm not completely alone in feeling out of place. That's something you should know about us Silvers. We're always alone. In here, and here, he says, pointing between his head and his heart. It keeps you strong. Lightning cracks overhead, illuminating his blue eyes until they seem to glow. That's just stupid, I tell him, and he chuckles darkly. You better hide that heart of yours, Lady Titanos. It won't lead you anywhere you want to go. The words make me shiver. Finally I remember the rain and the mess I must look like. I should get back to my lessons, I mutter, fully intending to leave him on the balcony. Instead, he catches my arm. I think I can help you with your problem. I quirk an eyebrow at him. What problem? You don't seem like the type of girl to weep at the drop of a hat. You're homesick. He holds up a hand before I can protest. I can fix that. 14 security patrols my hallway in roving pairs, but with Maven on my arm, they don't stop me. Even though it's night, long past when I should be in bed, no one says a word. No one crosses a Prince. Where he's leading now, I don't know, but he promised to get me there. Home. He's quiet but determined, fighting a small smile. I can't help but beam at him. Maybe he isn't so bad. But he stops us long before I assume he should. We never even leave the residence floors. Here we are, he says, and raps on the door. It swings open after a moment, revealing Cal. His appearance takes me back a step. His chest is bare, while the rest of his strange armor hangs off him. Metal plates woven into fabric, some of it dented. I don't miss the purple bruise above his heart, or the faint stubble on his cheeks. It's the first time I've seen him in over a week, and I've caught him at a bad moment, obviously. He doesn't notice me at first, he's focused on removing more of his armor. It makes me gulp. Got the board set, maybe, he begins, but stops when he looks up to see me standing with his brother. Mayor, how can I, what can I do for you? He stumbles over his words, at a loss for once. I'm not exactly sure, I reply, looking from him to Maven. My betrothed only smirks, raising an eyebrow a little. For being the good son, my brother has his own discretions, he says, and his air is surprisingly playful. Even Cal grins a little, rolling his eyes. You wanted to go home, Mayor, and I've found you someone who's been there before. After a second of confusion, I realize what Maven is saying and how stupid I am for not realizing it before. Cal can get me out of the palace. Cal was at the tavern. He got himself out of here, so he can do the same for me. Maven, Cal says through gritted teeth, his grin gone. You know she can't. It's not a good idea, it's my turn to speak up, to take what I want. Liar. He looks at me with his burning eyes, his stare going right through me. I hope he can see my determination, my desperation, my need. We've taken everything from her, Brother Maven murmurs, drawing close. Surely we can give her this. And then slowly, reluctantly, Cal nods and waves me into his room. Dizzy with excitement, I hurry inside, almost hopping from foot to foot. I'm going home. Maven lingers at the door, his smile fading a little when I leave his side. You're not coming? It isn't a question. He shakes his head. You'll have enough to worry about without me tagging along. I don't have to be a genius to see the truth in his words. But just because he isn't coming doesn't mean I will forget what he's done for me already. Without thinking, I throw my arms around Maven. He doesn't respond for a second but slowly lets an arm drop around my shoulders. When I pull back, a silver blush paints his cheeks. I can feel my own blood run hot beneath my skin, pounding in my ears. Don't be too long, he says, tearing his eyes away from me to look at Cal. Cal barely smirks. You act like I've never done this before. The brothers share a chuckle, laughing just for each other like I've seen my brothers do 1,000 times before. When the door shuts behind Maven, leaving me with Cal, I can't help but feel a little less animosity toward the princes. Cal's room is twice the size of mine but so cluttered it seems smaller. Armor and uniforms and combat suits fill the alcoves along the walls, all hanging from what I assume are models of Cal's body. They tower over me like faceless ghosts, staring with invisible eyes. Most of the armor is light, steel plate and thick fabric, but a few are heavy-duty, meant for battle, not training. One even has a helmet of shining metal, with a tinted glass faceplate. An insignia glitters on the sleeve, sewn into the dark grey material. The flaming black crown and silver wings. What it means, what the uniforms are for, what Cal has done in them, I don't want to think about. Like Julian, Cal has stacks of books piled all over, spilling out in little rivers of ink and paper. They aren't as old as Julian's though, most look newly bound, typed out and reprinted on plastic-lined sheets to preserve fjords. And all are written in common, the language of Norta, the Lakelands, and Piedmont. While Cal disappears into his closet, stripping off the rest of his armor as he goes, I sneak a glance at his books. These are strange, full of maps, diagrams, and charts, guides to the terrible art of warfare. Each one is more violent than the last, detailing military movements from recent years and even before. Great victories, bloody defeats, weapons, and maneuvers, it's enough to make my head spin. Cal's notes inside them are worse, outlining the tactics he favors, which ones are worth the cost of life. In the pictures, tiny squares represent soldiers, but I see my brothers and Keylorn and everyone like them. Beyond the books, by the window, there's a little table and 2 chairs. On the tabletop, a game board lies ready, pieces already in place. I don't recognize it, but I know it was meant for Maven. They must meet nightly, to play and laugh as brothers do. We won't have very long to visit, Cal calls out, making me jump. I glance at the closet, catching sight of his tall, muscled back as he pulls a shirt on. There are more bruises, and scars as well, even though I'm sure he has access to an army of healers if he wants them. For some reason, he's chosen to keep the scars. As long as I get to see my family, I answer back, maneuvering myself away so I don't keep staring at him. Cal emerges, this time fully dressed in plain clothes. After a moment, I realize it's the same thing he wore the night I met him. I can't believe I didn't see him for what he was from the beginning, a wolf in sheep's clothing. And now I'm the sheep pretending to be a wolf. We leave the residence floors quickly, moving downward. Eventually, Cal turns a corner, directing us into a wide concrete room. Just in here. It looks like some kind of storage facility, filled with rows of strange shapes covered in canvas sheets. Some are big, some are small, but all are hidden. It's a dead end, I protest. There's no way out but to go the way we came. Yes, Mayor, I brought you to a dead end, he sighs, walking down a particular row. The sheets ripple as he passes, and I glimpse shining metal underneath. More armor. I poke at one of the shapes. I was going to say, you should probably get some more. Didn't seem like you had enough upstairs. Actually, you might want to put some on. My brothers are pretty huge and like to beat on people. Though, judging by Cal's book collection and muscles, he can hold his own. Not to mention the whole controlling fire thing. He just shakes his head. I think I'll be fine without it. Besides, I look like a security officer in that stuff. We don't want your family getting the wrong idea, do we? What idea do we want them to get? I don't think I'm exactly allowed to introduce you properly. I work with you, we got a leave pass for the night. Simple, he says, shrugging. Lying comes so easily to these people. So why would you come with me? What's the story there? With a sly grin, Cal gestures to the canvas shape next to him. I'm your ride. He throws back the sheet, revealing a gleaming contraption of metal and black paint. 2 treaded wheels, mirrored chrome, lights, a long leather seat. It's a transport like I've never seen. It's a cycle, Cal says, running a hand over the silver handlebars like a proud father. He knows and loves every inch of the metal beast. Fast, agile, and it can go where transports can't. It looks like a death trap, I finally say, unable to mask my trepidation. Laughing, he pulls a helmet from the back of the seat. I sure hope he doesn't expect me to wear it, much less ride this thing. That's what Father said, and Colonel McCanthos. They won't mass-produce for the armies yet, but I'll win them over. Haven't crashed once since I perfected the wheels. You built it? I say, incredulous, but he shrugs like it's nothing. Wow. Just wait until you ride it, he says, holding out the helmet to me. As if on cue, the far wall jolts, its metal mechanisms groaning somewhere, and begins to slide away, revealing the dark night beyond. Laughing, I take a step back from the death machine. That's not happening. But Cal just smirks and swings one leg over the cycle, sinking down into the seat. The engine rumbles to life beneath him, purring and growling with energy. I can sense the battery deep in the machine, powering it on. It begs to be let loose, to consume the long road between here and home. Home? It's perfectly safe, I promise, he shouts over the engine. The headlight blazes on, illuminating the dark night beyond. Cal's red gold eyes meet mine and he stretches out a hand. Mayor. Despite the horrible sinking in my stomach, I slide the helmet onto my head. I've never ridden in an airship, but I know this must feel like flying. Like freedom. Cal's cycle eats up the familiar road in elegant, arcing curves. He's a good driver, I'll give him that. The old road is full of bumps and holes, but he dodges each one with ease, even as my heart rises in my throat. Only when we coast to a stop half a mile from town do I realize I'm holding on to him so tightly he has to pry me off. I feel suddenly cold without his warmth, but I push the thought away. Fun, right, he says, powering down the cycle. My legs and back are already sore from the strange, small seat, but he hops off with an extra spring in his step. With some difficulty, I slide off as well. My knees wobble a bit, more from the pounding heartbeat still thrumming in my ears, but I think I'm okay. It won't be my first choice in transportation. Remind me to take you up in an airjet sometime. You'll stick to cycles after that, he replies as he rolls the cycle off the road, into the cover of the woods. After throwing a few leafy branches over it, he stands back to admire his handiwork. If I didn't know exactly where to look, I wouldn't notice the cycle was there at all. You do this a lot, I see. Cal turns back to me, one hand in his pocket. Palaces can get stuffy. And crowded bars, red bars, aren't? I ask, pushing the topic. But he starts walking toward the village, setting a fast pace like he can outrun the question. I don't go out to drink, Mayor, so what? You just catch pickpockets and hand out jobs willy-nilly. When he stops short and whirls around, I knock into his chest, feeling for a moment the solid weight behind his frame. Then I realize he's laughing deeply. Did you just say willy-nilly? He says between chuckles. My face blushes red beneath my makeup, and I give him a little shove. Very inappropriate, my mind chides. Just answer the question. His smile remains, though the laughter fades away. I don't do this for myself, he says. You have to understand, Mayor. I don't, I'm going to be king one day. I don't have the luxury of being selfish. I'd think the king would be the only person with that luxury. He shakes his head, his eyes forlorn as they run over me. I wish that were true. Cal's fist clenches open and closed, and I can almost see the flames on his skin, hot and rising with his anger. But it passes, leaving only an ember of regret in his eyes. When he finally starts walking again, it's at a more forgiving pace. A king should know his people. That's why I sneak out, he murmurs. I do it in the capital too, and at the war front. I like to see how things really are in the kingdom, instead of being told by advisors and diplomats. That's what a good king would do. He acts like he should be ashamed for wanting to be a good leader. Maybe, in the eyes of his father and all those other fools, that's the way it should be. Strength and power are the words Cal has been raised to know. Not goodness. Not kindness. Not empathy or bravery or equality or anything else that a ruler should strive for. And what do you see, Cal? I ask, gesturing toward the village coming into view between the trees. My heart jumps in my chest, knowing I'm so close. I see a world on the edge of a blade. Without balance, it will fall, he sighs, knowing it's not the answer I want to hear. You don't know how precarious things are, how close this world is to falling back into ruin. My father does everything he can to keep us all safe, and so will I. My world is already in ruin, I say, kicking at the dirt road beneath us. All around us, the trees seem to open, revealing the muddy place I call home. Compared to the hall, it must look like a slum, like a hell. Why can't he see that? Your father keeps your people safe, not mine. Changing the world has costs, Mayor, he says. Many would die, Reds most of all. And in the end, there wouldn't be victory, not for you. You don't know the bigger picture. So tell me. I bristle, hating his words. Show me the bigger picture. The Lakelands, they are like us, a monarchy, nobles, a silver elite to rule the rest. And the Piedmont princes, our own allies, would never back a nation where Reds are equal. Prairie and Turaxes are the same. Even if naught changed, the rest of the continent would not let it last. We would be invaded, divided, torn apart. More war, more death. I remember Julian's map, the breadth of the greater world beyond our country. All controlled by Silvers with nowhere for us to turn. What if you're wrong? What if Nauta is the beginning? The change the others need? You don't know where freedom leads. Cal has no answer for that, and we fall into bitter silence. This is it, I mutter, stopping under the familiar outline of my house. My feet are silent on the porch, a far cry from Cal's heavy, stomping steps that make the wood beams creak. His familiar heat rolls off him, and for a split second I imagine him sending the house up in flames. He senses my unease and puts a warm hand on my shoulder, but that does nothing to settle me. I can wait below if you want, he whispers, taking me by surprise. We don't want to chance them recognizing me. They won't. Even though my brother served, they probably wouldn't know you from a bedpost. Shade would, I thought, but Shade is smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Besides, you said you want to know what's not worth fighting for. With that I pull open the door, stepping through to the home that is no longer my own. It feels like taking a step back in time. The house ripples with a chorus of snores, not just from my father but from the lumpy shape in the sitting area as well. Bree slumps in the overstuffed chair, a pile of muscle and thin blankets. His dark hair is still closely shaved in the army style, and there are scars on his arms and face, testaments to his time fighting. He must have lost a bet with Trammy, who tosses and turns up in my cot. Shade is nowhere to be seen, but he's never been one for sleep. Probably out prowling the village, looking up old girlfriends. Rise and shine. I laugh, ripping the blanket off Bree in a smooth motion. He crashes to the floor, probably hurting the floor more than himself, and rolls to a stop at my feet. For half a second, it looks like he might fall back asleep. Then he blinks at me, bleary-eyed and confused. In short, his usual self. Shut your face, Bree, people are trying to sleep. Trammy groans in the dark. All of you, quiet. Dad roars from his bedroom, making us all jump. I never realized how much I missed this. Bree blinks the sleep from his eyes and hugs me to him, laughing deep in his chest. A nearby thunk announces Trammy as he jumps from the upper loft, landing beside us on nimble feet. It's Mare, he shouts, pulling me up from the floor and into his arms. He's thinner than Bree but not the weedy string bean I remember. There are hard knots of muscle under my hands, the last few years have not been easy for him. Good to see you, Trammy, I breathe against him, feeling like I might burst. The bedroom door bangs open, revealing Mom in a tattered bathrobe. She opens her mouth to scold the boys, but the sight of me kills her words. Instead, she smiles and claps her hands together. Oh, you've finally come to visit. Dad follows her, wheezing and wheeling his chair into the main room. Jaisa is the last to wake up, but she only pokes her head out over the loft ledge, looking down. Trammy finally lets me go, putting me back down next to Cal, who's doing a wonderful job looking awkward and out of place. Heard you caved and got a job, Trammy teases, poking me in the ribs. Bree chuckles, ruffling my hair. The army wouldn't want her anyway, she'd robbed her legion blind. I shove him with a smile. Seems the army doesn't want you either. Discharged, eh? Dad answers for them, wheeling forward. Some lottery, the letter said. Won an honourable discharge for the Barrow boys. Full pension too. I can tell he doesn't believe a word of it, but Dad doesn't press the subject. Mom, on the other hand, eats it right up. Brilliant, isn't it? The government finally doing something for us, she says, kissing Bree on the cheek. And now you, with a job. The pride radiates off her like I've never seen, usually she saves all of it for Jaisa. Proud of a lie. It's about time this family came into some luck. Up above us, Jaisa scoffs. I don't blame her. My luck broke her hand and her future. Yes, we're very lucky, she huffs, finally moving to join us. Her going is slow, moving down the ladder with one hand. When she reaches the floor, I can see her splint is wrapped in colored cloth. With a pang of sadness, I realize it's a piece of her beautiful embroidery that will never be finished. I reach out to hug her, but she pulls away, her eyes on Cal. She seems to be the only one to notice him. Who's that? Flushing, I realize I've almost forgotten him completely. Oh, this is Cal. He's another servant up at the hall with me. Hi, he manages, giving a stupid, little wave. Mom giggles like a schoolgirl and waves back, her gaze lingering on his muscled arms. But Dad and my brothers aren't so charmed. You're not from these parts, Dad growls, staring at Cal like he's some kind of bug. I can smell it on you. That's just the hall, Dad, I protest, but Cal cuts me off. I'm from Harbour Bay, he says, making sure to drop his RS in the usual harbour accent. I started serving at Ocean Hill, the royal residence out there, and now I travel with the pack when they move. He glances at me sideways, a knowing look in his eye. A lot of the servants do that. Mom draws a rattled breath and reaches for my arm. Will you? Do you have to go with those people when they leave? I want to tell them that I didn't choose this, that I'm not walking away willingly. But I have to lie, for their sake. It was the only position they had. Besides, it's good money. I think I've got a pretty good idea what's going on, Bree growls, face to face with Cal. To his credit, Cal barely bats an eye at him. Nothing's going on, he says coolly, meeting Bree's glare with equal fire in his eyes. Mare chose to work for the palace. She signed a contract for a year of service, and that's it. With a grunt, Bree backs away. I liked the Warren boy better, he grumbles. Stop being a child, Bree, I snap. My mom flinches at my harsh voice, like she's forgotten what I sound like after only 3 weeks. Strangely, her eyes swim with tears. She's forgetting you. That is why she wants you to stay. So she doesn't forget. Mom, don't cry, I say, stepping forward to hug her. She feels so thin in my arms, thinner than I remember. Or maybe I just never noticed how frail she's become. It's not just you, dear, it's, she looks away from me, to Dad. There's a pain in her eyes, a pain I don't understand. The others can't bear to look at her. Even Dad stares at his useless feet. A grim weight settles on the house. And then I realize what's going on, what they are trying to protect me from. My voice shakes when I speak, asking a question I don't want to know the answer to. Where's Shade? Mom crumples in on herself, barely making it to a chair at the kitchen table before she devolves into sobs. Bree and Trammy can't bear to watch, both turning away. Jaisa doesn't move, staring at the floor like she wants to drown in it. No one speaks, leaving only the sound of my mother's tears and my father's laboured breathing to fill the hole my brother once occupied. My brother, my closest brother. I fall backward, almost missing a step in my anguish, but Cal steadies me. I wish he wouldn't. I want to fall down, to feel something hard and real so the pain in my head won't hurt so badly. My hand strays to my ear, grazing over the 3 stones I hold so dearly. The third, Shade's stone, feels cold against my skin. We didn't want to tell you in a letter, Jaisa whispers, picking at her splint. He died before the discharge came. The urge to electrify something, to pour my rage and sorrow into a single bolt of biting power, has never felt so strong. Control it, I tell myself. I can't believe I was worried about Cal burning the house down. Lightning can destroy as easily as flame. Jaisa fights tears, forcing herself to say the words. He tried to run away. He was executed. Beheaded. My legs give way so quickly even Cal doesn't have a chance to catch me. I can't hear, I can't see, I can only feel. Sorrow, shock, pain, the whole world spinning around me. The light bulbs buzz with electricity, screaming at me so loudly I think my head might split. The fridge crackles in the corner, its old, bleeding battery pulsing like a dying heart. They taunt me, tease me, trying to make me crack. But I won't. I won't. Mayor Cal breathes in my ear, his arms warm around me, but he might as well be talking to me from across an ocean. Mayor. I heave a painful gasp, trying to catch my breath. My cheeks feel wet, though I don't remember crying. Executed. My blood boils under my skin. It's a lie. He didn't run. He was in the guard. And they found out. They killed him for it. They murdered him. I have never known anger like this. Not when the boys left, not when Keylorn came to me. Not even when they broke Jace's hand. An ear-splitting whine screeches through the house, as the fridge, the light bulbs, and the wiring in the walls kick into high gear. Electricity hums, making me feel alive and angry and dangerous. Now I'm creating the energy, pushing my own strength through the house just like Julian taught me. Cal yells, shaking me, trying to get through somehow. But he can't. The power is in me and I don't want to let go. It feels better than pain. Glass rains down on us as the light bulbs explode, popping like corn in a skillet. Pop pop pop. It almost drowns out Mom's scream. Someone pulls me to my feet with rough strength. Their hands go to my face, holding me still as they speak. Not to comfort me, not to empathize, but to snap me out of it. I would know that voice anywhere. Mayor, pull yourself together. I look up to see clear green eyes and a face full of worry. Keylorn. Knew you'd stumble back eventually, he mumbles. Kept an eye out. His hands are rough against my skin, but calming. He brings me back to reality, to a world where my brother is dead. The last surviving light bulb swings above us, barely illuminating the room and my stunned family. But that's not the only thing lighting up the darkness. Purple-white sparks dance around my hands, growing weaker by the moment, but plain as day. My lightning. I won't be able to lie my way out of this one. Keylorn pulls me to a chair, his face a storm cloud of confusion. The others only stare, and with a pang of sadness, I realize they are afraid. But Keylorn isn't afraid at all, he's angry. What did they do to you? He rumbles, his hands inches from mine. The sparks fade away entirely, leaving just skin and shaking fingers. They didn't do anything. I wish this was their fault. I wish I could blame this on someone else. I look over Keylorn's head, meeting Cal's eyes. Something releases in him, and he nods, communicating without words. I don't have to lie about this. This is what I am. Keylorn's frown deepens. Are you one of them? I've never heard so much anger, so much disgust, forced into a single sentence. It makes me feel like dying. Are you? Mom recovers first and, without a glimmer of fear, takes my hand. Mare is my daughter, Keylorn, she says, fixing him with a frightening stare I didn't know she could muster. We all know that. My family murmurs in agreement, rallying to my side, but Keylorn remains unconvinced. He stares at me like I'm a stranger, like we haven't known each other all our lives. Give me a knife and I'll settle this right now, I say, glaring back at him. I'll show you what color I bleed. This calms him a bit and he pulls back. I don't understand. That makes two of us. I think I'm with Keylorn on this one. We know who you are, Mayor, but Bree stumbles, searching for the right thing to say. He's never been one for words. How? I barely know what to say, but I do my best to explain. Again, I'm painfully aware of Cal's presence, always listening, so I leave out the guard and Julian's findings, to lay out the last 3 weeks as plainly as possible. Pretending to be Silver, being betrothed to a prince, learning to control myself, it sounds preposterous, but they listen intently. We don't know how or why, just that this is I finish, holding out my other hand. I don't miss Trammy flinch away. We might never know what this means. Mom's hand tightens on mine in a display of support. The small comfort does wonders for me. I'm still angry, still devastatingly sad, but the need to destroy something fades. I'm gaining back some semblance of control, enough to keep myself in check. I think it's a miracle, she murmurs, forcing a smile for my sake. We've always wanted better for you, and now, we are getting it. Bree and Trammy are safe, Jaisa won't have to worry, we can live happy, and you, her watery eyes meet mine, you, my dear, will be someone special. What more can a mother ask? I wish her words were true, but I nod anyway, smiling for my mother and my family. I'm getting better at lying, and they seem to believe me. But not Keylorn. He still seethes, trying to hold back another outburst. What's he like, the prince? Mom prods. Maven. Dangerous ground. I can feel Cal listening, waiting to hear what I have to say about his younger brother. What can I say? That he's kind. That I'm beginning to like him. That I still don't know if I can trust him. Or worse, that I can never trust anyone again. He's not what I expected. Jaisa notes my discomfort and turns toward Cal. So who's this, your bodyguard, she says, changing the subject with the slightest wink. I am, Cal says, answering for me. He knows I don't want to lie to my family, not more than I have to. And I'm sorry, but we have to be going soon. His words are like a twisting knife, but I must obey them. Yes. Mom stands with me, holding on to my hand so tightly I'm afraid it might break. We won't say anything, of course. Not a word, Dad agrees. My siblings nod as well, swearing to be silent. But Keylorn's face falls into a dark scowl. For some reason, he's become so angry and I can't for the life of me say why. But I'm angry too. Shade's death still weighs on me like a terrible stone. Keylorn. Yeah, I won't talk, he spits. Before I can stop him, he gets up from his chair and sweeps out in a whirlwind that spins the air. The door slams behind him, shaking the walls. I'm used to Keylorn's emotions, his rare moments of despair, but this rage is something new from him. I don't know how to deal with it. My sister's touch brings me back, reminding me that this is goodbye. This is a gift, she whispers in my ear. Don't waste it. You'll come back, won't you? Bree says, and Jaisa pulls away. For the first time since he left for war, I see fear in his eyes. You're a princess now, you get to make the rules. I wish. Cal and I exchange glances. I can tell by the tight set of his mouth and the darkness in his eyes what my answer should be. I'll try, I whisper, my voice breaking. One more lie can't hurt. When we reach the edge of the stilts, Jaisa's goodbye still haunts me. There was no blame in her eyes, even though I've taken everything from her. Her last words echo on the wind, drowning out everything else. Don't waste it. I'm sorry about your brother, Cal blurts out. I didn't know he was already dead. Executed for desertion. Another lie. The rage rises again, and I don't even want to control it. But what can I do about it? What can I do to avenge my brother, or even try to save the others? Don't waste it. I need to make one more stop. Before Cal can protest, I put on my best smile. It won't take long at all, I promise. To my surprise, he nods slowly in the dark. A job at the hall, that's very prestigious. Will chortles as I take a seat inside his wagon. The old blue candle still burns, casting shifting light around us. As I suspected, Farley is long gone. When I'm sure the door and windows are shut, I drop my voice. I'm not working there, Will. They, to my surprise, Will waves a hand at me. Oh, I know all that. No. My words shake with shock. How did you? The royal monkeys chose a queen this past week, of course they had to broadcast it in the Silver Cities, a voice says from behind a curtain. The figure steps out, revealing not Farley but what looks like a beanpole in human form. His head scrapes the ceiling, making him duck awkwardly. His crimson hair is long, matching the red sash draped across his body from shoulder to hip. It's clasped with the same sun badge Farley wore in her broadcast. And I don't miss the gun belt around his waist, full of shiny bullets and a pair of pistols. His Scarlet Guard too. You've been all over the silver screens, Lady Titanos. He says my title like a curse. You and that Samos girl. Tell me, is she as unpleasant as she looks? This is Tristan, one of Farley's lieutenants. Will pipes in. He turns a chiding eye on him. Tristan, be gentle. Why? I scoff. Evangeline Samos is a bloodthirsty jerk. Smiling, Tristan throws a smug look at Will. They aren't all monkeys, I add quietly, remembering Maven's kind words earlier today. Are you talking about the prince you're engaged to or the one waiting in the woods? Will asks calmly, like he's asking about the price of flour. In stark contrast, Tristan erupts, vaulting out of his seat. I beat him to the door, 2 hands outstretched. Thankfully I keep myself in check. The last thing I need is to electrify a member of the Scarlet Guard. You brought a silver here, he hisses down at me. The prince? Do you know what we could do if we took him in? What we could bargain, though he towers over me, I don't back down. You leave him alone. A few weeks in the lap of luxury and your blood is as silver as theirs, he spits, looking like he wants to kill me. You going to electrocute me? That stings, and he knows it. I drop my hands, afraid they might betray me. I'm not protecting him, I'm protecting you, you stupid fool. Cal is a soldier born and bred, and he could burn this whole village down if he really wanted to. Not that he would. I hope. Tristan's hand strays to his gun. I'd like to see him try. But Will lays a wrinkled hand on his arm. The touch is enough to make the rebel deflate. That's enough, he whispers. What did you come here for, Mayor? Keylorn is safe, and so are your siblings. I heave a breath, still staring down Tristan. He just threatened to kidnap Cal and hold him for ransom. And for whatever reason, the thought of such a thing unsettles me to my core. My one word out and I'm already struggling. Shade was part of the guard. It's not a question anymore, but a truth. Will lowers his gaze, apologetic, and Tristan even hangs his head. They killed him for it. They killed my brother, and I have to act like it doesn't bother me. You're dead if you don't. I know that. I'll say whatever they want when the time comes. But my voice catches a little, on the edge of this new path. I'm in the palace, the center of their world. I'm quick, I'm quiet, and I can help the cause. Tristan sucks in a ragged breath, pulling back to his full height. Despite his anger earlier, there's now something like pride shining in his eyes. You want to join up? I do. Will clenches his jaw, his stare piercing through me. I hope you know what you're committing to. This isn't just my war or Farley's or the Scarlet Guard's, it's yours. Until the very end. And not to avenge your brother but to avenge us all. To fight for the ones before, and to save the ones yet to come. His gnarled hand reaches for mine and for the first time, I notice a tattoo around his wrist, a red band. Like the ones they make us wear. Except now he's wearing his forever. It's part of him, like the blood in our veins. Are you with us, Mayor Barrow? He says, his hand closing over mine. More war, more death, Cal said. But there's a chance he's wrong. There's a chance we can change it. My fingers tighten, holding on to Will. I can feel the weight of my action, the importance behind it. I'm with you. We will rise, he breathes, in unison with Tristan. I remember the words and speak with them. Red as the dawn. In the flickering candlelight, our shadows look like monsters on the walls. When I join back up with Cal at the edge of town, I feel lighter somehow, emboldened by my decision and the prospect of what's to come. Cal walks alongside me, glancing over occasionally, but says nothing. Where I would poke and prod and forcibly pull an answer out of someone, Cal is the complete opposite. Maybe it's a military tactic he picked up in one of his books, let the enemy come to you. Because that's what I am now. His enemy. He perplexes me, just like his brother. Both of them are kind, even though they know I'm red, even though they shouldn't even see me at all. But Cal took me home, and Maven was good to me, wanting to help. They are strange boys. When we enter the woods again, Cal's demeanor changes, hardening to something serious. I'll have to talk with the Queen about changing your schedule. You almost exploded in there, he says gently. You'll have to go into training with us, to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. Julian is training me. But even the little voice in my head knows Julian is no substitute for what Cal, Maven, and Evangeline go through. If I learned even half of what they know, who knows what help I could be to the Guard. To Shade's memory? Well, if it gets me out of protocol, I won't say no. Suddenly, Cal jumps back from his cycle. His hands are on fire and an equal, blazing light burns in his eyes. Someone's watching us. I don't bother questioning him. Cal's soldier sense is sharp, but what could threaten him here? What could he possibly be afraid of in the woods of a sleepy, poor village? A village crawling with rebels, I remind myself. But instead of Farley or armed revolutionaries, Keylorn steps out of the leaves. I forgot how sly he is, how easily he can move through darkness. Cal's hands extinguish in a puff of smoke. Oh, you. Keylorn tears his eyes away from me, glaring at Cal. He inclines his head in a condescending bow. Excuse me, Your Highness. Instead of trying to deny it, Cal stands a little straighter, looking like the king he was born to be. He doesn't reply and goes back to freeing his cycle from the leaves. But I feel his eyes on me, watching every second that passes between Keylorn and me. You're really doing this? Keylorn says, looking like a wounded animal. You're really leaving? To be one of them? The words sting more than a slap. This is not a choice, I want to tell him. You saw what happened in there, what I can do. They can help me. Even I'm surprised at how easily the lie comes. One day I might even be able to lie to myself, to trick my mind into thinking I'm happy. I'm where I'm supposed to be. He shakes his head, one hand grabbing my arm like he can pull me back into the past, where our worries were simple. You're supposed to be here. Mayor. Cal waits patiently, leaning against the seat of the cycle, but his voice is firm, a warning. I have to go. I try to push past Keylorn, to leave him behind, but he won't let me. He's always been stronger than me. And as much as I want to let him hold on to me, it just can't be. Mare, please, a wave of heat pulses against us, like a strong beam of sunlight. Let her go, Cal rumbles, standing over me. The heat rolls off him, almost rippling the air. The calm he fights to maintain thins, threatening to come undone. Keylorn scoffs in his face, itching for a fight. But he's like me, we're thieves, we're rats. We know when to fight and when to run. Reluctantly, he pulls back, letting his fingers trail along my arm. This might be the last time we see each other. The air cools, but Cal doesn't step back. I'm his brother's betrothed, he has to be protective of me. You bargained for me too, to save me from conscription, Keylorn says softly, finally understanding the price I've paid. You have a bad habit of trying to save me. I can barely nod, and I have to pull the helmet onto my head to hide the tears welling in my eyes. Numbly, I follow Cal to the cycle and slide onto the seat behind him. Keylorn backs away, flinching when the cycle revs up. Then he smirks at me, his features curling into an expression that used to make me want to punch him. I'll tell Farley you said hello. The cycle growls like a beast, tearing me away from Keylorn and the stilts and my old life. Fear curls through me like a poison, until I'm scared from head to toe. But not for myself. Not anymore. I'm scared for Keylorn, for the idiotic thing he's going to do. He's going to find Farley. And he's going to join her. 15 The next morning, I open my eyes to see a shaded figure standing by my bedside. This is it. I left, I broke the rules, and they are going to kill me for it. But not without a fight. Before the figure gets a chance, I fly out of bed, ready to defend myself. My muscles tense while the delightful buzzing comes to life inside me. But instead of an assassin, I am staring at a red uniform. And I recognize the woman wearing it. Walsh looks the same as she did before, though I certainly don't. She stands next to a metal cart filled with tea and bread and anything else I might want for breakfast. Ever the dutiful servant, she keeps her mouth clamped shut, but her eyes scream at me. She stares at my hand, at the now too familiar sparks creeping around my fingers. I shake them away, brushing off the veins of light until they disappear back into my skin. I'm so sorry, I exclaim, jumping away from her. Still, she doesn't speak. Walsh, but she busies herself with the food. Then, to my great surprise, she mouths 5 words to me. They are words I'm beginning to know, like a prayer, or a curse. Rise, red as the dawn. Before I can respond, before my shock can register, Walsh presses a cup of tea into my hand. I reach out for her, but she dodges my hand, sweeping into a low bow. My lady, she says, sharply ending our conversation. I let her go, watching her back out of the room until there's nothing left but the echo of her unspoken words. Walsh is in the guard too. The teacup feels cold in my hand. Strangely cold. I look down to find it's not full of tea but water. And at the bottom of the cup, a piece of paper bleeds ink. The ink swirls as I read the message, the water leaching it away, erasing any trace, until there's nothing left but cloudy, grey liquid and a blank curl of paper. No evidence of my first act of rebellion. The message isn't hard to remember. It's only one word. Midnight. This knowledge that I have a connection to the group so close by should comfort me, but for some reason, I find myself shivering. Maybe cameras aren't the only things watching me here. And it's not the only note waiting for me. My new schedule sits on the nightstand, written in the Queen's maddeningly perfect handwriting. Your schedule has changed. 0630, breakfast /0700, training /1000, protocol 1130, luncheon /1300, Protocol/1400, Lessons 1800, Dinner. Lucas will escort you to it all. Schedule is not negotiable. His Royal Highness Queen Elera. So, they've finally bumped you up to training? Lucas grins at me, a rare bit of pride shining through as he leads me to my first session. Either you've been very good or very bad. A little bit of both. More bad, I think, remembering my episode last night at home. I know the new schedule is Cal's doing, but I didn't expect him to work so fast. Truthfully, I'm excited for training. If it's anything like what I saw Cal and Maven go through, the ability practice in particular, I'll be hopelessly far behind, but at least I'll have someone to talk to. And if I'm really lucky, Evangeline will be deathly ill and stuck in bed for the rest of her miserable life. Lucas shakes his head, chuckling. Be prepared. The instructors are famous for being able to break even the strongest soldiers. They won't take well to your sass. I don't take well to being broken, I retort. What was your training? Well, I went straight to the army when I was 9, so my experience was a bit different, he says, eyes darkening at the memory. 9. The thought seems impossible to me. Abilities or not, this can't be true. But Lucas shrugs like it's nothing. The front is the best place for training. Even the princes were trained at the front, for a time. But you're here now, I say. My eyes linger on Lucas's uniform, on the black and silver of security. You're not a soldier anymore. For the first time, Lucas's dry smile disappears completely. It wears on you, he admits, more to himself than to me. Men are not meant to be at war for long. And what about Reds? I hear myself ask. Bree, Trami, Shade, Dad, Keelorn's father. And 1,000 others. A million others. Can they stand war better than Silvers? We reach the door to the training hall before Lucas finally answers, looking a little uncomfortable. That's the way the world works. Reds serve, Reds work, Reds fight. It's what they are good at. It's what they are meant to do. I have to bite my tongue to keep myself from shouting at him. Not everyone is special. Anger boils in me, but I don't say a word against Lucas. Losing my temper, even with him, won't be smiled upon. I can take it from here, I say stiffly. He notes my discomfort, frowning a little. When he speaks, his voice is low and fast, as if he doesn't want to be overheard. I don't have the luxury of questions, he mutters. His black eyes bore into mine, full of meaning. And neither do you. My heart clenches, terrified by his words and their veiled meaning. Lucas knows there's more to me than what he's been told. Lucas, it's not my place to ask questions. He furrows his brow, trying to make me understand, trying to put me at ease. Lady Titanos. The title sounds firmer than ever, becoming my shield as well as the Queen's weapon. Lucas will not ask questions. Despite his black eyes, his silver blood, his Samos family, he will not pull at the thread that could unravel my existence. Keep to your schedule, my lady. He pulls back, more formal than I've ever seen him. With a flick of his head, he gestures to the door where a red attendant waits. I'll collect you after training. Thank you, Lucas is all I can manage. He's given me so much more than he knows. The attendant hands me a stretchy black suit with purple and silver stripes. He points me to a tiny room, where I change quickly, slipping out of my usual clothes and into the jumpsuit. It reminds me of my old clothes, the ones I used back in the stilts. Worn by time and movement, but trim and tight enough not to slow me down. When I enter the training hall, I'm painfully aware of everyone staring at me, not to mention the dozens of cameras. The floor feels soft and springy beneath my feet, cushioning each step. An immense skylight rises above us, showing a blue summer sky full of clouds to taunt me. Winding stairs connect the several levels cut into the walls, each at varying heights with different equipment. There are many windows as well, one of which I know opens to Lady Blonnose's classroom. Where the others go or who might be watching from them, I have no idea. I should be nervous about walking into a room full of teen warriors, all of them better trained than me. Instead, I'm thinking about the insufferable icicle of bone and metal known as Evangeline Samos. I barely make it halfway across the floor before her mouth opens, dripping venom. Graduated from protocol already? Did you finally master the art of sitting with your legs crossed? She sneers, jumping up from a weight-lifting machine. Her silver hair is tied back into a complicated braid I'd very much like to cut off, but the deathly sharp metal blades at her waist give me pause. Like me, like everyone else, she wears a jumpsuit emblazoned with the colors of her house. In black and silver, she looks deadly. Sonia and Elaine flank her with matching smirks. Now that they are not intimidating me, they seem to be sucking up to the future queen herself. I do my best to ignore them all and find myself looking for Maven. He sits in a corner, separated from the others. At least we can be alone together. Whispers follow me, as more than a dozen noble teenagers watch me walk toward him. A few bow their heads, trying to be courteous, but most look cautious. The girls are especially on edge. After all, I did take one of answers away. Took you long enough. Maven chuckles once I sit down next to him. He doesn't seem to be part of the crowd, nor does he want to be. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to stay away from us. Just one person in particular, I reply, casting a glance back to Evangeline. She holds court near the target wall, where she shows off for her cronies in a dazzling display. Her metal knives sing through the air, digging into the dead center of their targets. Maven watches me watch her, his eyes thoughtful. When we go back to the capital, you won't have to see her so much, he murmurs. She and Cal will have their hands full touring the country, fulfilling their duties. And we'll have ours. The prospect of getting far away from Evangeline is exciting, but also reminds me of the steadily ticking clock moving against me. Soon I'll be forced to leave the hall, the river valley, and my family far behind. Do you know when I stumble, correcting myself. I mean, when we go back to the capital. After the parting ball. You were told about that. Yes, your mother mentioned it, and Lady Blonose is trying to teach me. I trail off, feeling embarrassed. She tried to teach me how to dance. Few steps yesterday, but I just ended up falling all over myself. Thieving I can do just fine, but dancing is apparently out of my reach. Key word, trying. Don't worry, we won't have to deal with the worst of it. The thought of dancing terrifies me, but I swallow the fear. Who will? Cal, he says without hesitation. Big brother has to tolerate too many silly conversations and dance with a lot of annoying girls. I remember last year. He stops to laugh at the memory. Sonia Irrell spent the entire time following him around, cutting into dances, trying to drag him away for some fun. I had to interfere and suffer through 2 songs with her to give Cal some respite. The thought of the 2 brothers united against a legion of desperate girls makes me laugh, thinking about the lengths they must have gone to save each other. But as my smirk spreads, Maven's smile fades. At least this time, he'll have Samos hanging off his arm. The girls wouldn't dare cross her. I snort, remembering her sharp, biting grip on my arm. Poor Cal. And how was your visit yesterday, he says, referring to my jaunt home. So Cal didn't fill him in. Difficult. It's the only way I know how to describe it. Now my family knows what I am, and Keylorn has thrown himself to the wolves. And of course, Shade is dead. One of my brothers was executed, just before the release came. He shifts next to me, and I expect him to be uncomfortable. After all, it was his own people who did it. Instead, he puts a hand over mine. I'm so sorry, Mayor. I'm sure he didn't deserve it. No, he didn't, I whisper, remembering why my brother died. Now I'm on the same path. Maven stares at me intently, like he's trying to read the secret in my eyes. For once I'm glad for Bonosa's lessons, or else I would assume Maven could read minds as well as the Queen. But no, he's a burner and a burner alone. Few Silvers inherit abilities from their mothers, and no one has ever had more than one ability. So my secret, my new allegiance to the Scarlet Guard, is mine. When he extends a hand to help me up, I take it. All around us, the others warm up, mostly stretching or jogging around the room, but a few are more impressive. Elaine slips in and out of my vision as she bends the light around herself until she disappears altogether. A Windweaver boy, Oliver of House Laris, creates a miniature whirlwind between his hands, stirring up tiny bits of dust. Sonia lazily trades blows with Andros Egri, a short but muscular 18-year-old. As a Silk, Sonia is brutally skilled and fast and should be able to best him, but Andros matches her blow for blow in a violent dance. The Silvers of House Egri are eyes, meaning they can see the immediate future, and Andros is using his abilities to their full extent. Neither one seems to gain the upper hand, playing a game of balance rather than strength. Just imagine what they can really do. So strong, so powerful. And these are only the kids. And just like that, my hope evaporates, shifting into fear. Lines of voice says, barely a whisper. My new instructor enters without a sound, Cal at his side, with a Telki from House Provos behind them both. Like a good soldier, Cal walks in step with the instructor, who seems tiny and unassuming next to Cal's bulk. There are wrinkles in his pale skin, and his hair is as white as his clothing, a testament to his true age and his house. House Oven, the silent house, I remember, thinking back to my lessons. A major house, full of power and strength and all the things the Silvers put their faith in. I even remember him from before I became Mayorina Titanos, from when I was a little girl. He would oversee the broadcasted executions in the capital, lording over the Reds and even the Silvers sentenced to die. And now I know why they chose him to do it. The Haven Girl blinks back into existence, suddenly visible again, while the churning wind dies in Oliver's hands. Evangeline's knives drop out of the air, and even I feel a calm blanket of nothing fall over me, blotting out my electrical sense. Here's Rain Oven, the instructor, the executioner, the silence. He can reduce a Silver to what they hate most, a red. He can turn their abilities off. He can make them normal. While I gawk, Maven pulls me into place behind him, with Cal at the head of our line. Evangeline leads the line next to us, and for once she doesn't seem concerned with me. Her eyes stay on Cal as he settles in, looking quite at home in his place of authority. Oven doesn't waste time introducing me. In fact, he barely seems to notice I've joined his session. Laps, he says, his voice rough and low. Good. Something I can actually do. We set off in our lines, circling the room at an easy pace in blissful quiet. I push myself faster, enjoying the exercise I missed so much, until I'm speeding right past Evangeline. Then it's just Cal next to me, setting the pace for the rest of them. He quirks a smile at me, watching me run. This is something I can do, something I even enjoy. My feet feel strange on the cushioned floor, bouncing with every step, but the blood pounding in my ears, the sweat, the pace are all familiar. If I close my eyes, I can pretend I'm back in the village, with Keelorn or my brothers or just by myself. Just free. That is until a section of the wall swings out, catching me in the stomach. It knocks me to the floor, sending me sprawling, but it's my pride that really hurts. The pack of runners pulls away, and Evangeline smirks over her shoulder, watching me fall behind. Only Maven slows his pace, waiting for me to catch up. "Welcome to training." He chuckles, watching me pry myself off the obstacle. All over the room, other parts of the wall shift, forming barriers for the runners. Everyone else takes it in stride, they are used to this. Cal and Evangeline lead the pack, moving over and under each obstacle as it appears before them. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice the Provost Telki directing the pieces of wall, making them move. He even seems to be smirking at me. I fight back the urge to snap at the Telki and push myself back into a jog. Maven runs next to me, never more than a step away, and it's strangely infuriating. My pace quickens, until I'm sprinting and hurdling to the best of my ability. But Maven isn't like the security at home, it's hard to leave him in the dust. By the time we finish laps, Cal is the only one who hasn't broken a sweat. Even Evangeline looks ragged, though she tries her best to hide it. My breath comes in heavy pants, but I'm proud of myself. Despite the rough start, I managed to keep up. Instructor Oven surveys us for a moment, his eyes lingering on me, before turning to the Telki. "Targets please, Theo," he says, again barely a whisper. Like drawing away a curtain to reveal the sun, I feel my abilities rushing back. The Telki assistant waves a hand, sliding away a section of the floor, revealing the strange gun I saw from the window of Bono's classroom. I realize it's not a gun at all but a cylinder. Only the Telki's power makes it move, not some greater, strange technology. The abilities are all they have. Lady Titanos Oven murmurs, making me shudder. "I understand you have an interesting ability." He's thinking of the lightning, the purple-white bolts of destruction, but my mind strays to what Julian said yesterday. I don't just control, I can create. I am special. Every eye turns to me, but I set my jaw, trying to will myself into being strong. "Interesting but not unheard of, instructor," I say. "I'm very eager to learn about it, sir." "You may start now," the instructor says, and the Telki behind him tenses. On cue, one of the ball targets flies into the air, faster than I thought possible. "Control," I tell myself, repeating Julian's words. "Focus." This time, I can feel the pull as I suck the electricity from the air, and from somewhere inside myself. It manifests in my hands, shining to life in little sparks. But the ball smacks the floor before I can throw it, its sparks bleeding into the floor and disappearing. Evangeline snickers behind me, but when I turn to glare at her, my eyes find Maven instead. He barely nods, urging me to try again. And next to him, Cal crosses his arms, his face dark with an emotion I can't place. Another target rockets up, turning over in the air. The sparks come sooner now, alive and bright as the target reaches its zenith. Like before in Julian's classroom, I ball my fist and, feeling the power rage through me, I throw. It arcs in a beautiful display of destructive light, clipping the side of the falling target. It shatters under my power, smoking and sparking as it hits the floor with a crash. I can't help but grin, pleased with myself. Behind me, Maven and Cal clap, as do a few of the other kids. Evangeline and her friends certainly do not, they look almost insulted by my victory. But Instructor Oven doesn't say anything, not bothering to congratulate me. He simply looks over me, to the rest of the unit. Next. The instructor runs the class ragged, forcing us through round after round of exercises meant to fine-tune our abilities. Of course, I fall behind in all of them, but I can also feel myself improving. By the time the session ends, I'm dripping sweat and sore all over. Julian's lesson is a blessing, allowing me to sit and recover my strength. But even the session that morning cannot entirely drain me, midnight is coming. The faster time passes, the closer to midnight I get. The closer to taking the next step, to taking control of my fate. Julian doesn't notice my unease, probably because he's elbow deep in a pile of newly bound books. Each one is about an inch thick and neatly labelled with a year but nothing else. What they could possibly be, I don't know. What are these? I ask, picking up one. Inside it's a mess of lists, names, dates, locations, and causes of death. Most just say blood loss, but there's also disease, suffocation, drowning, and some more specific and gruesome details. My blood runs cold in my veins as I realize exactly what I'm reading. A death list. Julian nods. Every person who ever died fighting in the Lakelander War. Shade, I think, feeling my meal churn in my stomach. Something tells me he won't get his name in one of these. Deserters don't get the honor of a line of ink. Angry, I let my mind reach out to the desk lamp illuminating my reading. The electricity in it calls to me, as familiar as my own pulse. With nothing more than my brain, I turn it on and off, blinking in time with my ragged heartbeat. Julian notes the flashing light, lips pursed. Something wrong, Mayor? He asks dryly. Everything is wrong. I'm not a fan of the schedule change, I say instead, letting the lamp be. It's not a lie, but it's not the truth either. We won't be able to train. He only shrugs, his parchment-colored clothes shifting with the motion. They look dirtier somehow, like he's turning into the pages of his books. From what I hear, you need more guidance than I can give you. My teeth grind together, chewing on the words before I can spit them out. Did Cal tell you what happened? He did, Julian replies evenly. And he's right. Don't fault him for it. I can fault him for whatever I want, I snort, remembering the war books and death guides all over his room. He's just like all the others. Julian opens his mouth to say something but thinks better of it at the last moment and turns back to his books. Mayor, I wouldn't exactly call what we do training. Besides, you looked very good in your session today. You saw that? How? I ask to watch. What? It doesn't matter, he says, looking straight through me. His voice is suddenly melodic, humming with deep, soothing vibrations. Exhaling, I realize he's right. It doesn't matter, I repeat. Even though he isn't speaking, the echo of Julian's voice still hangs in the air like a calming breeze. So, what are we working on today? Julian smirks, amused with himself. Mayor. His voice is normal again, simple and familiar. It breaks apart the echoes, wiping them away from me in a lifting cloud. What the hell was that? I take it Lady Blonos hasn't spoken much about House Yakos in lessons, he says, still smirking. I'm surprised you never asked. Truly, I've never wondered about Julian's ability. I always thought it would be something weak, because he doesn't seem as pompous as the others, but it looks like that isn't true at all. He's much stronger and more dangerous than I ever realized. You can control people. You're like her. The thought of Julian, a sympathizer, a good person, being at all like the Queen makes me shake. He takes the accusation in stride, shifting his attention back to his book. No, I'm not. I have nowhere near her strength. Or her brutality. He heaves a sigh, explaining. We're called singers. Or at least we would be, if there were any more of us. I'm the last of my house, and the last of, well, my kind. I can't read minds, I can't control thoughts, I can't speak in your head. But I can sing, as long as someone hears me, as long as I can look into their eyes, I can make a person do as I wish. Horror bleeds through me. Even Julian. Slowly, I lean back, wanting to put some distance between him and myself. He notices, of course, but doesn't look angry. "You're right not to trust me," he murmurs. "No one does. There's a reason my only friends are written words. But I don't do it unless I absolutely need to, and I've never done it with malice." Then he snorts, laughing darkly. "If I really wanted, I could talk my way to the throne. But you haven't." "No. And neither did my sister, no matter what anyone else might say. Cal's mother. No one seems to say anything about her. Not to me, anyways. People don't like to talk about dead queens," he snaps, turning away from me in a smooth motion. "But they talked when she was alive. Koryianyakos, the singer queen. I've never seen Julian this way, not once. Usually is quiet, calm, a little obsessed maybe, but never angry. Never so hurt. She wasn't chosen by Queen Strile, you know. Not like Ilera, or Evangeline, or even you. No, Tib married my sister because he loved her, and she loved him. Tib. Calling Tiberius Calor VI, King of Nauta, Flame of the North, anything with less than 8 syllables seems preposterous. But he was young once too. He was like Cal, a boy born to become a king. They hated her because we were from a low house, because we didn't have strength or power or any other silly thing those people uphold." Julian rails on, still looking away. His shoulders heave with each breath. "And when my sister became queen, she threatened to change all that. She was kind, compassionate, a mother who could raise Cal to be the king this country needed to unite us all. A king who wouldn't be afraid of change. But that never came to be. I know what it's like to lose a sibling," I murmur, remembering Shade. "It doesn't seem real, like maybe everyone is just lying and he's at home now, happy and safe. But I know that isn't true. And somewhere, my brother's decapitated body lies as proof of that. I only found out last night. My brother died at the front." Julian finally turns back around, his eyes glassy. "I'm sorry, Mayor. I didn't realize." "You wouldn't. The army doesn't report executions in their little books." Executed? Desertion. The word tastes like blood, like a lie. Even though he never would. After a long moment of silence, Julian puts a hand on my shoulder. "It seems we have more in common than you think, Mayor." "What do you mean?" "They killed my sister too. She stood in the way, and she was removed. And," his voice drops, "they'll do it again, to anyone they have to. Even Cal, even Maven, and especially you. Especially me. The little lightning girl. I thought you wanted to change things, Julian." "I do indeed. But these things take time, planning, and too much luck to count on." He stares me up and down, like somehow he knows I've already taken the first step down a dark path. "I don't want you getting in over your head." Too late. 16 After a week of staring at my clock, waiting for midnight, I begin to despair. Of course Farley can't reach us here. Even she is not so talented. But tonight, when the clock ticks, I feel nothing for the first time since Queen Strile. No cameras, no electricity, nothing. The power is completely out. I've been in blackouts before, too many to count, but this is different. This isn't an accident. This is for me. Moving quickly, I slip into my boots, now broken in by weeks of wear, and head for the door. I'm barely out in the hallway before I hear Walsh in my ear, speaking softly and quickly as she pulls me through the forced darkness. "We don't have much time," she murmurs, hustling me into a service stairwell. It's pitch black, but she knows where we're going, and I trust her to get me there. They'll have the power back on in 15 minutes if we're lucky. And if we aren't, I breathe in the darkness. She hustles me down the stairs and shoulders open a door. Then I hope you're not too attached to your head. The smell of earth and dirt and water hits me first, churning up all my memories of life in the woods. But even though it looks like a forest, with gnarled old trees and hundreds of plants painted blue and black by the moon, a glass roof rises overhead. The conservatory. Twisting shadows sprawl across the ground, each one worse than the next. I see security and sentinels in every dark corner, waiting to capture and kill us like they did my brother. But instead of their horrific black or flame uniforms, there's nothing but flowers blooming beneath the glass ceiling of stars. "Excuse me if I don't curtsy," a voice says, emerging from a grove of white-spangled magnolia trees. Her blue eyes reflect the moon, glowing in the dark with cold fire. Farley has a real talent for theatrics. Like in her broadcast, she wears a red scarf across her face, hiding her features. But it doesn't hide a ruinous scar that marches down her neck, disappearing beneath the collar of her shirt. It looks new, barely beginning to heal. She's been busy since I last saw her. But then, so have I. "Farley," I say, tipping my head in greeting. She doesn't nod back, but then, I didn't expect her to. "All business." "And the other one," she murmurs. "Other one?" "Holland's bringing him. Any second now." Walsh sounds breathless, excited even, about whoever we're waiting for. Even Farley's eyes shine. "What is it? Who else joined up?" They don't answer me, exchanging glances instead. A few names run through my head, servants and kitchen boys who would support the cause. But the person who joins us is no servant. He's not even red. Maven. I don't know whether to scream or run when I see my betrothed appear from the shadows. He's a prince, he's silver, he's the enemy, and yet, here he is, standing with one of the leaders of the Scarlet Guard. His companion Holland, an aging red servant with years of service behind him, seems to swell with pride. "I told you, you're not alone," Mayor Maven says, but he doesn't smile. A hand twitches at his side, he's all nerves. Farley scares him. And I can see why. She steps toward us, gun in hand, but she's just as nervous as he is. Still, her voice does not shake. "I want to hear it from your lips, little prince." "Tell me what you told him," she says, tipping her head toward Holland. Maven sneers at little prince, his lips curving in distaste, but he doesn't snap at her. "I want to join the guard," he says, his voice full of conviction. She moves quickly, cocking the pistol and taking aim in the same motion. My heart seems to stop when she presses the barrel to his forehead, but Maven doesn't flinch. "Why?" she hisses. "Because this world is wrong. What my father has done, what my brother will do, is wrong." Even with a gun to his head, he manages to speak calmly, but a bead of sweat trickles down his neck. Farley doesn't pull away, waiting for a better answer, and I find myself doing the same. His eyes shift, moving to mine, and he swallows hard. "When I was 12, my father sent me to the war front, to toughen me up, to make me more like my brother. Cal is perfect, you see, so why couldn't I be that?" I can't help but flinch at his words, recognizing the pain in them. I lived in Jaisa's shadow, and he lived in Cal's. I know what that life is like. Farley sniffs, almost laughing at him. "I have no use for jealous little boys." "I wish it was jealousy that drove me here," Maven murmurs. "I spent 3 years in the barracks, following Cal and officers and generals, watching soldiers fight and die for a war no one believed in. Where Cal saw honor and loyalty, I saw foolishness. I saw waste. Blood on both sides of the dividing line, and your people gave so much more. I remember the books in Cal's room, the tactics and maneuvers laid out like a game. The memory makes me cringe, but what Maven says next chills my blood. There was a boy, just 17, a red from the frozen north. He didn't know me on sight, not like everyone else, but he treated me just fine. He treated me like a person. I think he was my first real friend. Maybe it's a trick of the moonlight, but something like tears glimmer in his eyes. His name was Thomas, and I watched him die. I could have saved him, but my guards held me back. His life wasn't worth mine, they said. Then the tears are gone, replaced by clenched fists and an iron will. Cal calls this the balance, silver over red. He's a good person, and he'll be a just ruler, but he doesn't think change is worth the cost, he says. I'm trying to tell you that I'm not the same as the rest of them. I think my life is worth yours, and I'll give it gladly, if it means change. He's a prince and, worst of all, the Queen's son. I didn't want to trust him before for this very reason, for the secrets he kept hidden. Or maybe this is what he was hiding all along. His own heart. Though he tries his best to look grim, to keep his spine straight and his lips from trembling, I can see the boy beneath the mask. Part of me wants to embrace him, to comfort him, but Farley would stop me before I could. When she lowers her gun, slowly but surely, I let go of a breath I didn't realize I was holding in. The boy speaks true, the manservant Holland says. He shifts to stand next to Maven, strangely protective of his prince. He's felt this way for months now, since he returned from the front. And you told him of us after a few tear-filled nights. Farley sneers, turning her fearsome gaze on Holland. But the man holds firm. I've known the prince since boyhood. Anyone close to him can see his heart has changed. Holland glances sidelong at Maven, as if remembering the boy he was. Think what an ally he could be. What a difference he could make. Maven is different. I know that firsthand, but something tells me my words won't sway Farley. Only Maven can do that now. Swear on your colours, she growls at him. An ancient oath, according to Lady Bonos. Like swearing on your life, your family, and your children to come, all at once. And Maven doesn't hesitate to do it. I swear on my colours, he says, dipping his head. I pledge myself to the Scarlet Guard. It sounds like his marriage proposal, but this is far more important, and more deadly. Welcome to the Scarlet Guard, she finally says, pulling away her scarf. I move quietly over the tile floor until I feel his hand in mine. It blazes with now familiar heat. Thank you, Maven, I whisper. You don't know what this means to us. To me. Any other would smile at the prospect of recruiting a silver, and a royal at that, but Farley barely reacts at all. What are you willing to do for us? I can give you information, intelligence, whatever you might need to continue forward with your operation. I sit on tax councils with my father. We don't care about taxes, Farley snaps. She casts an angry glance at me, as if it's my fault she doesn't like what he's offering. What we need are names, locations, targets. What to hit and when to cause the most damage. Can you give me that? Maven shifts, uncomfortable. I would prefer a less hostile path, he mutters. Your violent methods aren't winning you any friends. Farley scoffs, letting the sound echo over the conservatory. Your people are 1,000 times more violent and cruel than mine. We've spent the last few centuries under a silver boot, and we're not going to get out by being nice. I suppose, Maven murmurs. I can tell he's thinking of Thomas, of everyone he watched die. His shoulder brushes mine as he pulls back, retreating into me for protection. Farley doesn't miss it and almost laughs out loud. The little prince and the little lightning girl. She laughs. You two suit each other. One, a coward, and you, she turns to me, her steel blue eyes burning. The last time we met, you were scrabbling in the mud for a miracle. I found it, I tell her. To cement my point, my hands spark up, casting dancing purple light over us. The darkness seems to shift, and members of the Scarlet Guard reveal themselves in menacing order, stepping out from trees and bushes. Their faces are masked with scarves and bandanas, but they don't hide everything. The tallest one must be Tristan, with his long limbs. I can tell by the way they stand, tense and ready for action, that they are afraid. But Farley's face doesn't change. She knows the people meant to protect her won't do much against Maven, or even me, but she doesn't look at all intimidated. To my great surprise, she finally smiles. Her grin is fearsome, full of teeth and a wild hunger. We can bomb and burn every inch of this country down, she murmurs, looking between us with something like pride, but that will never do the damage you two can do. A silver prince turning against his crown, a red girl with abilities. What will people say, when they see you standing with us? I thought you wanted, Maven starts, but Farley waves the words away. The bombings are just a way to get attention. Once we have it, once every silver in this forsaken country is watching, we need something to show them. Her gaze turns calculating as she measures us up, weighing us against whatever she has in mind. I think you'll do quite nicely. My voice trembles, dreading what she might say. As what? The face of our glorious revolution, she says proudly, tossing her head back. Her golden hair catches the moonlight. For a second, she seems to wear a sparkling crown. The drop of water to break the dam. Maven nods with fervor. So, where do we start? Well, I think it's time we took a page out of Mare's Book of Mischief. What's that supposed to mean? I don't understand, but Maven follows Farley's line of thought easily. My father has been covering up other attacks by the Guard, he mutters, explaining her plan. My mind flickers back to Colonel McCanthos and her outburst at luncheon. The airfield, Delphi, Harbour Bay. Maven nods. He called them accidents, training exercises, lies. But when you sparked up at Queenstryle, even my mother couldn't talk you away. We need something like that, something no one can hide. To show the world the Scarlet Guard is very dangerous and very real. But won't that have consequences? My thoughts flash back to the riot, to the innocent people tortured and killed by a mindless horde. The Silvers will turn on us, things will get worse. Farley looks away, unable to hold my gaze. And more will join us. More will realize the lives we live are wrong and that something can be done to change it. We've stood still for far too long, it's time to make sacrifices and move forward. Was my brother your sacrifice? I snap, feeling anger flare within me. Was his death worth it to you? To her credit, she doesn't try to lie. Shade knew what he was getting into. And what about everyone else? What about the kids and the elders and anyone who hasn't signed up for your glorious revolution? What happens when sentinels start rounding them up for punishment when they can't find Maven's voice is warm and soft in my ear. Think of your histories, Mare. What has Julian taught you? He taught me about death. The before. The wars. But beyond that, in a time when things could still change, there were revolutions. The people rose, the empires fell, and things changed. Liberty moved in arcs, rising and falling with the tide of time. Revolution needs a spark, I murmur, repeating what Julian would say in our lessons. And even sparks burn. Farley smiles. You should know that better than anyone. But I'm still not convinced. The pain of losing Shade, of knowing my parents have lost a child, will only multiply if we do this. How many more Shades will die? Strangely, it's Maven, not Farley, who tries to sway me. Cal believes that change is not worth the cost, he says. His voice shakes, quivering with nerves and conviction. And he's going to rule one day. Do you want to let him be the future? For once, my answer is easy. No. Farley nods, pleased. Walsh and Holland, she jerks her head toward them, tell me there's going to be a little party here. The ball, Maven offers. It's an impossible target, I snap. Everyone will have guards. The Queen will know if something goes wrong, she will not. Maven breaks in, almost scoffing at the idea. My mother is not all-powerful, as she would want you to believe. Even she has limits. Limits? The Queen? Just the thought makes my mind run wild. How can you say that? You know what she can do. I know that in the middle of a ball, with so many voices and thoughts swirling around her, she'll be useless. And so long as we stay out of her path, give her no reason to prod, she won't know a thing. The same goes for the Eagerly Eyes. They won't be looking ahead for trouble, and so they won't see it. He turns back to Farley, his spine straight as an arrow. Silvers might be strong, but we are not invincible. It can be done. Farley nods smoothly, smiling with her teeth. We'll be in contact again, once things are set in motion. Can I ask something in return? I blurt, reaching out to grab her arm. My friend, the one I came to you about before, wants to join the guard. But you can't let him. Just make sure he doesn't get involved in any of this. Gently, she peels my fingers from her arm as regret clouds her eyes. I hope you don't mean me. To my horror, one of her shadowy guards steps forward. The red rag around his face doesn't hide the set of his broad shoulders or the ratty shirt I've seen 1,000 times. But the steely look in his eyes, the determination of a man twice his age, is something I don't recognize at all. Keylorn looks years away already. Scarlet Guard to the bone, willing to fight and die for the cause. Red as the dawn. No, I whisper, drawing back from Farley. Now I can only see Keylorn running full speed toward his doom. You know what happened to Shade. You can't do this. He pulls away the rag and reaches out to embrace me, but I step away. His touch feels like a betrayal. Mare, you don't have to keep trying to save me. I will as long as you won't. How can he expect to be anything but a human shield? How can he do this? Far away, something hums at me, growing louder by the second, but I barely notice. I'm more focused on keeping the tears from falling in front of Farley and the guard and Maven. Keylorn, please. He darkens at my words, like they are an insult rather than a young girl's plea. You made your choice, and I'm making mine. I made the choice for you, to keep you safe, I snap. It's amazing how easily we fall back into our old rhythm, bickering like always. But there's much more on the line now. I can't just shove him into the mud and walk away. I bargained for you. You're doing what you think will protect me, Mayor, he mutters, his voice a low rumble. So let me do what I can to save you. My eyes squeezed shut, letting my heartache take over. I've been protecting Keylorn every day since his mother left, since he almost starved to death in my doorway. And now he won't let me, no matter how dangerous the future has become. Slowly, I open my eyes again. Do what you want, Keylorn. My voice is cold and mechanical, like the wires and circuits trying to switch back on. The power's coming back soon. We should be on the move. The others spring into action, disappearing into the conservatory, and Walsh takes me by the arm. Keylorn backs away, following the others into the shadows, but his eyes stay on me. Mayor, he calls after me. At least say goodbye. But I'm already walking, Maven by my side, Walsh leading us both. I won't look back, not now when he's betrayed all I've ever done for him. Time moves slowly when you're waiting for something good, so naturally the days fly by as the dreaded ball approaches. A week passes without any contact, leaving Maven and me in the dark as the hours march on. More training, more protocol, more brainless lunches that almost leave me in tears. Every time I have to lie, to praise the silvers and rip down my own. Only the guard keeps me strong. Lady Blanos scolds me for being distracted in protocol. I don't have the heart to tell her that, distracted or not, I'll never be able to learn the dance steps she's trying to teach for the parting ball. As suited as I might be to sneaking, I'm horrible with rhythmic motion. Meanwhile, the once dreaded training is an outlet for all my anger and stress, allowing me to run or spark off everything I'm trying to keep inside. But just when I'm finally beginning to get the hang of things, the mood of training shifts drastically. Evangeline and her lackeys don't snipe at me, instead focusing intently on their warm-ups. Even Maven goes through his stretches more carefully, like he's preparing for something. What's going on? I ask him, nodding to the rest of the class. My eyes linger on Cal, currently doing push-ups in perfect form. You'll see in a minute, Maven replies, his voice oddly dull. When Oven enters with Provos, even he has a strange spring in his step. He doesn't bark out an order to run and approaches the class instead. Tirana instructor Oven murmurs. A girl in a blue striped suit, the nymph from House Asinoz, jumps to attention. She makes her way toward the center of the floor, waiting for something. She looks equal parts excited and terrified. Oven turns, searching through us. For a second, his eyes linger on me but thankfully shift to Maven. Prince Maven, if you please. He gestures to where Tirana waits. Maven nods and moves to stand beside her. Both of them tense, fingers twitching as they await whatever's coming. Suddenly, the training floor moves around them, pushing clear walls up to form something. Again, Provos raises his arms, using his abilities to transform the training hall. As the structure takes shape, my heart hammers, realizing exactly what it is. An arena.